Good morning there, Manu.
Hi, Ron. Good morning.
Hello.
Morning.
Hiya, good morning, everyone. Nice to hear from you all today.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So, everyone, I want to welcome everyone, and I want to welcome Mano. Now, Dynamic Mano, she is from Singapore. She will tell you more about herself. But yes, I remember meeting Mano. Was it 1 year ago? There you are. Yes, there's Mano. So, so Mano's doing lots of fantastic work for the community. She's actually based out in Singapore. So yes, Mano. So share to the community a bit about yourself, what you've been up to.
Yep, sure, Ras, and thanks for the introduction. Yep, hello friends. So I'm based in Singapore, and it's been like 1.5 years now. I have started contributing to the community. It really feels great for me to be part of this wonderful community here. I feel Dynamics and Power Platform communities like very supportive for each other. We get all the encouragement to feel inclusive and to be part of you all. So that really motivates me and keeps me up, and the learning that I get through this community is just amazing, and it helps me really a lot in my career as well. And I would love to contribute more for the community back from all my learnings. Yep.
Fantastic, Mano. Yes, it's great to have you on today and to kickstart the event. So yes, Mano. So without further ado, are you able to try and share your screen?
Yep, sure.
And whilst Mano is sharing a screen, I'd just like everyone just to remember that to please remember to use the chat to share any questions that you have. And obviously we won't be interrupting the event. So if you have any problems with the presentation, just drop a note inside the chat. And we will respond. Usually, if you have problems with your Teams connection, the best thing to do is to disconnect and reconnect, and then it resolves your display issues. But without further ado, handing it back over to Mano, who will be delivering the first session of the day, kickstarting the event. Thanks again, Mano.
Yep. Thanks, Ras. Thanks for this wonderful opportunity to be here today with you all on 365 Customer Service Saturday. And yep, I hope my screen is visible to you all.
Yes.
Could you confirm that, Ras? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. So for the next 1 hour, I'm going to talk about customer insights, how to unify the customer profiles, and just get the benefit out of it. Okay, so the session agenda for today is like to unlock the value of customer insights. And a bit about myself. I'm a senior consultant in technology consulting practice at Ernst & Young Singapore. My main focus is on Dynamics 365 Power Platform, and I'm getting a bit on Azure AI recently. And I'm a blogger and a speaker as well, doing a bit of contribution towards Dynamics community, and I love doing that. Well, that's pretty much about me. And before I go into the agenda, I would like to turn off my video. Maybe there will be some bandwidth issue for other country attendees. So let me just turn off. Okay. So today, at the end of the session, you will be like, I'll show you what the takeaway is for today's session. So we will first start discussing on current challenges, and we will get an overview of customer insights. Then we will just unlock the capabilities of customer Dynamics 365 customer insights one by one. Like we have a lot of steps in it to bring a unified, a holistic view of your customers. And to mention a few, like you'll be like starting with data ingestion, unifying them. You will get actionable insights where you have to create some measures, segmenting the data and viewing it all in a customer cards. So, and atop this, we're going to add some intelligence as well. It's going to be a really interesting and in-depth session for you today. So, with that, I'll wrap up finally with a few new release features as well. So that's the agenda for today. And let's start discussing about current problems that we are facing in the customer journey. So customers' expectations are growing. Like at least 91% of customers are more likely to like go for the brands that they feel is really recognizing them, and they have a feel that they should be like offered with the relevant product and recommendations from the companies or the brands that they are interested in. And 81% of buyers want to be like known by the companies where they make a purchase. Like they want to be like realized, recognized, and they want a personalized customer experience, but it's like not happening actually. The problem is like the companies doesn't know what the customer needs, and there's a gap actually. So if you take a look at this slide, you will notice that the today's experiences are really falling short. Like 65% of customers are frustrated with the experiences when it comes to omni-channel. So when they start a conversation in one channel and they move on to the next one, they have to like repeat whatever they have conveyed to the customer service agent. So this kind of experience really frustrates the user, right? And 74% of customers are frustrated with the irrelevant content that fills up their mailbox, because nobody wants to read something that's irrelevant for them. Like when the product is like not in their interest, they don't want to look at it, right? So that's one thing. And the 61% of customers stop doing business with at least one company a year because of poor customer experience. So let us take a look at the problems. Why are these problems not addressed? Because organizations doesn't know who the VIP customers are. They doesn't know when and where to repeat when and where the customers will repeat a purchase. They don't know how to upsell or cross-sell across businesses. So they also need to empower their employees to deliver a personalized customer experience so that they can increase the customer satisfaction. They should also understand the churn rate of the customers so that they can prevent them from moving to the competitors. So these are all current problems, but how to convert this to a business goal? Do you think AI can help? Yes, absolutely. So with AI capabilities, you can just increase your customer loyalty, increase your customer satisfaction, reduce the churn risk by predicting the churn scores, and you can do upsell, cross sell. You can increase the revenue and profit and the market share, and you're going to be the number one in the market. So that's the goal of AI and the customer insights, which is driven by AI as well. Okay, so no matter which app you're using, take a look at the apps and channels of engagement here. Like it could be Skype or Facebook, Twitter, or it could be like a website or email. Wherever your customers trying to interact with you, you should have a 360-degree view of your customer, regardless of the origin of the data. It could be like demographic data, behavioral, transactional, whatever the data is. You should at any point of time be able to understand your customer well, so that with that you will be able to serve your customer with a personalized customer experience. So Dynamics 365 Customer Insights empowers every organization to achieve more by unifying the customer data and deriving insights and empowering the employees to give a personalized experiences and process throughout all the channels of communication with the customers. Making a difference with Dynamics 365 Customer Insights. Now take a look at this enterprise data here, where a lot of databases are in the line of business. It could be like geographical data or different brands. Like you have a lot of data in local data stores, right? So customer data is spread across all this. Like in every database, you might have customer data, but there is no joint taxonomy to describe the customers and their journeys with our business. So if you start doing analytics on this kind of data, the challenge is it's going to be on a local data. It's going to be really hard for you. And here comes the idea of unifying the customer profiles, and that's what is customer insight is all about. So it allows you to map the customer data sources, multiple sources, and bring it into one common data model that's also in line with the Microsoft's common data model platform. So when it is there, you will get meaningful integration. across your enterprise data, and it helps to unify data and orchestrate the customer journey with every interaction touch points through all the channels. So in this case, it's going to be much easier for you to implement AI and AI driven insights. The reason is you need to understand the key success of AI relies on the underlying data, and AI is not magic. If the data goes wrong, if the data is, if your organization is not prepared with the data, your digital transformation journey is going to be difficult, because for AI to be successful, for an AI implementation to be successful, you have to like really work on the underlying data, and that's where customer insight comes into picture. This slide of Microsoft's approach, how we're gonna like handle this scenario of bringing a unified, holistic view of customer. So the data, as I mentioned in the previous slide, is lying in all these disparate systems. They are siloed. They don't interact with each other. It could be internal or external, like for example, event data, loyalty data, campaigns, point of sale, the in-store purchases, the website, the surveys, reviews, all these data. When like in any business, you will definitely have this kind of data like stored historically. And do you think it's really adding any value to your business if they just lie there? Definitely not. So what Microsoft has come up with is to bring all this and ingest into this common data model, the customer data platform, where it's driven by the AI capabilities. And when you ingest through the out-of-box connector, so if you're familiar with the Power Platform, you might be already using some connectors, right? It's similar to that. You have connectors here as well, so it's pretty much easy. You don't need to do a lot of coding. You'll just pull in all the data, and once it's ingested and available in your customer insights instance, you're gonna do unification by setting up some map and match rules, and you will conflate it, like merge it. And on top of this, you can enrich your customer profile data with Microsoft's brand affinity details and the category interest from the Microsoft Graph data. So after this, you will be able to get rich analytics, and you will be able to do machine learning and customized tailored model as well with AI and ML capabilities. It's pretty interesting, right? So once this is there in your hand, you're gonna like, it doesn't really make sense. You have the unified customer profile. So what are you going to do with that? You need to start automating the processes and optimizing your customers' journey. So for that, you can just leverage on the Power Automate, Power Apps, and Power BI. It's all part of the Microsoft's common data platform. And you will be publishing your unified profiles through different channels of communication with the customer, like mobile, website, social, or even chatbots, or even in person. When a customer approaches to you, you will be able to understand, have a clear view of what this customer's profile looks like. Yeah. So like you might have this question by now, like, what's so different in customer insights? Why not do it with a normal analytics tool that's already readily available in the market? So why do I opt for customer insights? So to answer that question, let's just take a look at the slide in the left side, like the traditional customer analytics. Hold on. Okay, so in the traditional customer analytics, you will be like building your own homegrown system. You will be like hard coding, and you will just rely on the local data, as I told you earlier. So it's definitely going to take a lot of time, because they're all siloed app to have to pull in data from every single system and connect it to get a analytics out of it. So storage is going to be a problem, and it's definitely going to take a lot of time to implement this system, and it's on a different stack. For example, KPI calculation, the machine learning, as I mentioned earlier, the machine learning is successful with the underlying data. So if your data is like spread across, it's going to be difficult to get this kind of level of analytics. So, and after all this, you have to also comply with the policies. And if you look at the customer customer insights, what is it offering for us? It's a finished SaaS solution. It's just off the shelf. You can just pick it up. You don't need a technical expertise. You can just configure it as a business user, and it's also extensible. You can use more machine learning and AI on top of the this platform, and it's powered by Azure as well. Your data is stored in Azure Data Lake, and you can do like wonders when you have your data in Azure and you know the capability already, right? So and the implementation time, if you see, is weeks. For me, if you ask, I just completed today's demo overnight, I would say. So it's like in not even, I mean, if you're just trying out, you can just do it in a couple of hours. It's pretty fast. So power end-to-end customer experiences. So if you see, if you start from marketing, sales, and service, in every interaction touch point, you can just have this personalization experience. Like you, with customer insights in hand, you will have the holistic view of customer, and you can just segment your customers and do a targeted campaign, and you can do a lead generation for the targeted customers. And when it comes to website and content, you can do a moderation as well. You can do some product suggestions, recommendations by learning the interests of your customers. And you can also look at the next best action because you already have a visibility of what your customers are looking for. And in terms of omni-channel support, it works pretty well because no matter where your customer is like interacting with you, you will have visibility. So this will definitely increase your cross-sell and upsell with your customers. So why would you choose customer insight? Because the customer insights gives you a holistic view of your customer, and when you have that view, you can unlock the insights and take actions. I'll go into the details later in the demo, and it can be easily adapted and extended as well because it comes with inbuilt AI capabilities, and also you can extend it with additional custom AI models. And this is and you're already on a reliable and trusted platform on Microsoft's Azure. So let me go into a demo now. Okay, so here is the instance of mine. This is my environment. So when you initially go into this customer insight instance, you wouldn't be like seeing anything here. But before I go to the demo, I want to like project this slide so you will know what we are doing and where we are. Okay. So we are on the first step here. We will be doing data ingestion first. And once the data ingestion is done, we will do the unification, and we will just create some insights. Then we will see how to bring in a custom model, add more intelligence, tailored intelligence to your customer profiles. Then we will see how to consume this in a customer engagement app, and that could be a customer service hub for today's demo. And I hope that's pretty much for today. I will also show you a Teams bot integration, a pretty cool new feature released recently in preview. Okay, so initially, as I told you, there will be nothing in this instance. So like you have customers, segments, measures, data, and where do I start with? What do I have in hand? I told you there's nothing in this instance, right? So all I have is historic data, and I'm going to start with the historic data in hand. And let me go to the data sources. And if you see this instance, guys, I have already configured because it's going to be like taking time for me if I do it during this session. So I have prepared, it's a pre-cooked environment. I will just walk you through the steps and give you an understanding of how this works. And here and there, I will also show you some tips and considerations. So the first step is bringing your data into this instance. And this instance itself is actually an endpoint of the customer data platform. It has a very complex architecture in the backend, but you're just using this UI to interact on the customer insights alone here. So once the data is brought in here, like let me open this e-commerce, you will see like two entities here, e-commerce purchases and e-commerce contacts. So these are the customer data lying in this particular online system. So this is simply your Power Query. If you're familiar, it's going to be pretty easy for you. You can do some transformation and prepare the data. And once all your data is ready, like you can leave page. Okay, you can go into individual. I mean, I have e-commerce, loyalty scheme, point of sale website, Dynamics 365 customer service contacts as well. Forget about this, I'll come back to this later. So these are the data I have unified, and once your data is ready here, you will go to unify step. So the first step here is to map your entities. Like you have ingested the data here. Now you're going to try and map it to the common data model, which has some predefined customer attributes, like this one, the type here. This column here pertains to the customer insights data model, and you will notice that it will have some details about customer profile. So once you add your entity here, like if I click new entity, it will let you choose the entity that you're gonna do a mapping with the common data model here. So it will allow you to select the entities, and once you select the entities, it will automatically map the attributes to the relevant attributes in your ingested data here, the entity here. So all you have to do is to set up a primary key for each of your entity that you're ingesting into this model. So I have done repeatedly for all the 4 data sources here. And once you save all this primary key configuration, you will go to the match. And in match, you're actually going to specify how you would like to match the entity pairs. For example, let me show you here. If I go to edit, therefore it follows a hierarchy. So the primary entity will be the most, this is a key consideration you should keep in mind. So the primary entity is the most, is the entity that will have the most reliable customer data of yours. So if you have like multiple data sources, you need to identify which entity, which data source will have updated customer data, and that should go on the top. In my case, this one, it's the e-commerce contacts. Then with that, you're gonna map the second match the second reliable data source, that's the loyalty customers here. So likewise, so when you match these two, you will get an output unified data, right? With that, you're going to match the third. So this is how the hierarchy goes, and end of this match, you will be having unified customer profiles. So it's not done with that. For individual mapping, you need to specify some criteria, a match rule. For example, if I edit this one for e-commerce contacts with loyalty customers, I have used this particular rule. Let me open up. So I'm trying to match these two entities with full name and email. And we do have an option to normalize, like remove commas, remove unwanted exclamation or delimiters. And you're going to set the precision level as like low, medium, high, or exact. So what does it mean? So when I do a match, I tell this AI model behind, hey, I want my customer profiles to be matched exactly based on a full name. So only if the full name or email, whatever I have specified, is an exact match, then go for merging the customer profiles. If not, just ignore it. So that's what I'm trying to tell here. In this case, I have just kept it as high for full name. And in terms of email also, I've just set it as high. You do have an option to set a custom precision level, which will be a value from 1 to 100, like in percentage. So when you set a percentage, it's like a threshold limit. Only if the match score is exceeding that particular threshold, then the model will match the profiles based on that. So let me cancel this. And good thing is you can have a preview here, because I have already done, right? This is a pre-cooked environment. So based on this match rule, I have the precision breakdown. I have the preview of how many like how the entities are mapped. So if you notice here, there are some unmatched profiles and matched profiles as well. So let me just open this preview data. Unmatched, no, this one. Okay. So if you notice, there won't be exact match. That's the beauty of customer insights. You can just specify like to what extent you want the data to be matched, because if you're aware that your system is like not quite stable, it's like for example, Kimberly's loss Kimberly is the same person, right? So you can just specify the system, like no need to be exact. If it's like 80%, I'm still okay to go. So in that case, this will be picked up as well. So similarly, I have done for the rest as well. And I wanted to show you a preview with the match score. So, okay, let me preview this. Okay. Here is it. Okay, so if you see the match preview here, there is this matchpad score, which is given out by the matching model, AI model behind. It's not always 100%. In general, if you write a query to match in SQL, it's going to be 100%, or it's like if it's 100%, it's going to match. Otherwise, it's going to ignore the record, right? But with CI, that's not the case. Even if it's like 98%, it's going to match it. Anything less than that. But this is something you're configuring, right? Like low level, medium, or high level, or exact match. So based on what you have specified, it will do the matching. So I have 14,000 over unique customers in this instance. So the next step is merging, and this is like I have got after doing the merge. So in merge, if you see, you're doing you're reconciling your customer data here. So what happens here is you will see the keys for every entity that you're trying to merge together, and you will also see some removed attributes. So let's say if you have two data source, like data from two sources, and if the first one and the second one have like different attributes, and the model by default, it will just ignore some irrelevant data, but you always have an option to undo this and tell the model, okay, include this in my merged customer record. And these are the customer fields that's included in this specific merge function. Like if you notice here, the fields that's with the suffix to means like it's present in both the tables, the e-commerce and the loyalty. And I can just choose to ignore one of those if I want. And if you see here, these are either present in like e-commerce or loyalty customers. So if I choose to include this or rename this, I can just do it. Like I can combine this with other tables data. For example, in loyalty customers, I mean e-commerce customers, I have a postcode, and if in loyalty customers I have a postal code, and I technically know that these two are representing the same attribute, I can just go ahead and combine these fields here, giving a new name, and I can pick the names from here. I mean attributes from here. That's possible as well. So once I run the merge, I'm going to get the unified customer profiles. So are we done with unifying the customer profiles now? Are we going to see the customers here after this step? Definitely no. You still have some more steps to complete. After you do this, you're going to, I mean, now it's showing because it's already done. Ideally, you won't be able to see this. You have to, the next step will be to configure the search and filter index. So here's where you're going to tell your search engine, the Azure search engine behind, okay, this is what my customers or my users will key in, and you're going to pull the data based on these input attributes. So I'm adding these fields here, so it will be indexed. For example, full name, I can search my customers based on full name, city, email, or whatever I have configured here. So we do this because we are going to try and access this data from external systems as well, the unified customer profiles. So once this is run, your profile, all your customer profiles, unified profiles, will be indexed, and it will be ready for consumption here, as well as from external systems. Now, after I do this, I can open this card. This is a tile customer card, wherein the data is unified from multiple data sources. Forget about this. I'll come to this details later. So let me go into my favorite customer, Abby. Okay. So this customer here will have data from multiple sources like e-commerce, loyalty, the Dynamics 365 customer service hub as well. And I will next show you how to pull these KPI details here and these timeline activities and interests. So once you complete your merge, ideally you will only have this data here, the leftmost tile here, and these are additions. Step by step I will walk you through one by one. So the next thing I'll do is I'll go take a look at the entities now. Okay, so what do we have here? The user entities, that's the data that you have ingested from your sources, and this is the conflation match pairs. Like when you do matching, it's gonna bring the matched fields. I mean merging, it's gonna bring the matched fields. So that's what is created as an entity in the back end, and you will be able to see the data here. Yeah, and let me go back to entities again. I would like to show you the unified customer profile. So that's created in the backend as an entity, and this one, profiles. So we are here now. So this customer profile ideally will have data from customers' data from multiple data sources. So this is something you should understand and make clear. This is not gonna pull in data like your customers' activities or all the interaction touch points. Ideally, this entity itself will only hold the profile details of a customer, and later on with this unified customer profile from multiple systems, you will be able to create relationships to other ingested data in the same instance. I'll show you later. So let's go into the summary here. You have an option to just view into the details, get some analytics on an attribute level, and you will be able to do some predictions as well. And if you go to the data, you will get a preview. You can always download this data for your understanding or action. And let me go, the next step will be to create relationships. Okay, here it is. So what I have done is I have put all the profile details into the unified customer profile. Now I'm trying to create relationship like one to many, many to one with all the rest of the data where I have the interaction touch points of my customer, like point of like in-store purchase, or a customer might have written a website review. I wanted to read that review details. So for this, I have to like link it to all these other entities and pull the data here. For example, this one, if I edit a relationship, I'll be just setting it up. It's just few configuration. You can just do it on your own if you understand how your data is going to work. Then once I have this relationship, I'll be able to create measures. So in measures, you have three types. The first one is business measure. That gives the overall health of your organization, how well it's performing. Then the second one is a customer measure that pertains to the overall health of your customers. And the third one is the customer attribute. That one is like going to talk about individual customers' KPIs. I'll show you one business measure now. For example, here, I'm trying to identify the total average store purchase value of all my customers in this unified profile instance. And if you see the customer attribute, okay, this is the business measure, right? Average store purchase. So let me show you the entity. There will be slight difference when the entity is created, okay? So under measures, this one is the average store purchase value. So this is created as an entity itself. Okay, so this is the business measure for the overall health of the organization, and you will just have one value here because it's like it's not gonna go into the individual details, right? It's just the overview of all the data here. But let me go into measures again and show you the customer attribute that, and you will find a difference there. Lifetime spent of this customer. So I'm just trying to identify the overall lifetime spend value for this customer based on these e-commerce and the in-store purchase system. I've just configured. It's like pretty easy. You can do it on your own. And if you see this customer attribute, I will show you in entities. It's gonna be created as a uh, customer measure. Hold on. Yeah, okay, customer measure. Okay. Yep. So it will be an entity with multiple records in a single table, because here you're going to identify this individual attributes. The name itself suggests it's an attribute, individual attribute for your customers. So it's going to identify the KPIs against each and every customer profile. So I have created a few here, and if you once you have this in hand, you can go into the home page to get some insights of your customer. The measures that I have created for the overall business health of my organization comes here as a dashboard. I mean, I can just drill down into the details from here also. Then if I go to the customers, I will see the individual attributes. Here it is. Okay, let me see. Okay, this customer doesn't have much data. Fine, let me go to my favorite one. I know she has more data. Okay. Still loading. Hold on. So you will see the attributes on this profile. Ready now? Come on. Okay. So these are the individual measures that I have created for total club points, lifetime spend, and average web purchase and store purchase. So I have also created the same for the overall business health measure as well. Don't get confused, but this is created for the individual customer profile level. And next thing I wanted to show is the timeline activities of this customer. I'll go to the activities. So once you have the relationship ready in hand, you have created the relationship, you will be able to come up with a list of activities, the interaction touch points of this customer with respect to the date and time. So I have configured a few here. I'll just open this website reviews. So here I am just configuring and this timestamp is really important for you to pull out the activity details. And I just configure like what kind of detail I want to show in the timeline. For example, I'm showing the review text, whatever the review has provided by the customer, and activity type. This is a new feature released recently. Like you can just select from any existing activity type that's common to the customer data model. And you can also create your own activity types, and you will set up the relationship here. So once you're done with this, you will automatically see your activities listed in your customer profile timeline, and it's going to be a combined activity details of all the activities that you have created. Need to find a way to pin this customer. I don't have that feature yet. Okay, so here, if you take a close look at this timeline activities, you will see 3 activity groups because I have created 3 activities in the system: the in-store purchase, web reviews, and the online purchases. So you notice here, you will see that it gives a historic data of like the purchases, like like all each and every interaction with the customer with all the database is captured, and you're getting a single view of this customer's profile. The next thing I wanted to show you is enriching your customer profile. And this is like on top of the existing customer data that you have, the historic data, you can also add more data, like more enrichment data from Microsoft Graph APIs, and that's pretty much just a few configuration as well. Like if you go into this enrichment, you will be able to see the option for you to like enrich with respect to brands, or you can enrich with respect to the category interests, or you can also bring in some lead space data. This is a new feature recently available, and you need to have a license, I believe. And if you go into the brands, you will be able to specify like what like up to 5 brands you can specify. Like so that when you specify, it will pull out it will relate your customers data to other customer profiles, and it will try to do a matching. Okay, how much this customer is inclined or interested in these specific brands. I have just given a some 5 brands, and you could just mention like map your data to be customers data to be matched based on geography, like city, state, or country, or based on gender, date of birth, and then you can get some brand affinity details from Microsoft's data. So similarly, you can configure for the industry level insights as well. You could choose the out of box industry type as well, like what their interests could be. Like this is a prediction you're gonna make. And that's pretty much about enrichment. So when you do enrichment, and this is also a new feature, the enrichment dashboard is available right inside your enrichment inside your enrichment configuration page itself. Earlier we didn't have this. You have to go into the customer's profile or the home page, and if you go into the customer profile now, I can explain the interests of one of my customers. Okay, I have a lot of customers, so it's taking quite some time. Okay. Yep, here it is. So according to the prediction, it says this particular customer, based on similar profile details, should be like interested in food and groceries, and that's the affinity score is already there, 0.08%, and like affinity towards coffee or beverages or anything is given there, and the brand affinity details is also given here. And this is all not based on the data from this customer profile. It's based on the similar customer profiles that we are deriving these insights. So that's pretty much I wanted to show you on the customer insights, the holistic view. I think you're now seeing having a holistic view of your customer from various data sources all in one place. Now with this, now you can go and create a segment of customers. You have all the insights, measures, everything ready in hand. Now if I go and try to create a segment, I will have options to create from my profiles, that's the unified customer profiles, or I could choose to create the measures, create from my measures that I have created, or intelligence as well. So this one I will show you later when I discuss on the custom AI models. Let me just edit one a segment that I have earlier created. So this particular segment is trying to bring out my high value customers, like who does a purchase of more than $100 on an average. Let me go back to the segment, and if I view this segment itself, I will have a timeline that shows me like the number of customers. This is a dynamic segment, and in customer insights, like you can create 2 types of segments. It could be the static, or it could be even dynamic. So when you create a dynamic segment, you will have a timeline of when and how many customers are pulled into that particular segment on that particular point of time. it shows like historic data here. It has a preview as well, and these are the customers falling under this high value category, and you can download this data. The good thing is like you can just either download and export or like use it in external systems, or the best thing is like you can just set up some export destinations for these segments, like Dynamics 365 marketing or sales. And when you set that up, you will be able to export the segments directly from here to the marketing system that you have set up the configuration for. So once that's available, you can take some actions on this customer. For example, if you have high churn risk customers here, that's a segment that you really need to focus on, right? So you can just identify why the customers are churning out, and you can just send out some marketing materials, or like you can just try and take the next best action to retain them with your business. So that's pretty much about segments. And the segment insights itself is a new feature that has shipped recently, wherein it will give you an insight of what's different between two segments that you have created, or what's common between two segments. So the overlap and the differentiator insights. So it's based on attributes, and if you go into the measures, you will be able to see for individual attribute in the segment, you will able to see the differentiator scores. So I have configured this. This is just doing amazing work on my segments. It's just pulling out like how different each segment is in terms of the measures. Or if I go into the attributes, I can see I have configured this to pull out the difference in terms of the city for this particular two segments. So it's just for each city, it's just pulling out the details here for me. You can just do a deep dive into these. I don't have much time. It's like I'm running out of time. I have a lot to cover now, and that's pretty much about segments. And let me now show you a demo on how to, like, now you have it all in hand, but it doesn't really make sense if you start consuming this in different channels, like where you actually need a insight about your customer, right? So let me go into the Dynamics 365 Administration Center. So what I'm trying to achieve here is I'm trying to use all this customer data, unified data and the insights in my customer service hub as a customer service representative. So I'll be like having a visibility from my customer insights, customer service homepage itself, where I will just do some configuration. So to achieve this, you need to actually install the Customer Insights, Dynamics 365 Customer Insights, Customer Card add-in. So once you install this, you will be like able to use it in your Customer Service Hub app. This is the app here in Power Platform, and there are few settings, like you need to set up some connections. Okay, so let me show you here. Okay, so once you go to the open the solution here, you will be able to navigate to the settings page, where you will just specify like the connection to the Customer Insights instance and what you're going to connect with. So in this case, I'm going to connect my contact ID to the Customer Insights contact, so that when I open a contact in my Customer Insights page, Customer Service Hub page, I'll be able to pull in the details relevant to this specific contact lying in the Customer Insights instance, like all the measures, KPIs, the timeline, everything will be available for me to be consumed in the Customer Service Hub. So for example, if a customer writes to me that the product that they have purchased is like damaged, and it's like the warranty is expired, I can just go and take a look at the system here, and I will just understand, okay, this customer has given a very good review for my product, and like has been continuously purchasing also, and moreover this particular customer is a high value customer to me. So this customer really adds more value to my business. The lifetime spend is 5,200 over 300 over dollars. So definitely I wouldn't say the customer, okay, just sorry ma'am, I can't help you because your warranty is expired. I wouldn't want to say that. I wouldn't want to say that. I will definitely try and uh, uh, give a personalized offer for this customer. I could just tell them, okay, as a high value customer, we would like to offer you a free service to check what went wrong, and if there's any product to be replaced, we could do it for a 50% discount or something. So that's what will retain your customer in your journey. So that's what I have tried to show you here. I'm running out of time. It's like 13 minutes left. And how do I configure this? Let me just open this one form here. And I've just added I mean, if you're like frequently using Dynamics 365, like pretty easy for you. I have to just pull in the controls that comes as part of customer insight timeline. And if I edit this, I have already added this. I'll be able to add the timeline control. For this one, I have added the timeline control. Let me just close this and try to add one. You will see like a bunch of controls are readily available as part of the solution that I installed earlier from the apps to app source, like demographic control, enrichment, intelligence measures, timeline. So all this when put together on your form will easily straight away pull the details from your customer insights right into your contact form here. Yes, so I have the KPIs, I have the timelines here, I have the demographic details, segments, and I do have the brand interests as well. And moreover, the intelligence part is also being pulled into this system. So let me go. I have to finish off this intelligence part. This is pretty interesting, the custom AI models. So now that you have like got an insight about your customers with the historic data, like this is all done with the out-of-box capabilities in customer insights. Now I'm going to show you an interesting feature. That's the custom models as part of intelligence. With this, you can come up with a tailored AI model that will suit your business requirements. For example, I'm doing a churn prediction here. So earlier I have shown another data source, right? I told I'll come back here later. So just imagine my customers in this particular data organization. I mean the same organization, but I have recently acquired this business, and in this particular database, according to this database, if the customers are churning out, I mean it's not doing great, if the business here is not doing great, I would want to do a churn prediction, right? And they are existing customers as well. So I bring in this data, merge with the existing data here, and come up with a unified profile. That's all done. Then I go to the intelligence and I do a custom model. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to try and create an AI machine learning model and try to score the customer's churn prediction. I'm going to churn my customer. Predict my customer profiles for the churn risk. So how am I going to do that? For this, I need to have a web service, the machine learning model itself deployed as a web service. So to start with, I'll be ideally going into the Azure Machine Learning Studio. This is my workspace, classic workspace, and I'll launch the machine learning studio here. I will start creating experiments, but don't worry, no panic. Okay, so I'm not going to show you something like rocket science here. This is something we will get it done with the data scientists. So we are not going to do this part. Like you will just rely on a data scientist and ask him or her to create a data AI machine learning model to predict the churn risk. You will pass the data, and that will be done by the data scientist. And once that model is ready, you will be like deploying it as a web service, and that web service will be consumed in your, let me show here, churn prediction workflow. Okay. And let me first show you the web service is available here for you for consumption. That's part of this tenant. Okay, so earlier it only supported a single instance. The requirement was like, no matter where you build this machine learning model, you have to make sure you bring it into the same tenant where you're a data admin and a customer service data admin. But with the recent release, you can now have it in any other tenant of your choice, but it necessarily not required to be in the same tenant, but you can just sign in when you create a workflow here. You can sign into that tenant where your model resides and pull in the call it for running it against your profile. So this is the web service. If you take a model, look at this close look at this model here. 8 minutes left. Oh my god. Okay, this has some inputs. Maximize it. Okay, this ideally has some web service inputs. Okay, here it is. These are the inputs that are fed from the customer insights instance while I call the workflow, and I get an web service output as well, and that will be the churn prediction score. So this is actually, I have picked up a model from the Azure AI Gallery. Just I mean, it's done by a data scientist. You know who I just picked up. I'm not doing it myself, and I have actually tweaked it a bit somewhere here to match it and work with my customer insights data. It's not actually um, um, compatible with the data that I have in my instance. So once I do that, it really worked, and it had done scoring as well. Let me move into the next step. So once I call that web service, I'll be passing the inputs to the web service there, and that's the data from the customer insights. And remember, for the customer, you will be like passing the customer insights, the unified customer profile data, and not the data from your individual customer data source. And the next thing is you will select like how you're matching with the web service model data. And if I save this, oh my god, I shouldn't have saved. Okay, it has done a churn prediction already. The outputs will be stored in an entity here, and this is the churn prediction output entity. If I go and take a close look into the fields here, I will see the data has come from the model. The model is like using all this data to predict the churn risk of my customer, and the data is like will give you a churn prediction score. So once this, okay, it's because I saved this, I have to run it again, which is now not possible. I don't have much time now. Let me go into the segments. So it actually scored all my profiles, individual profiles, and I have this churn risk here. Okay. Yep. So towards the end, okay, this is the preview. Okay. Now I should download this from the entities. Okay. Okay, high churn risk customers. So according to this churn prediction model, there are 3.4K customers who are at a high churn, a high risk of churning out. And one more point I wanted to add, the segments will be refreshed every 12 hours, and yeah. So I think I have to go to the questions now. Like 4 minutes left. Hold on, let me open my Teams. So, yep, this is pretty much I wanted to share with you today in terms of customer insights, unifying your data.
Thanks again, Mano. That's a really, really, really great session. I was really, really impressed. So thanks again for that. I know you've only got 4 minutes left. So, yeah, jumping over to quickly to questions and answers. I believe there was one question related to a comparison with Click. Yeah, so Sean was asking what are the advantages of this over Click view, Mano? Are you aware of Click view?
Yeah, but to me, I feel the AI capability is the advantage of using this one, and you have the capability of bringing AI-driven insights, and that's pretty much I see as a benefit of using customer insights.
Excellent. And Coquelin is asking, are there additional costs involved with using custom AI model?
Um, with custom AI models, no. In terms of custom AI models, you will you have to pay for the Azure subscription and the resources that you create in Azure. That's it.
And Shaw saying thank you for your last answer, and Miss Mano, good job, nice presentation, thank you. So Sean saying big thanks to you. And the next is Alex is asking, many clients want to have CDS as the single source of truth. How do you get enriched customer insights data, including segments and interests, back into CDS?
Okay, back into CDS. Okay, so I have shown you an example here, you can actually export the data, export the segments, or you can also actually consume the data into the common data customer engagement apps.
Yep, and Ambesh is saying thank you, great session. Yeah, everyone's saying thanks. Coquelin saying thanks, useful deep dive. Thanks again. It was very hands-on, a really nice, well presented session. Really great, you know. So again, I was really impressed to see you in action today, Manu. So thanks again. So you can connect with Manu, obviously via LinkedIn. So there you got her there on LinkedIn. So Manu, if you could just share the links in the chat window, that would be easier for people, I guess, to click
Yeah,
and to
sure.
connect with you. That'd be
Sure,
really good.
sure.
So thanks again, once again, Mano. I'm sure that's not the first time and not the last time you will be hearing from Mano. She's doing lots of stuff within the community. So make sure you connect with her on her blog, on her Twitter, and on her LinkedIn. Ambesh has shared it for you. Fantastic. Thanks again, Ambesh.
Thank you so much,
Um,
Ambesh. And
so
here's my YouTube channel. Because of time constraint, I have just rushed it up today. And if you would like to try a hands-on or yourself and go into a deep dive, I'm doing a series in YouTube. You can just click on and subscribe. You will get to see a lot more coming up in my upcoming sessions. I already have done 3 videos there. You could just be connected.
excellent.
And yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. Fantastic. So
Thanks
Mano, once
everyone.
again,
Thanks for us.
great to see Mano. Next, before we move on to the next session, for Jiva, I just want to obviously welcome Narayan. Narayan, are you online?
Hi, Raz.
Hello
Can
there,
you hear me
Narayan.
okay?
Yes, Narayan. Yep. So Narayan is, as you know, Narayan's obviously been helping a lot with these events, and he will obviously be supporting the sessions. So please feel free to drop him a message on the channel. Currently, he's streaming it to YouTube, the event as well. Narayan, would you like to do the favors of introducing the next session with with Jiva, please?
Sure. So, as we all know,
Jiva, are you there?
Hey Raj, yeah.
Hey, Jiva. Great to see you again. Jiva, another superstar from Singapore. A lot of fond memories. Jiva, are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, can do that. Let me share my screen. Let me know once you guys are able to see it.
There you go. Yes, we can see your screen.
All right.
So we got more customer insight coming on our way. So yeah, please hold your breath.
Yeah, so this is gonna be a kind of a follow-up session with what Mano did. So extending this to Canvas app and using Power Automate, all those stuff.
Fantastic, really perfect. So, yeah, Narayan, are you happy to get the ball rolling with there you go, so we can see Jiva's screen now. So Narayan, are you happy to click record and start the show?
Just give me 1 minute.
Excellent, fantastic. There you are. We can see Jiva. Hey there, Jiva.
Hey, Raz.
Excellent, excellent. So yes, so please obviously share. You're doing so much in the community, Jiva. You don't mind if you just share a little bit of what you're doing, what you're up to? That'd be really great.
Sure. Thanks for the introduction, Raz. Myself, Jiva Rajan Kumar. You can call me Jiva. So I'm a Microsoft Business Application MVP, and I'm also a Microsoft Certified Trainer. So I'm currently working in Singapore. I'm one of the community leads in Singapore user group and also ASEAN's user group. So we do conduct monthly meetups and also quarterly full day sessions, maybe once in a 4 months, something like that. And also I've been actively involved in communities like 365 Saturday and other communities as well. And as Raz said, it's been, I think, 1.5 years, isn't it, Raz? So last time we had a in-person event in Singapore. This time, due to COVID-19, it's getting delayed. Hopefully, things will get resolved and we can have again an in-person event in Singapore. Let's see. So today, yeah.
Awesome. No, thanks. Thanks again, Jiva.
Yeah. So today, in this session, we're going to see how to deliver a personalized customer experience. Let me stop my video. Meanwhile, as Mano said, it could affect certain users' bandwidth. Okay. So yeah, so today we're going to see what her Mano showed. That is like she literally covered almost all the part of the customer insights, how to configure it and how to use them in the model-driven app inside the Dynamics 365 customer service. So today, with the continuation of that, we will see. I'll just give you a high level of what I will be using because I cannot completely skip that part. So I have to give some introduction about what this could have. Some of them would be already Mono covered, but some of them would be new. And whoever joined missed the Mono session, maybe this could be helpful for them as well. So we'll first see that, and then we will see how this can be brought into Canvas apps, how this can be connected to a Power Apps, and how the data, the Mono, if you noticed the Mono session, she was mentioning about this enables the customer experience. So provides an option to provide a better customer experience. We will see how in real time it is possible. Let's take a scenario and we will see how it is done. So as I said, myself Jiva Kumar, and you can scan this QR code to get connected with me in the LinkedIn, and this is my Twitter handle as well. And this is my blog address. I just flash it for 10 seconds. Okay, let's move on. So today's agenda is going to be, I know Mano I showed a little bit of the introduction on how exactly it's helpful. I will also show some kind of introduction apart from and other than what she shared earlier. Maybe this could add some more valuable insights to what exactly customer insights is, and then we will jump into a session. This is going to be quick, theory stuff. So we all know that it's a game changer, and it's like instead of reacting to what happened to the business, and the customers, it is always great to be proactive and take necessary action to increase the CSAT score when you do customer service, and also to do cross-sell, upsell, and even for the marketing as well. So instead of looking at the business in parts, they need typically business owners need to have a holistic view of their entire business, right? Right from marketing to sales to back office operations and more, right? So instead of making decisions based on incomplete information, they will need to draw on a very connected data source to help predict the next best action, basically. So when there are a variety of data split in multiple data sources and multiple chunks of data, it's always a difficult, hectic task for the business owners to come to to do a better customer service, or also to overall for the business also it's not easy, because in today's world everything is all about data. So so instead of focusing on reporting activity, so because if you have a disconnected data systems, you will be heavily dependent on your reporting and analytical softwares, right? So instead of focusing on reporting activity, which will merge and blend data from different data sources and show it in a view, you can that happened in the past. This can be used to pursue meaningful business goals and also come up with the better outcomes for the future as well. So we'll see how it is done. Well, Mano showed how it is done at the customer insight, the tool, and also the same can be consumed in the model-driven app. So this is all about how the customer insights is going to help in this particular case. So you can see, right? The main reason why AI is adopted, again, just a quick walkthrough. So first thing is going to be, of course, better customer engagements in business applications when you talk about, and then obviously to find the best competitor and be highly competitive in the market, and to make higher margins and accelerated innovations, to do some innovation in the project, and then have a productive employees. So sorry, I jumped on screen. Yeah. So this is how typically the maturity level of AI is mapped when it comes to your business processes. So high level, basic level, the foundation level, we can have basic analytical capabilities, and then we will have better AI, like increasing the sales or figuring out the issues that could come in the future, something like that. And then you can go experiment and applied AI, like data science. All these things will be started applying in the aspiration and a mature level of stages, later stages in the business. So to start with, where to start with and where the customer insights exactly sits in, you can see right here. So we always have business intelligence, and then like Power BI and other apps at the base level, and then there is first level, and second level we have a SaaS, customer insights, sales insight, marketing insights, and then you have the accelerators. There are the industry accelerators and some solution templates also, which you can get it from the market. And of course you have the Azure services, including Azure Cognitive Services, which is used in the Power Platform, and bot services and Azure searches as well. So if you already attended previous sessions of 365 Saturday on the Power Platform sessions, you would have gone through, there was nice demos being showcased earlier. So even those features uses the AI services, and then the custom AI is where the data science and deep AI capabilities comes into the picture, like Azure machine learning and Databricks as such. Even in our customer insights, once we develop the model, we can always export this model to and give it to the data scientist and to apply the machine learning models, or can be until certain level can be done by business people as well. Even I think she showed that as well in the previous session. So when you talk about customer insights, I also want to talk about the sales insights. So sales insights, is a feature, as that it helps to make the sales better. So in the sense, you can continuously analyze the vast collection of customer interaction data that is already stored in your Dynamics 365 sales or over 365 databases. And also it helps you to better understand your business relationships, right? And also it helps you to evaluate your activities in relation to the businesses. So this can also be enabled in the product, and it will enables the business to build a strong relationship basically with the customers, and it will help them to take actions, right, based on the insights that's shown in the sales insight. But there is one disclaimer here. So whatever the sales insights or any insights shows, it is to leverage them, or it is to do the sales effectively. But it's not like you have to 100% reliable on that particular insight and you have to do the sales, or you proceed with that. So your salesperson, whoever it is, should not be completely dependent on the results that the sales insight is showing. So why the Microsoft approach is different in all these cases, right? So as she shared earlier, Microsoft Dynamics 365 Customer Insights, it unifies the B2B and B2C customer data, right? And it provides the insight to enable the organizations to deliver a personalized customer experiences, of course. And it also realize the full potential. It helps you to realize the full potential of the customer data quickly, and that within the self-service solution as well. And you can also have full control over the customer data and with respect to security, governance, and compliance, because it is hosted in the Azure, which is like highly scalable and secure. That. So what are the areas that AI can help? So now we can see the AI can help in almost all the whole business application suite, ERP and customer engagement suite. So you can see with the help of AI, business owners can understand. They can focus on where exactly the sales team should do their focus, and to spot quickly the market opportunities, and to have a tailored customer experience or interaction. We're gonna see one of this today, and this as well. And then like we need to prevent issues before they happen, right? That is the proactive way of doing the customer service. And like if you wanna reduce any fraud exposure, how we can build a community within the business as such. And also when it comes to Microsoft product, so we have Sales Insight, Market Insight, Customer Insight, Power Virtual Agent, Customer Service Insight, AI builders, portals, and fraud protection. So today we're going to focus on the application of the customer insights. All right. So yeah. So you can see this is the how the typical example of how the data has been distracted, or it's separated and multiple data sources, which is obtained over the period of time of the business, right? So in this case, you can see that it's quite tough for the business owners to get to do that. I mean, to get the access to the data and get the right information, whatever they need at the right time, right? So you can see instead of looking at the business in parts, so if they want to look at the holistic view of the entire business, right from marketing to sales to back office and everything, in that case, customer insights really will be helpful for them to do that. So we'll have a unified profile created out of all these data sources, and that is what exactly she showcased, how to build a unified profile using a customer insight. How to do the data ingestion and then unification, the map, merge, and all those stuffs. I think I will skip this slide because I think she gave a very good brief information on this one. All right, so today's sample use case that we're gonna see is, oops, one image is missing, sorry about that. So we'll just take let's say we have a burger business like a McDonald's, and we call this Power Burger. Of course, we are Power Platform guys, and we are in Power Community right now. And let's say we have business in multiple medium, like we have an online business and we have in-store business, and also here it's supposed to be a vending machine or something like a kiosk machine. I think the image got broke here. Never mind. So so basically we are seeing how the data has been connected between all these different sales or different areas of the business, and then how it is going to be helpful for the business users. And this is the exact data model which you guys saw in the previous session. So you got like e-commerce contacts, and then I believe you got loyalty schemes and POS and online and website reviews, right? We're just taking a sample, typical sample that Microsoft offers at this moment, because it's quite tough to create these data sources. So I believe even Ambish has shared the same URL for the same. So you can see that the data comes from the e-commerce platform, and also data comes from the loyalty management scheme, loyalty management application, or whatever it is, and then POS machine at the in-store, and also they can do in online purchases, and also website reviews in case of this is not just the purchase, it could be some review or rating, whatever you do. And there could be any other data as well, like a campaign, a marketing campaign, or like mobile, the data, anything. Or it could be also external data as well, in case of where let's say our business is heavily dependent on the weather and the forecasting, like airlines business as such. So in that case, you can also import the external data sources, and then you can again blend this data with that, and you can have a holistic view of the data that is required to run the operation successfully. Okay, just a moment. grab my charger. Yeah. And then, so today, what we'll do is, we will just create a Canvas app using the Power Apps. And then, for our, basically this app, what it will do is, let's say you imagine a customer who is very actively ordering food in online and, doing some purchases, and he just grabs the burgers every day and coffee at the kiosk machine. Now he has actually visited in person. Okay, so since he is a frequent customer and we have to it is better. Let's imagine our scenario where we walk in to any store, retail store, and suddenly a person walks to you and say, "Hi," with the welcome you with once you check in. They will welcome you with the name and your history of transactions that you have done, which in the online and kiosk machine, wherever it is in any other stores. And with that, let's say they are giving you some promotions, and also based on your previous orders, they now the let's say the company has introduced a new burger, and they want you to try. Right, and they will suggest you that kind of recommendation, and that's something called a good customer service. Right, end of the day, I'm just making it a very simple example that we can relate every day with the example of burger, but you can imagine the level of the business that we can apply this to. Yeah, so we will have that app created now. So that app will be eventually showing all the data that we just created in the previous session that she created, and that data will be consumed in this app, and it will give a wonderful holistic view for the salesperson or the service person who is doing that, who is working at that store and who is taking care of that customer, right? And then she will also capture a check-in. So make sure that when the customer is there, they will check in. And then so that check-in is also captured, it's used for the next time when she visits the store, or she does the next purchase in the online, something like that. Okay, so without further ado, so let me quickly share the customer insights thing. So I believe you guys somewhat used to this now, know what is the unified customer profile, how it is created, how the search and filter index are configured, and what is data ingestion, which is consuming data through here. You just add it in the data source, and then you map it by setting the primary key, and then match and merge. So I'll just give you high level again, just a quick brief about again these things, so that someone who joined, who missed the last one, would be able to follow what I'm trying to say. So the first step when you build the customer profile, to build the customer profile, is to add the data sources. So when you add the data sources, you have variety of data sources, as she just showed. Like you can input data from multiple data sources, or you can connect to CDM and CDS. If you're going to input the data from data sources, you're gonna you're gonna have lots of options here. So let me I'm not going to create anything. I'm just going to show you the data sources options that is available there. Come on. It's Saturday, so it's kind of slow. You got to give it some time. It's a party time. Yeah, so you see there are lots of data sources, and the one that we shared in the chat, we're going to consume it from the text and CSV format, right? Once you go this, you can either upload the file or you can do the URL of the file, right? So once you do that, it will import. In case of CDS, if you want to connect to your CDS environment, you can just straight away select the CDS as well. All right. So once you've done that, you will have the data source right here. And then the first step is, of course, you define your primary key like this. And then the second step would be you're matching the profile. So where you're going to combine two data sets, how you're going to combine it, and you can see how much the results have been matched. You can see the data from the e-commerce and the loyalties are almost 98% matched, and the current data, which is in the dynamics, as you know, again 70% match, so that you know this much of customers are there in already in the dynamics. And if the other customers are new customers, maybe we can use them to do some sales for them and make it as a members, something like that. So I believe you've seen this as well, how much the matching is done. So you know all these connects are there in the e-commerce portal as well as in the dynamics. Okay. And then the last step, of course, is the merge. So when you have multiple databases, data, you need to know which one need to take the highest priority. And that's where, like in the example that she shown is the first name, you're going to have loyalty customers and the commerce contacts, and the priority is set for the e-commerce, then the loyalty management system, something like that. So once you have this, the merging, so you have to clearly understand what is the purpose of merging. So when you have more than same customer data in multiple systems, you have to reconcile them, right, to avoid the conflicting of the data. And also you define any other attributes if you want them, right? And also you have to make a note of it that the primary keys will never be merged. Of course, it's logically that should be the thing, right? So all the primary keys, whatever you're defining here for the contact ID, in case here loyalty customer, again contact ID. In case of dynamic 65 contacts, it's a contact ID, but these are all different IDs and these are not going to be merged. Okay. And then, yeah, quickly, so search, when by default, the system will just maybe doesn't include, let's say, date of birth or something like that. When you, let's say, you want to include date of birth here to be searched, you can always go and, of course, you might have seen this, you click here, then you select the new search index, whatever we got from the unified profile. Okay, and then it will get searched by itself. And then relationships is something, we can see I have just established some sample 5 relationships. So it will help you to connect the entities that have imported and you have generated the the data basically, right? So what it does is it's simple database relationships. It's very similar to that. In fact, it is a database relationship, by the way. So it used, so whichever entities that have a common foreign key, like common identifier, which is a foreign key, that can be referenced from each other, and it can be from you can see that source entity POS, the data I got from the POS machine, I will have relationship to the loyalty customers data, so that one customer will have multiple POS purchase, 1:many in this way, right? So this is the relationships. So one good example would be all of them are examples which you can see. So one contact can have multiple purchases, one customer can have multiple e-commerce purchase, multiple POS purchase, and one contact can do multiple web reviews as such. And then quickly seeing the measures, you might have seen this. So it is nothing but defining a KPIs. As she said, it has 3 types: business measures, customers measures. Business measures is going to be available right there in the the home page, because it's not bounded to any single customers. It's all about your whole business itself. So you can see right away in the home page itself the business measures. And if you go with respect to individual customers, you're going to see the customers measures, whatever we added there. Why I'm showing this? Because these things are going to be used in my Power Apps as well. That's why. And this is the activity. So activity is again another thing which will come shortly. So you can see the measures and segments I have configured here is displaying in this data. The same can be consumed in the model-driven app as we saw in the previous session, and it's going to be consumed in the Canvas app as well. And of course, when I just talk about segmentation at high level, I can say it will allow you to group your customers into a certain certain way, like demographic, based on a demographic, or based on a transactional, or based on behavioral. You can see this is like transactional based measures, and this one is like if you want to run any campaign for any let's say for millennials born within certain year range, you can also go and create. If you see what I have done, this will just you see it just said whatever the average store purchase, who have done about $113, and who were born between date of birth like 1985 and above, sorry, above 1985 and below And in 96, I'm considering them as a miscellaneous, okay? And you can see the first set of data has come from the unified profile and the measure which I created in the previous step, and this things comes from the unified profile. So once I have this, now I can use this for my marketing to do targeting this specific age group people for certain type of promotion. Let's say these guys are doing store purchase frequently. I want them to promote. I want to promote them for my online portal. Let's say, for example, then I can target. I can use this as a data analytic data that I can be using in the any apps, even from the Power BI as well. All right. So what else? Yeah, and other thing is you can also export this segments, whatever you created, and also this can be consumed from the APIs as well. Okay, that is just a one-liner. And then activities. Finally, we'll see activities before we see the app. So the activities, you see we have added 3 activities from the e-commerce, from the POS, and from web reviews. So what happens is when we see our customer, he or she is going to have the consolidated activities at the profile, okay? And you just saw that in the model-driven app like this. See, the customer named Paul, he has done the review and he has also done some online purchase. So both have been consolidated and shown here. Okay, so that's all about the high level what I want to give you on the customer insights. So there are other things as well, like lots of things which she covered in depth, I believe. And this is what I was telling you about, to get the outside data inside the to work together with the unified profile, so you can have data that uses Graph API, and it's called enrichment. So what happens is, let's say we are selling burgers, right? So we can say that okay, this the other competitors like McDonald's or other people, what they're selling, and whether our customer would be interested in that or something like that. Okay, I don't want to waste time here because I think it's already you guys seen this. Okay, so next demo time. Hopefully things work. May the demo gods be with us. All right, so now let's assume that we have successfully ingested the data sources and we created a unified customer profile and we calculated the key measures. Now you are now able to leverage the insights, right, which we have generated. Now, so let's assume that as a IT or like a manager, we want to empower our sales team to deliver a better customer experience, right? And that's what we're trying to do. Also, same time, we'll capture the interaction that is happening at the each store. So the interactions are nothing but any customer touch points, like purchases, customers, cases, emails, phone calls, branch visits, which we're going to see now, and web, social activity, all those things. Okay. All right. So let's go and quickly open our Power Apps. It's very simple app, right? I'm not going to complicate with the things, showing magic stuffs in Power Apps. There are lots of things that is available online for, and please do follow Power Saturday sessions from Power Community, and there are going to be lots of more interesting sessions coming up in the next weeks as well. So with having said that, let me quickly run and show what my application is doing, and then I will show you what exactly is involved behind the screen. Okay. Don't be bothered about the coffee. It's the app that I got from Microsoft, of course. So we can change this with Power Burger, whatever it is. Let's assume that we do sell coffee as well for now. Okay, so let us see the contact over here. Okay. I just use this contact. We can use any contact that is, that's common between the unified profile and the customer insight on the dynamics. You see, you remember? I just show you guys here. So, oops, yeah, over here, so these contacts will be in Dynamics as well, and these contacts will be from the external database that I imported as well. That's why it's matched here. So we can use any of this contact. I'll just use any of this one now. So let me go and run my app. It's very plain, simple app. As I said earlier, I'm going to do for a customer search. I used this already, but we can use any one if that matters. Let's say I use robot. Hopefully it's there. Oh, sure, Robert. All right. So let me. So this is what I want to show you guys. So this is all about this. I mean, this one simple screen is all about what we have built so far in the customer insight. Okay. So if you notice this, well, there should be image. There is some issue with the image. I don't know why. But yeah, ideally we can have the image as well here, and you can see the customer profile. So the beauty about here is you are seeing the customer name, email ID, and the loyalty ID. Okay, loyalty ID came from a different database, by the way, from the loyalty management system, and this thing came from the e-commerce platform. Okay, and a key thing here is there can be multiple data. There can be data coming from multiple databases. How the system? You see, the system is smart enough to avoid the duplicates and try to merge the right data. And you remember you gave the priority when you're doing the merge, right? And that's what takes precedence when there is actually some conflicts. Okay, so since we gave the e-commerce as the priority when she did it, and you are seeing the data right from the e-commerce. Let's say someone has did some typo and entered instead of KUCCHR, they entered KOUCHR or KAUCHER or whatever it is. So in that case, system is smart enough to find these two are the same guys, and it's gonna show you the right unified profile of that. Okay, and that's what you're gonna see this here. All right, and the address, of course, it can be from any of the data sources which we blend. And see, this is what I want to show you. But yeah, both of them come from Product Online. This is not the best example. Let me go back and maybe search someone else. This lady. Yeah, you see, we have now a blend of activities she did. From this, I think this should be from the e-commerce. As we can, the shipment was delayed, whatever it is, and she raised some email, and we are seeing this. We are seeing this here, and she has done some activities, the online, and as such. So you basically have a combined, a unified activity from different data sources. Okay, and here, you guys remember where did you saw this? Yeah. So this was from the measures and the segments, and we created the same to achieve this by basically, right? So if you go here, what is this? It's a club points, right? Okay, let me measure. So here, this is what we just seeing there. So the club points, whatever we got it, and how we got it, you guys might have seen this. So we got it from the unified profile and the POS. We combined it and we got the measures of the club points, and that is what we are seeing it here. And lifetime value, as well, the lifetime spend, whatever she's did so far, and that is what you're seeing it here, right? Okay, sorry. And how that is derived? You see, and it's from the customer unified profile, and we are merging the e-commerce, and we are merging post purchase, all this together, and we are just combining these two, and we're just assuming summing it there. So the step-by-step process is definitely it's very well defined in her YouTube video. You can take a look at that later. This one, whatever we are seeing now, this one I'll be soon publishing the video where you can see how this can be consumed in the Power App and Flow. It's it's going to be a quick one, not an extensive one, anyways. Yeah. Having said that, so this is where the data is coming from, and this is a recommendation, right? So basically, we are using the sales insights recommendation here, any insight recommendation. So to create this, if you already attended the previous sales Saturday, you might have gone through some nice sessions on the sales insights. So when you have as we said earlier, when you have lots of sales data, and whatever we have in our business systems, or could be any other systems as well, not just only our business system. Well, it can be from outside systems as well, like a LinkedIn or any office system as such. Okay, so there is no Yeah. So there is no restriction on that part, by the way. All right. So having said that, we'll see how this is done at behind the screen, how this is done, and now we'll see how we can extend this as well earlier. I have just done only the basic setup, but no, you can add lots of interesting stuff there. I have just I'm just going to show you the templates that can be used from the app, but right now it's going to be empty. Okay, so let's go back. Right. So this is first step. Let's say when the person Donna Conley enters into the physical store of our burger shop, and our salesperson comes here and do the sales. I mean, attended Donna, and the moment she enters her loyalty ID or she asks for a name and she searches in the app. Let's say this is the app our salesperson is going to use, or the store person is going to use. She searches Donna Conley and gets her profile, and she'll be getting the 360 view of Donna, basically. Okay, that she got from all the systems. All right. So being said that, and at the same time, our salesperson also wants to capture the store visit of this one. What right now Donna is in a restaurant, right, in a physical store, right? We want to capture the store check-in of that as well. So when the moment I do the check-in, so what happens is it has a Power Automate behind the screen. It is going to basically add a record into a custom table called check-ins, which is a type of activity. All right. So if we go back to our user's profile and I go to activity, you see this is the time right now, so we can see that there is a check-in being done. Okay, so let's say she's done in our Power Burger Store 1, and see, this is what I was talking about. These are all templates. I've just left it. I'm not handling that in the mobile app, but you can extend it. Okay, so how, let's say we can see this is whether she's a member or she's by default she should be a member because she has the loyalty ID, and we can say this prescribed product, right? So, and let's say this time she tried a cold brew, and we can just mark that as well. Let's say this is a product which we have testing in the market, and we are trying to get a more customer feedbacks to make this product better. In that case, we can say what we have done, and we can capture all this on. So these things can be marked from the Power Apps directly. Okay, but to make it simple, we're just entering a record inside the Dynamics against the, enter the customer service against the Donna in this case. Okay. All right. So this is the quick demo, and how we are consuming this. Let's see how this is done behind the screen to come to this point. Okay. So with respect to Power Apps, as I said, it's very straight, quite simple and straightforward thing. So I have a gallery here, and we are not going to see any detailed things about Power Apps here in this session, by the way. So we have gallery, and you can see that, okay, before this, we need to add the data sources, right? Okay. So this is the very first step that you have to do. So once you have the, go to the data source, add a new data source, click on new connection. If you do not already added it, search for customer insights. Here, you're going to find the customer insights. You're going to be amazed now what it's going to offer you now. You see, do you remember what are these things? So this is our unified customer profile, and these are all the measures that we created in the customer insights, and these are all data sources that we added in the customer insights. To compare it parallelly, let me see. This is the measures we have, and you see the same thing: average POS purchase value, average web purchase value, the business measures, and you're going to see the customer profile, and also the the segments, the summer promotion, which I showed you just a few minutes back, and you can use that, and you can consume the data from that as well. And these are all the unified activity, and that is the activity that has been combined here from the POS, from the website, and from the e-commerce, right? You see, we are seeing the unified activity, which is the combination of all these three activities. I mean, activities from these data sources, and also the entities, which are nothing but the data sources, which we added here. Okay, you see, you have to understand the entities before going into the apps. So the moment you have the data source and you do all the segments and measures, if you go and explore when you have some time, you can see that you see all these data sources that we added will be shown here. Okay. And literally from this, you can see that how lazy I am, and I just started building this set demo just a few hours back, right? And this is also a good example, as she said, this can be set up within hours, okay? Okay, I know I am trying to make over this, but yeah, the point is you can set this up in a few hours, by the way. Yeah, so these are the entities that gets added when you import the data sources. And you see the segments we created, these are also stored as entities. That's why you are able to consume this from any other app like this, okay? And the profiles, the hero here is the profile, the unified profile that we created, which is nothing but our customer profile, okay? And then the measures and the unified activity. And that's what you will get here, all right? And in my case, what I have done is I've just added the customer and see, if you notice this, you can ask me, oh boss, this is showing only measures and business measures and then the entities. What about the other things? Don't worry. Whatever you want to add, just enter the name of that. It will be added, by the way. Okay. By the way, for example, the customer measure, it's not showing here, right? But you can always go and you can add like this. It will get, and I've already done that. If I go back to my data sources, you can see that I added unified activity, I added customer, I added customer measure. I added customer measures, and I added unified activity, and I added the customers. Okay. So this is the very first step that you do, where you add the activity. Second step, you guys should be master already. I know most of you are. Just bind this data into the gallery. Simple as that. For here, for example, we have we are just binding that we are using the customer unified profile that we got from here. This the hero data, the hero entity, and then you're just getting the name and the loyalty ID and the customer. This is the customer ID. We are filtering that. Using the text box search text box known as to filter the customer, right? And also here we are just had plain simple labels. It's not a complex stuff. So we have name, and we're just selecting gallery, selected full name, email ID, gallery selected email ID, address, gallery selected address, that is concatenation of street address, city, state, postal code, and country, basically. And in the second screen, here again, whatever we selected, we are just carrying forward here, name, email, and as I said, there is an image, but I am having some issues that can be sorted as well. And here again, the address, and this is a simple text and simple button. And then this is another gallery activity, recommendation one. Yeah, this guy, right? So you can see that I'm using the unified activity, and I'm just based on the ID that I'm passing from the previous screen, I'm just getting all the activities. The moment you query this entity, you're going to get all the activity from the previous screen. Okay, and then this is another gallery, so which is the lifetime value. So we just have one some gallery and then one label inside. That's all, and you can see the gallery is getting the value from the customer measure, right? So your lifetime spends are under the customer measure. If you remember what she shared earlier with respect to three types of measures, the business measure and the customer measure, and that is what we are seeing there. And those measures are stored under the entity called customer measures, okay? And that is what you are seeing it here. And then this is again another measures. This is straightforward measures, which is from this, which will be under the club point individual measure. See, custom measure is it's a concatenation of all these things. So that's why you're saying, lifetime spend and club points under the custom measure. Okay. And here comes the recommendation. It is, again, another gallery, and you can see I'm just pulling it from the action cards, and action cards regarding this specific contact. Okay. So how I created this, I'll just show you now. Let's park in for a while. I mean, it's all about the background work behind this Power Apps. Let's quickly go back to Microsoft Power Automate. Then we will see how the recommendation is created. It's just a static recommendation I'm just creating, by the way. But you can imagine how you can automate stuffs based from the. There are now sales insights. All these insights can be captured from the teams, or there are lots of cool stuffs can be done. So you can imagine from emails, teams, anywhere you can capture all these recommendations for that specific customer, and then you can display back in here into the Canvas app. But to mimic that, we are just creating a static hard-coded recommendation. We'll just see it right now, how we did that. Right, where is my Power Automate? Okay, here. So before going to recommendation, we first see what is happening in the check-in flow. It's very straightforward, simple flow, by the way. You can see this is my Power Automate, the name of my Power Automate, right? And that's what you're seeing it here. So you can see that, on the click of Power Apps, I'm connecting to my environment, and this is my custom entity. It's an activity type of entity, and I hard-coded this, but yeah, you can of course send it from the app, and it just takes some time and values. This, as I said earlier, I'm not passing any of this description regarding subscription as this, which I just showed you here, but actually you can pass all these things based on the we can enhance the mobile app, the Canvas app, and we can capture like this and tons of information right here. And this again will be used in the next visit, right? How? Sorry that I'm jumping here and there. It has to be like that, by the way. How? The moment you do something in the Dynamics, right? Here, since I have the contact entity connected from my CDS to the customer insights, and I have merged that contact entity here, so any information that I choose, and I have made them, you see, these are all the entities that come from my Dynamics. The fields, I've just selected only these fields. If you want, we can add more fields as well. So let's say we're going to capture subscription or any comments, like any personal recommendations, or what you call references, where you refer some friend and that gets you some point. So all this can be done from the app to the Dynamics, and from Dynamics to the customer insights. Again, customer insights back to the Dynamics or Canvas apps, or any data sources. It's a whole cycle. That's why you get the holistic view, right? Okay, so without deviating to our thing, yeah. So we are just creating the new record inside the customer insights. Okay, this will help me to do that. So if you see the run history here, you see this is we did 11 minutes ago, and that is what creating me this record. Okay. And the next flow is as I said, I'm just using one hard-coded flow to create a recommendation. So I just run it, it will just go and create some text. So I just hard-coded this stuff. So like, you see, I'm just creating a sales assistant card. This is another connector which you can use. And I'm just entering, hard-coding the card name, reader, and the segment, all these things. But each and every single thing of this can be dynamically done from the apps. Okay, so which means when you do something, you can retrieve it and show it here, and we can do it the other way as well. So once what this will do is, it manually I run the flow, it will just create a where is my, yeah, it will create a new sales insight, right? If you go to here, it will create the sales assistant, digital assistant, and since this user is not actual user, but in real time you can think about it right now when you have an organization where you're actively doing service and sales, You will be receiving lots of email from your customer, email, phone calls, reviews, all those things will be automatically tracked here, right? If you guys have noticed, you can see that if it's connected to Outlook, it will automatically put all your emails right here. So all this, let's say you wanted next time, okay, I tried this burger, it's not, doesn't taste good. Maybe we can add more spicy, something like that. And that email automatically will show here, and it will seem, can be used by my salesperson. When we talk about the feedback from the customer to the salesperson, it's all about digital feedback loop, right? At the same time, from the salesperson to the customer, again, it goes back to this way. That is what we are seeing it here. Okay. All right. And yeah, so that is all pretty much about the flow. I mean, Power Automate. Hope I won't be fined by saying flow. Right. So that's all about the Power Automate. But yeah, you can see that once you have the insights connected to your business application, all this can be shown here, because at the end of the day, we are just attaching our action cards under the Canvas app, and we are just filtering based on the content entity. So you might get a question: what exactly is this, boss? Like, what is this? Like, this, it's a weird name, like, and damn, I made some typo, by the way. Anyways, and this, if you remember, when I showed you the customer insight, and that is the name of my data sources that I added from this one, basically, right? And when we do the merge, and now my data contact entity from this one also is connected here. That's why, now that you can see. So the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, this contact recommendation is not directly pulled from model template. I mean, from the Dynamics or from the CDS, by the way. This is pulled from the customer insights again. So that's why, when you have any thing, you will be getting it from the. So I mean, I'm matching the customer ID from the customer insights, not from the Dynamics, right? So it doesn't. So the point I'm trying to say is, you don't need to have all the time Dynamics, by the way. That's what I'm trying to say. You can have action cards, you can have Office applications, and you can still do these things. And what else I have? I'm pretty much about it. Yeah, I'm done with the demo. Raz, if there's any question, please.
Thanks, Jiva. It was really good demonstration, and the information you provided is brilliant. So I'm just looking at the question. There are a number of questions are there. So Davey is asking, do we need to create the relationship before creating the matching and merging the records?
Yes. So the relationships is when you wanted to create. I mean, you can still do this with one entity, but when you want to combine multiple entities, you need to create a relationship, right? It's like any database. If you don't want to consume the data from multiple entities, and you just want to consume it from the one data source, you want to create a measure and a segment from only one data source, one entity, you don't need to do the create relationships. So why do we create relationships? To combine multiple tables, right? Yeah.
Fantastic. Also, there is another question from Devi again. Can you explain how did you unify all the activities in one entity and show it on the Canvas app? I'm not sure if it is possible to demo now, looking at the time, but if you can explain.
Yes. Yeah. So this activities, right? Obviously, as you said, we can't demo it now. But when you go ahead and create any activity, right? Let me open it already. See, you need to have valid relationships, by the way, before creating activity. Anyways, so let's say I created this activity to consume from the e-commerce. You can see that the moment I enter this relationships, it will ask me to enter the primary key. So I'm entering purchase ID, which is the primary key from the e-commerce, and timestamp will be purchased on, and the events are activity time displayed events. Okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and then you can see what I wanted, what kind of activity it is. It's a purchase type, and the relationship between entities would be the contact ID from the customers, between the customers and the activity. So what happens is this will pull the activities with respect to particular contact from that data source. Okay, and the moment you keep adding all those activities and you run these things, it will merge and create a unified activity. Did you got it, Devi? I hope that clarifies. And how we got that in the Power Apps is, as I showed you earlier, if you go to data sources, like any other data source, there is also one data entity, entity from customer insights called unified activity. And that will have all the activities combined inside that. Okay.
Great. We have another question from Kokulan. Is customer service inside the user interface for customer data platform, or CDP is used by other products like Sales Insight, Customer Service Insights, etc.?
Well, that's a good question. So your question is, can the customer insight data itself can be used by any other insights like Sales Insight, Customer Service Insight, something like that, right? Well, to be frank, I have not tried any of the other AI products. Maybe if someone is aware of this, maybe they can let know. But I can pass this information offline. But to be frank, I have not tried consuming my customer insight unified profile data from the other insights information. But the other way around, I just showed you where I'm consuming my sales insight data into the customer insights.
That's great. Jiva, if you can share your contact details so Kokulan can be in touch with you.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Oh, there you go, Ambish.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ambish.
Yeah, and also I will just share you guys the URL of the data sources. It should be publicly available, I believe. So anyways, let me share you. You can use that. So yeah, so once again, so my full name is Jiva Rajan Kumar, and I go with the name CRM Indian in our community. And this is my Twitter ID, and my LinkedIn ID is a full name. Ambition will share that, and you can scan this and connect with me anytime. Sure. Right.
Fantastic.
Oh, finally, I completed my session within time. This is first time, Narayan.
No, but you actually covered a lot, and maybe I'm not sure if some audiences have felt like it's kind of really fast tracked it, but it's still a lot to grab. And again, for all the audiences, we are recording these sessions, so you can actually rewatch again. And if you still have any questions, please contact Jiva at crmindian.com or on Twitter at crmindian. So please feel free to do that. Jiva has always been a great help. Whenever we have any question, Jiva is always available. So I can say that. I don't want to promise 24/7, but Jiva is a really good person.
You can do that if Narayan pays me. Just kidding.
Great.
Yeah, you can reach out to me anytime, guys. I will be active in the LinkedIn, so if you drop me a message, mostly whenever I'm available, I'll definitely spend the time, and I'll try my best to answer that.
Fantastic.
All right, so
thanks, Jiva, and we got right on time. Is Arpit available? Arpit, are you online?
All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks again. Thanks for a wonderful time and opportunity to giving another session in this great community. Looking forward for the next one.
Absolutely, yeah. So now we have next session coming up from Arpit. It's on customers for life, customer service, low code, no code solution. Arpit, do you want to introduce yourself and also share your screen so we can confirm that we can see your screen as well?
Yep. I just share my screen. Just let me know once you are able to see.
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you loud and clear as well. So all over to you.
Thank you, Narayan, and thank you, Jiva, for the great presentation. Hi everyone, my name is Arpit, and thanks everyone for joining my session today. Welcome to the customer service Saturday. So I hope you all had a great time since morning, and you had a great learning on the customer service. Let's continue this journey and discuss something interesting stuff about customer service. So I'm going to discuss a low-code, no-code solution to design your customer service process. So let's quickly begin with my brief introduction. My name is Arpish Srivastav, and I'm a 365 Saturday ambassador. I'm a Dynamics 365 consultant and architect working in Capgemini. I'm writing my blog since 2011 and sharing a lot of interesting stuff. And I'm an active speaker on the 365 community. I'm a mentor and I'm a trainer as well. And I'm working the Dynamic 365 technology along with the Power Platform since 2011, and I'm having technical expertises in the Dynamic 365 Power Platform, Azure DevOps, C# technologies. So in any case, if you want to get in touch with me through various social media channels, you can post your queries and get in touch with me through my blogs. You can find my YouTube channel or my GitHub channel using the Arpit Dynamics page and the Think Dynamic Do Dynamic. So let's quickly begin with the agenda. So to be very honest, I don't have much stuff today to be present on the PPT. So I have very limited slide decks available. I'm going to demonstrate a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of low-code, no-code solution to you. So first I'm going to discuss about the customer service overview. So in this topic, I will discuss a very brief introduction about that. What is the what is the role of the customer service in any organization, and what what is the role of the customer service to win the customers and win the opportunity to the customer. The second thing I'm going to discuss about the demo personas and what should be the demo flow. So I'm going to create an application, an end-to-end application or the customer service flow, so that you can easily relate that how the low-code no-code solution is powerful to design your customer service applications. The third topic is the live demo. So in this topic, I'm going to discuss not the discussion, it's going to be demonstration. So I'm going to demonstrate the live implementation using low-code no-code solution. So it will include the Power Apps portal, Power Virtual Agent, Power Automate, and the Power Apps. We will be having some question answer sessions. So if you have any questions related to this session, you can post on the chat or offline as well through my social media channels. So let's quickly begin. So what is the customer service actually? So as we know that customer service is one of the most integral and the key process to improve your customer relationship management. And we all are working the Dynamics 365 Power Platform and some other Microsoft technologies, and we know that Microsoft is already investing a lot of things and lot of new features in the Dynamics 365, in the Power Platform, or in the artificial intelligence area in the Azure. So there are a lot of investments are being done by the Microsoft. So the reason being why Microsoft is investing so much in this area. So the reason is to win the customer, so that Microsoft is providing the low-code no-code solution so that you can quickly deploy your solution so that the customer can start using that. And the major reason behind investing all these features in the Dynamics 365 and in the artificial intelligence space to win the customer, to maintain the customer relationship management. Okay. So there are various low-code, no-code features and the components that Microsoft has provided. So I'm going to discuss about that what are the low-code, no-code solutions or the feature that Microsoft has provided. Using that, you can build your own application and you can earn a customer for the life. Okay, so the first discussion about the customer self-service portal. So customer self-service portal is one of the key component that Microsoft has recently introduced. Not recently introduced, it actually acquired from the ADX Studio, then customer self-service, then the customer portal, then now it's calling as a Power Apps portal. So customer self-service portal is one of the low-code no-code solution, a website component provided by the Microsoft that helps customer to to manage their service related activities from the portal itself. So customer can easily land it on the portal. They can register themselves through various social media channels, and they can simply log in on the portal and can find a lot of information on the portal itself. So one of the major complexity and the the challenge in any organization while handling the customer service processes, there are a lot of overload, lot of uh, pressure or the workload on the customer care agents. So for small queries, customer interact with the call center agents, they call the customer just for the small queries. But by using the customer self-service portal, you can simply provide the knowledge articles and a lot of lot of useful information related to the customer queries on the portal itself. So customer don't need to simply call the call center agent every time. And as per the investigation, the 70% of the customers spend time on the online portal. If they have any queries, if they have any complaints and the escalations, or if they want to give the feedback, so they simply want to use the customer self-service portal instead of calling to the call center agents or email them and some other activities. Second, the low-code, no-code solution provided by Microsoft is the Dynamics 365 Omnichannel. So this is the recent enhancement or the feature that Microsoft introduced, the Omnichannel integration. So we already had the unified service desk, that is the upgraded version of the customer self-service module in the Dynamics 365, but it has some limitations and some issues as there. So to overcome that type of issues, Microsoft has recently upgraded the unified service desk, the feature, and they provided the Dynamics 365 Omnichannel. Okay, so if you have a requirement to interact with your customer, so if your internal employees or your agents wants to interact with the customer through various social media integrations like your Facebook, WhatsApp, WeChat, or the Microsoft Teams, or the live chat, then the Dynamics 365 Omnichannel plays a basic role. And it also boosting your agent productivity and empowering your supervisor to meet the goals. So in the Omnichannel integration, I think we already going to have a detailed session on the Omnichannel integration, in which you can get the idea that how the Omnichannel integration provide a seamless experience to improve your customer service. So in the Omnichannel integration, you can your supervisor, your manager can easily have a look that what is the conversation is being done between your agents and your customers. So this is the way you can improvise your customer self-service. The third one is the customer insight. So I think the last two session is you already learned a lot about the customer insight. So customer insight is one of the major component that Microsoft introduced just to get the holistic view of the customer. So if I am an agent, if I want to resolve any customer queries or want to take the complaints on the escalation, it is mandatory to have the 360-degree view of the customer. Okay, so if I have to open a new application, if I have to go on a different tab to get the customer information, if I have to open different tools or the products, then definitely it's going to take a lot of time. So just to provide the 360-degree view of the customer along with the artificial intelligence and the graphical representation of the information, customer insight is one of the best feature that Microsoft introduced. The fourth is the Power Apps. So it is the combination of model-driven and the Canvas app. So it also empowers everyone to build the app for your business and the rich set of tools. So Microsoft has provided two kinds of Power Apps. The first one is the model-driven and third one is the Canvas app. So it's not like that only the developer can build the app. Any of the business people can simply create their own app as per their business needs. So this is also one enhancement that Microsoft recently did in the low-code no-code solution. Power BI. Power BI is also well aware, everyone aware about the Power BI. So if you have to, so being an agent, if you have to analyze the customer data, then if you want to analyze the customer data in the record format, on the Excel format, then it's going to be very tedious job, right? So if the customer data is very large, then you can simply use the Power BI reports to analyze the customer historical data, the present data, and the some future data as well. So Power BI is the best tool to provide the graphical representation of the data. Power Automate is also a kind of solution, low-code no-code solution that's provided by the Microsoft, that because if you are using customer self-service portal, omnichannel integration, Power Apps, Power BI, and some other custom application, you need to do some kind of automation. You need to send the notifications, and you need to send some kind of files or the documents to your supervisor. You need to approve something, you have to write some business logic. So for this kind of stuff, Microsoft has provided the Power Automate solution. So using that, you can simply drag and drop kind of features, and you can simply write your business logic inside your Power Automate. And the last one is the Power Virtual Agent. So if you want to provide the capability of the live chat integration or the virtual chat integration, then you can simply use the virtual Power Virtual Agent. So these are all the components. Using that, you can simply design an application, and you can simply improvise your customers service seamlessly. So I will show you in the demonstration that how you can use these all the components and can design the customer service application. For the demonstration, I have chosen some world famous personalities for this demo personas. So for this demo, I'm going to use Raz as a customer. So today, Raz is going to play a role of customer for the next 1 hour. I will be playing a role of call center agent. So if any questions that Raj is having related to the products, I will be responsible to take care his queries, all the complaints and the escalations. Ambesh will be the finance manager for this for the demo, and he will be responsible for all kind of approvals that needs the finance or the payment kind of request. So for example, if the Raz wants to Raz has purchased some product from the company, and he wants to return it back and wants to get the refund. So for these kind of approvals, in order to initiate the payments, so Ambesh will be the finance manager who will be responsible to initiate the payments or all the finance related approvals. We have Narayan, who I have taken as a field service agent, and Narayan will be responsible to all the field related work. So if we have any requirement to travel at the customer location to meet the customer or perform some operation or perform some activities or wants to collect some goods, so these kind of activities, the Narayan will be responsible for that. So Narayan will be playing a role of field service agent for the demo today. And we have the Victor, who will be playing a role of service manager. So once all the activities done, by the Arpit, Ambesh and Narayan, the Victor will be the service manager who will review everything and will close the case. Okay, so these are the demo personas that we are going to use in the today's demo. Now let's check who is responsible for what. Okay, so let's talk about the Raz. Okay, so Raz is a customer who has recently purchased a Surface Pro laptop from Microsoft Store, and he's facing some technical glitches, and he found that as soon as he unpacked the laptop, he found that the laptop is broken, and now he wants to return it within the warranty period and needs the refund back from the Microsoft Store. Okay, so Raz will use the customer self-service portal in order to register their queries or register the complaint, or will use the live chatbot as well. Okay, so if Raz wants to have the information related to the laptops, that how he can return back the laptop, what is the process of the refund process, and what is the warranty period, can I get it, how long it will take to get my refund back. So all these kind of queries he can get it from the customer self-service portal, but also he can use this portal and the live chat agent in order to register the complaints, in order to create a case as well. I will be play a role of customer, the call center agent, and I will be responsible to take the RAS and other customer queries, complaint escalation through calls, and the chat integration. So I'm going to provide you, I'm going to demonstrate you how you can easily integrate the live chat. And once I am done with the chat with the customer, I will assign the request to the finance team for refund approval and initiate the payment. So if you can simply see here, this is the chatbot where person wants to talk to a person, where the customer wants to talk to a person. So the request has been routed to the live chat agent, the human agent, and here is my Dynamic 365 instance, and I quickly picked up that request and started chatting with the customer with the RAS. So I will be play a role of call center agent and will directly do a live chat with the RAS. Ambesh will be the finance approver, and he will be responsible to provide payment approvals. So if Raz wants to return the product within the warranty period, and I will redirected the request to the Ambe. So he will simply get the notification in the Microsoft Teams. So I'm not going to use the Outlook channel for the notification and approval today. I'm going to use the Microsoft integration so that you can learn that how you can integrate the Microsoft Teams with your Power Platform, so that while being in the Microsoft Teams, you can simply provide the approvals from the Microsoft Teams itself. Narayan will be the field service agent. So Narayan will be responsible to travel at the Raj address in order to collect the defective laptop. So take the Raj signature, capture images, and assign the case to the service manager for further review. So there might be, there are a lot of activities might involve as a field service agent. So I have created a Canvas application to all the field agents. So Narayan will have this mobile app. He will simply open that app and we'll see all the tickets that has been assigned to him, and we'll go to the customer location or the RAS address or the home address. We'll collect the laptop and can do some other activities as well, like you can take the RAS signatures as evidence proof. You can click some images. So if the laptop is broken, if he wants to take the images of the laptop as a evidence purpose, and in order to close the case, so he can simply capture some images as well, and then finally assign the case to the service manager for further review. And at last, the Victor will be play a role of service manager, and whatever work has been done by Arpit, Ambes, and Narayan, he will be responsible to review all kind of issues, complaint work done by Arpit, Ambes, and Narayan, and will close the case. So this will, the customer service cycle will start with the RAS and will end on the Victor. So let's see everything in action today. Okay. So I have a customer service portal. So Narayan, could you please confirm that you can able to see my screen?
Yes, Arpit, I can see your screen. It's a portal.
Perfect. Thank you. So let's so this is the customer self-service portal. So so let's suppose I'm a RAS and I'm the customer, and I recently purchased a Service Pro laptop from the Microsoft Store, and I just wanted to get the inquiry about the warranty period, and I want to return the laptop, and I wanted to know that what is the refund process, and what is the the money, how long it will take to get my money back. So for this kind of information, I will simply land it on the portal. And if I have already the credential with me, so I can simply provide the username and password and can log in the portal. So this is the customer self-service portal. So I have not customized it. I have only done the configurations. So there are a lot of other portals are also available that comes with that provided by the Microsoft, and you can use these kind of portals as per the business needs. So you can use the partner portal, you can use the customer portal. If you have a requirement kind of forums or the community, you can use the community portals. And if you want to design your portal from the scratch, then you can simply use the custom portal as well. So since this is the customer self-service portal and I want to use all the features related to the self-service, so I have simply installed the customer self-service portal. Now being a customer, I have two options available in order to log in or register on my portal. I can simply use the local account, and I can simply use the external account as well. So in case of local account, I need to provide the information, and all the information will be stored in my Dynamic 365 contact record. But in case of external, I can simply use the Azure AD authentication. I can use the Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Gmail. So there are a lot of external authentications are there that I can easily use to authenticate. So if I don't want to provide my credential and I don't want that Microsoft to store my credential in the CRM contact, so I can simply use the external authentications as well. So Raz has landed on this portal first time, so he needs to register first. So Raz will provide his email address. So let me provide the email address. We'll provide the first name, Dynamics. Okay. Username, password. So this is the the sample information I'm providing in order to register the customer. So I will click on the register. As soon as I will register, I will be redirecting to the profile page where if I want to provide some further details, I can simply update that in my profile. So you can see here all the information that I provided on the registered page has got auto populated here. And if I want to update some other things, I can update that and I will click on update. As soon as Raz will update that profile, he will be redirecting to the home page. So on the home page, the portal automatically the greets Raz that, hey Raz, welcome to your personalized power service desk portal. So all the content that you are seeing on the portal is completely configurable. So it's completely a low code, no code solution. So there are a lot of things, there are a lot of enhancement you can done on the portal as per your business needs. So but currently for the demonstration purpose, I have used all the out-of-box component that customer self-service templates provides. So you can see here, I can simply get a lot of information in the form of FAQs. So there are some most popular articles are there, some recent articles are there, some top rated articles are there. So the articles which has been mostly viewed can be comes under the top rated articles, most viewed articles as well. So if the RAS has some basic information, if the RAS wants to get some basic information that what is the refund process, how long it takes to get my money back, and some basic information about the Surface Pro. So he doesn't need to call to the customer agent. He doesn't need to drop an email to the customer agent, right? He can simply use the Power Apps portals to get such kind of information, and it obviously it will reduce the overload on the customer agents as well. Okay, so now Raz has option to create a case. So let's say Raz wants to laptop got broken and he wants to return it back. So Raz has two options available. Either Raz can use the customer self-service portal, simply click on open a new case, and it will take Raz to the create case page where Raz can simply provide the title of that case, simply provide the case type that I have a problem, subject as well that I have a problem related to the products. I can provide the description and I can attach the file as well. But this is a manual process, right? So this is the one way that Raz can submit their log or the complaint from the portal. But I'm not going to use this way because this required a manual activity in order to submit the information. I'm going to use the chatting option here. Okay, so Raj doesn't want to create the case from the portal. He wants to interact with the human agent. Okay, so he will simply click on the let's chat option. So as soon as Raz opened the chatting option, I got some greeting from the virtual agent. Hey, hi, I'm Power Unified Desk Virtual Agents. So let me enhance this screen so that you can have a look. So hi, I'm a Power Unified Desk Portal Virtual Agent. What can I help you with today? Please choose your category. So if I want to get some normal inquiry, I can simply choose the inquiry option, complaint, escalation, or the feedback. So since I'm going to register a complaint, so I will choose an option, a complaint. Now virtual agent will ask that, may I know what kind of complaint you have? So do you have a complaint related to delivery service? Do you have a complaint related to return and refund? The product quality? So I need to get the refund and I want to return the product. So I will simply choose the return and refund option. Now virtual agent is asking like what product would you like to return, laptop, watch, or the mobile phone? I will choose a laptop. May I know what is the issue with your laptop? So I need to type it. So Raz will type like this broken. I will simply type this message. Now virtual agents will say like, sorry to hear that, I will try my best to help you out with this issue. Would you like me to log a complaint for you to investigate your issue further? So now if I want to register a case in the system so that my information will be redirected to the different person, so they simply reach out to me and initiate my refund. So I will simply click yes. Now, as soon as I provide the yes, it's asking like, please tell me your registered email address that I have provided while I have done the swapping on the Microsoft Store. So let me enter the RAS ID. Perfect. I'll enter it. So the Power Virtual Agent will automatically, create a case in the system. So as you can see here, please wait for a moment. Thanks for your patience. Your ticket has been created successfully, and your ticket number is this. So as you can see here, a case has got created automatically. I don't need to register that case from the portal. So let me keep it for the future reference. We will get back to you once we get any update. Meanwhile, you can get the update from the Power Unified Service portal. Hope you are satisfied with our assistant, or would you like to talk to our customer agent? Here is the the main thing comes into the picture. So right now I'm talking to the virtual agent, but if any case, if I want to talk to the live agent or the human agent, the virtual agent can redirect my chat to the human agent as well. So I'm a Raz, I'm not satisfied and I'm very disappointed with the service that Microsoft has provided. So I just wanted to talk to the human agent. So I will say to the virtual agent, yes, I want to talk to the human agent. So he will say, please bear with us. We are transferring your chat to our live customer agent. So now if I go to another tab, if I go here, so here is the Arpit. Okay. So in this tab, I have logged in with my credential. So as soon as the chat has been redirected from the virtual agent to the Dynamic 365, Arpit will be responsible to take the RAS query. Okay, so I got the request. I can simply reject that, or I can accept that. I will accept the request. As soon as I will accept the request, the interesting part is that the Arpit will get the reference of all the chat history that the RAS has done with the virtual agent. So if you can see here, I will get all the context. So I don't need to, so Arpit don't need to, ask all the same thing that virtual agent has communicated with the RAS. So I will simply say, hey RAS, help you today. Now the live communication is being done. So I have pasted from here. Now I will go to my virtual agent. So I got the message, hey Raz, my name is Arpit, how can I help you today? I want to know how long it take to get my refund. Go back to the CRM and I want to know how long it will take to refund. So I will simply say like, please provide. Okay, let me type, can I have image of your broken laptop? So Arpit is asking to the RAS, can I have the image of your broken laptop so that I can quickly proceed with the request? So can I have the image of your broken laptop? So I can simply go to RAS will simply attach the image. We'll go to the attach image. Okay, so RAS has sent the broken laptop image as well. Now being an agent, I should get the broken image, a laptop image as well. Okay, okay. Did you already register a case with us? I will ask, did you already register a case? So I will see, yes, the case number is this. I will go here. Okay, so I will simply copy it. I will, being a a call center agent, I will simply search that case here, and I got quickly my search result. And you can see here issue is linked to the conversation. So I got the ticket here. So you can imagine, right, or being on the same screen, I can search the case. I have linked that case to the chat history, so for the evidence purpose. And I can simply open a different tabs here. I can search for the knowledge article if I don't have any information about what Raj is asking me. And I can simply get the case details as well. So I have simply opened that case that Raj has provided. So I can quickly have a look the case. But as I told you, like, this is a refund request. So I cannot proceed with the refund. I need the approval from the finance team. I need the approval from the Umbase. Okay, so Umbase is the finance approval. So I need to get the approval before initiating the payments. So what I have done is, so what I will do is, I will simply provided this option, payment approval. I will go to yes and click on yes. Okay, so for the confirmation purpose, I can simply take the screenshot of it. Okay, so just to send to the user, we'll save it. Desktop. And I will send it to the Raz. That hey Raz, now we have sent your request for the finance team, and we are checking your issue. So I have sent the confirmation to the Raz, and Raz will get the image here. Okay, so this is the way how you can simply send the attachment as well. How simple it is to communicate with between your customers and your call center agents. Now I think I should close this chat. Do you want else? Close the chat. Okay, let me go to this screen. Close the chat, and I will simply close the chat. Okay. So and one more thing, as soon as Raz a case has been created, so I can simply go here and I can see in my open cases, I will be able to see the case is available on the portal as well. Okay, so so Raz can simply check the case number is this, the refund request, the case title is this, the case type was problem, customer is this, status reason currently it is in progress, and has been created on this date. Perfect. So this is the one flow has been completed. The Raz has interacted with the call center agent Arpit, and Arpit has redirected the request to the Umbase for the finance approval. Now go to the flow. Now Umbase will now start with the flow from the Umbase perspective. Now Umbase is working the Microsoft Teams. So as you can see here, let me signing it out and log in with the Umbase. Okay, so Umbase is logged in the Microsoft team. So this is this kind of approval Umbase can also provide on the emails as well, on the Outlook as well. But in this demonstration, I have used the Microsoft Team channel. So let's say Umbase is working on the Microsoft Teams, and he suddenly got the pop-up that request to initiate the refund. So if you can see here at the recently just 2 minutes ago, Umbase got the notification in this chat, the request to initiate the refund and requested by Arpit, and the date it's mentioned here, and all the context you can get it here. Please review and approve the refund request, case number this, and case title is this, and Ambase can simply reject this request and approve the request. So for this demonstration purpose, I am just approving this request, and I need to provide, and Ambase needs to provide the comment. So it's approved. Please proceed. I will submit. The Ambase will submit the approval comment. As soon as Ambase will submit the approval comment, it automatically message will come auto-populated. Thank you, Ambase. The request has now been processed. Your outcome is approved by Ambase saying with comments, it's approved. Please proceed for the further processing. Okay. So Ambase has got the approved this request. Now I will go to the. I will simply go to my unified the Power Apps. So Ambase has provided the approval. Now we have used we have chosen Narayan as a field service agent and the Victor as a login as a manager. So if the Narayan will simply open his mobile and will log in as a field agent. So we can simply distinguish by this role in the Dynamic 365 so that Narayan could not be logged in as a manager. So Narayan will open his mobile app. You will click on the field agent. So as soon as Narayan will open the app, he will see the notification over here. So if you can see the notification got 1. Okay, that means a new case has been assigned to the Narayan. So I will simply go to the notification and can see there is a one case that is being assigned to me, and I can get all the information like ticket ID is this, the refund request, laptop issue, customer wants to return the laptop, and the customer information. So I want to, so the Narayan needs to go to the RAS home address and needs to collect the laptop. So if the Narayan wants to go to the customer location or the RAS address, he wants to check that what is the RAS address and how I can reach there. So and want to know some more information about the RAS. So he can simply click on the RAS and get some information that is being pulled from the Dynamics. So his address is London, his email is this, and last name is this, and if he wants to call the Raj directly on his mobile number, he can simply click on this call option. If he wants to send some kind of text message or kind of email, he can click on this icon. And if Narayan is facing some trouble finding the Raj address, so he can simply click on this navigation option in order to open the Google map or the Bing map, whatever configured in your mobile app. So as soon as the Narayan will click on the Google map, it will open a Google map in his mobile phone and simply show the navigation on the Google map. Okay, so this is the feature that I have provided on the Canvas app, and simply provide the email as well and the calling as well. So I don't need to navigate away from the Canvas app in order to call the RAS, in order to send the email to the RAS, in order to open a Google map as a different app, right? I can simply navigate in the same app itself. So this is the information I can get it from the app itself. But let's say Narayan is there at the customer location or the RAS home, and he wants to update the case. So Narayan will simply navigate to the case, and I will simply provide, and Narayan will simply provide some comments that I have collected the laptop from the RAS. And if he wants to take the signature of the RAS, or he wants to take the images of the broken laptop, he can simply go to the signature option. We'll simply take the signature. So the signature will be appear here. If he wants to take some images, so I can simply take the image. So in your mobile phone, it will simply open your back camera. So since I'm working in the mobile, so it opened my front camera of the laptop and will simply save this record. So once I save this record, the Narayan will go to the home and can find that the notification area, the count has been gone to 0. So there is no record in this queue right now in the Narayan queue. So the Narayan task is also done. He has taken the image, he has collected the laptop from the Raj home, he has taken the signature as well and submitted the information to the service manager. Now Narayan will simply go to the login area and will log out. Okay, now all has done their own task. Arpit has communicated with the Raz. Ambes has provided the finance approval. Narayan has collected the laptop from the Raz home. Now, in order to close the case, Victor will be responsible. So Victor is a service manager in this demo, and he will be responsible to review the request and will close the case. So let's say Victor will open this mobile application and will click on login as a manager. So you can see here as soon as the Victor will log in here in his queue there is a one request is pending. So pending approval list is there. So refund request laptop issue, customer wants to return the laptop. So if the Victor wants to simply approve or reject, he can simply approve or reject from the list itself, or if he wants to review the request first, he will simply click here and can see that all the information got auto populated, the notes that Narayan has collected, the images and the signature of the Raz. And I will simply Victor will simply click on done in order to give the approval that everything is seems to be perfect. Please go ahead and close the case. Okay, so this will initiate a process in the backend, and I will go to the home and can see the the case has been removed from the list, and Victor will go and go to the logout. So let's check the status of the case. Now after a few days, Raz will land it on to the portal. Raz will land it to the portal again and wants to check that what is the status of my case. So as you can see that the case has been removed from the my open case. If I go to the my closed case, so the Raz can see simply the case has been resolved. Okay, and if I want to check some more details about it, I can simply go to the view details and I can check the information, the last updated date, the customer, the subject, problem, the description, and any kind of resolution comment. So this is the resolution comment provided by the Victor. And if I am not satisfied with this case and I want to reopen it again, so the Raz can simply reopen it again. Or if I want to have a chat with the agents again, and then he can simply chat with agent again and can provide the comment as well. So you have seen that how I have used all the components, all the low-code no-code components to streamline your process. Now in this agent, in this virtual agent, there is interesting thing is that there are two kind of the redirection. So as you have seen that the virtual agent chat has been automatically redirected to the live agent, right? So there are two things here. So let me open the virtual agent here. So I just wanted to tell you, like in the mid of the conversation, if Raz feels that I don't want to communicate with the virtual agent, I want to redirect, I want to talk to the human agent in the mid of the conversation. So I can simply, without choosing any option, I will simply say, talk to a person. So as soon as I will click on the talk to a person, it will again redirect my chat request to the virtual to the live agent. Okay, so it's not like that at the end of the virtual agent conversation you have to redirect your chat to your human agent. It automatically detects that I want to the Raz wants to communicate with the live agent. Okay, so this is my Power Virtual Agent. is the live chat. So let me show you that how I have configured it. So in order to redirect your virtual agent to the live chat agent, I have used the Omnichannel integration. So there are a couple of configurations are there. There are some licensings are also there. So you need to simply Google it, that how you have to integrate your Power Virtual Agent to your Omnichannel. So by doing that, you have to install few of the omni-channel integration solutions from the Dynamics 365 Admin Center. Then you need to done some configuration at the Power Virtual Agent side, and you have to done some configuration at the Customer 365 side as well. Okay, so once you're done with the configuration, you can simply create a Power Virtual Agent, and there is an option of transfer to agent. So as soon as you click on the transfer to agent, there are few prerequisites that you have to configure. So since I've already done this all the configuration, so it's showing the your bot is successfully connected. So if you want to do that, you need to make sure that all the prerequisites has been done. So once you successfully integrated your Power Virtual Agent to your Omnichannel, that at any point of time, if you want to redirect the user, so if you can see here at the end of the conversation, I have here provided a transfer to agent. Okay, so if you want to simply provide redirection to that the live agent, you can simply click on the plus icon here, and just delete that. Let me click on plus and end the conversation to transfer to agent. So this is the option that I'm manually providing that. So if the user will select that option, then only he will be redirected to communicate with the live agent. But in any case, based on some keywords, if you want to redirect a customer to the live agent, you can simply go to the topics. And under the topics, there is this topic is there like escalate. And in the escalate, there are already some phrases are there like talk to agent, talk to a person, and you can create your own phrase as well. I need to have a live chat session. So as soon as customer type anything from this list of phrases, you can simply go to the authorizing phrases, and you simply configure that transfer to agent. So that means if any in the chatting, if the customer is typing any of that listed phrases, it will automatically transfer to the agent. And if you want to send some kind of message from your private from your Power Virtual Agent to your live agent, then you can simply provide this message as well. Okay, so this is the way I have integrated the Power Virtual Agent to the Dynamics 365 Omnichannel. There are few some automation logic, like you have seen, the case has got automatically resolved. The case has been assigned to the Umbase. As soon as Umbase has approved the request, it automatically redirected to the Narayan. Once the Narayan has approved, it automatically redirected to the Victor's queue. So this you can also achieve using routing rules as well in the Dynamics 365, but I have used the Power Automate feature for that because it provides you the low-code no-code solution. Okay, so if I go to the case approval, so this is one of the most complex one. Refresh it. So in this Power Automate solution, what I have done is I have created an approval. Okay, So here, I want to, assign this request to the. So this is the flow. This is the flow which actually assigned the request to the base, and he got the pop-up of approval that he wants to approve or the reject. So I have simply created an approval. I have provided some dynamic information as soon as the case has been created, case number, case title, description created on, and this create an approval will create adaptive card, and I have used the Microsoft Teams integration connectors in my Power Automate. So here I have so whatever approval I have created here, it will give me output as a adaptive card. So I have used the adaptive card. So in the Teams you have seen this kind of adaptive card. So this is being done using this create approval. So you can simply use this create approval, provide all the information, case number, case title, and provide this to the team connector. So it's post your message. Once it posts your message, and it do the some other approvals, and once I approve this, I want to simply provide a reply to the base. So how I have done is, I will simply wait for the approval. So it will simply wait unless the base provide the approval or the rejection comment. Once the base will approve or reject it, I will use the another team connector, post a reply to a message. Okay, and in this I am just simply providing the information, thank you base, and will providing some dynamic content over here. So this will once as soon as the base will approve or reject it, he will get some auto populated message over here. So this is I have done using low code no code solution, and under the last step I'm assigning it to the field agent. So once approval is done, I'm assigning it to the Narayan to this flow. So this is the one Power Automate solution which do the business logic for me. And the second one is assign case to manager. So this is a very simple flow. I'm just simply updating the owner, and once the Victor has done the review, I'm closing the case as well. So I have some other flows as well. So in the Teams flow I am using the close case as well. So there are a lot of Power Automate I have designed in order to automate my process, and in order to approval, in order for the approval purpose or for the automation purpose. So you can simply understand that I took around 2 days of time after my office hours to design this whole application and to design this whole process. So and I can quickly demonstrate, I can simply deploy it to the customer as well as quickly as possible. So you can simply imagine that how simple it is to design a low code no code solution, and you can simply streamline your customer self-service process. So I have used only few components of the low code no code solution. If you provide the customer insight that I have provided the information in the slide, if you integrate some other components in this low code no code solution like Power BI reports, customer insights, and some artificial intelligence feature, you can enhance some more features as well. Okay. So that's it I have today for you. So if you have any questions related to this demo, you can ask me on my chat. Thank you so much. Over to you, Narayan.
Thank you, Arpit, and it was a very creative demo, to be honest, and I literally enjoyed my role as a field service agent. So thanks for that. It's very, very creative. So currently we have a question from Devi. In case the customer enters phrase that is not in your list, so I believe this is regarding the virtual agent, and in this, is it possible to enhance the phrases using AI so that when a keyword appear in the phrase, then it redirects to live agent?
Can I?
So I think what Dave is trying to say is, like, if the phrase is not found and it doesn't automatically redirect to relevant personnel inside the organization, can that be redirect? The query will be redirected to the agent itself, and agent can, like, give the responses.
Yeah, that is possible. It's simply there is a if-else conditions, and in the Power Virtual Agent you have the multiple choice option is also there. So if any of the condition is not fulfilling and user is typing something that is not available in your topics, then you can that user will be simply landed in the else condition, and at every else condition you can simply transfer your chat to your live agent. So you can simply handle this using if-else conditions. Yep.
Fantastic. I'm not sure if we have any more question, but
If you have any further questions, you can get in touch with me through my social media channels. So in any case, if you're finding that currently if you have not any questions, you can ask me offline as well.
Arpit, do you want to share your contact details online and also in the chat as well? So if anyone has question after the event as well, they can get in touch with you.
Sure.
Okay.
Let me do that. So let me sharing my screen again. So I've already pasted in my Teams as well. So I'm just sharing my screen. So here's my blog. You can simply find it by arpitmscrmhunt.blogspot.com. You can follow me on Twitter. It's Arpit's Dynamic. You can find my YouTube channel. So after this session, I'm going to upload all the slide decks and the recording of this video on my YouTube channel. So please subscribe to my channel so that you can. So if you want to have a look my demo again, then you can simply find it on my YouTube channel, and you can simply scan it in order to connect me through LinkedIn.
Fantastic.
And I'm also providing a lot of low code no code solution, and whatever you have seen, there are a lot of Power Automate I have designed, right? So these Power Automate solution I often upload on my GitHub repository. So if you want to explore it much and you want to download it and import it at your instance, then you can simply get all these plug and play solution from Arpit Dynamics. So this is my GitHub repository. Yep, that's it.
That is really good actually, Arpit, because I remember in your previous demos you always shared your demos and the presentation, and as well as all the codes through the GitHub, which is really helpful. So if anyone hasn't actually touch base on these sorts of all the technologies, they can actually get the kickstart from it, which is really good. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you, Narayan.
Right. And just a last words, it's a great demo as well as the example of how we can connect all the text or the applications or tools, or I would call it services, together to solve our day-to-day problems. So I've simply seen there's a Dynamics 365 customer service, like a Power App, Power Automate, Virtual Agent, so and some bits of AI as well. So it's brilliant. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So we have a next session coming up from Richard. Richard, are you online?
I am. Hi, Narayan.
Hi, Richard. So Richard is going to present common case management and agile approach to kickstart a large greenfield project. And just to give a little bit brief about it before Richard kickstarts, so his presentation is going to cover 3 core challenges. Where do we start? How we will create a common case framework for analysis, design, development, and review that can use for all processes, even the most complex processes. How do we move from project initiation to a well-oiled agile roadmap that ticks like clockworks? Brilliant. So Richard, we are definitely looking forward to this session as well. So just bear with me a minute before I hand over. Let me kickstart recording. And do you want to share your screen so we can confirm?
Yeah, sure. Okay, can you see it okay?
Yes, we can see your screen clear, and we can hear you loud and clear as well. So without further ado, over to you, Richard.
Great, thanks very much, Narayan. Yeah, first of all, just thank you for allowing me to present today. Been quite excited about it. This is my first presentation within the Dynamics community. I've been getting a little bit more involved with it over the last couple of months. I feel like I've received so much from the community. It's a pleasure to be able to offer something back. So yeah, I wanted to do the presentation today on case management within Dynamics 365. It was a project that we worked on extensively to kickstart it was for a large public sector organisation, and of course, you know, out the box, case management I feel just works so well within Dynamics, and it's built on so many great foundational concepts. But it's one thing knowing how the software works. It's something completely different knowing how to implement it. Where do you start? How do you set up the right structures in the beginning in order for it to then go forward and have success? So I wanted to do this less today around a technical presentation and more based around a project approach. So if anyone does want to go into any details of the technical details, please feel free to either ask questions on at the end, or to connect with me, and I'm more than happy to talk and share experiences around that. So just a little bit about me. I'm a lead Dynamics 365 consultant, and I've been working with Dynamics specifically for over 5 years. For the previous years before that, I had my own software company servicing scientific research institutions' database systems to them, and that company I closed down in 2015. Very sadly, actually, it was for various reasons. I could probably do a whole presentation on that, actually, but it was one around commercial viability. But in a way, the silver lining was finding Dynamics. I always used to say when I owned that business that, you know, one day we're going to get to a point where you have a handful of companies that service everything on the internet, and you can build things very quickly, very easily. And of course, Dynamics is one of those. And I absolutely love Dynamics and what you can do with it and how it can transform businesses. So I mainly work on the functional consultant, although I'm quite a hybrid consultant. I've done development in the past, and BA, functional work, solution architect work, and I work alongside partners and end clients as well. So to talk a little bit then about today, so I'll go into the background of the project just to set the scene. We'll talk about the challenges that were faced right from the beginning, and then we'll start to look at how did we then approach that, both in terms of Agile, and for those that don't know, I'll go into a little bit more about Agile, how we structured the team, and more importantly, how did we then structure how we did the analysis, the design, and the review in order to be able to ensure that it was understood by all parts of the business. We then look at the roadmap going forward. So, because I think there's two distinct parts to this. There's the first part, which is, especially in an agile approach, getting it to the point of a minimum viable solution. And then it's how do you then take it forward from there? And I think there's two very different approaches, actually. So I'll cover both of those approaches. We'll look at some design considerations in terms of the solution design, and I'll also share some additional lessons that I learned along the way. So in terms of the background, as I mentioned, it was a large public sector organization, and as with most organizations, they work very much off of spreadsheets. At the point, obviously, before we come into Dynamics 365, it's very email based, it's very spreadsheet based. And what I found with organizations like that, it's we have to make sure that we take the users along with the journey, because it can be quite daunting from going from one spreadsheet email based system into a fully fledged, beautiful Dynamics 365 implementation. And any kind of change is quite daunting. So it's taken them along that process. And you'll see as part of the approach, we very much incorporated that into the approach. We started off with a few processes. So just to take a step back a little bit, just to cover off, so case management in Dynamics, for those, just as a very simple example, a case could come in which is like an inquiry from a client, and it could just be a simple matter of we answer the inquiry and we close it down. But also it can go to very complex type cases, which requires multiple different department involvement. It could involve multiple different stages, handoffs, requesting information, cycles around various different processes, so they can get extremely complicated. And if you think of it in terms of an entire organization that wants to implement Dynamics and all the cases that they have into Dynamics in this one common case management system, we need to be able to start somewhere. But of course, how do you then start off to make sure that you incorporate the complexities going forward? So, and I think it was set up really well in terms of the processes that we started on. We started on what could be seen as relatively simple in terms of complaints, inquiries, information disclosure requests. And then we had a relatively complex one, which is a risk assessment team that provided support to various departments in regard to various processes. And it got a little bit complicated, that one. So it was good that we involved that right at the start to help us think about some of those more complexities as we go throughout the organization. So the future was always that we would roll it out throughout the organization. So we had to have a mind on that right from the start as to how we build the cases, so that we wouldn't build it in a certain way and then later on down the line realize, oh, we've got this completely wrong. Because of course that's the fear here, isn't it? So the challenge, as I mentioned, so where do we actually start? How do we create a common framework? And it's not just a framework of how we build the software, but how do we create a framework that's going to allow us to analyze all the different processes in a very set, specific way. So we know what we're doing, the client knows what to expect and how we're going to work with them. And we can measure that. So where are we along that analysis process? But then moving into more the design, how do we design in a specific way? Again, so that this is mainly to do with a set way of doing it, but also make sure everyone's on the same page with it. How do we develop? And then how do we review? So what's the framework for all of that? And that's really about getting us to that minimum viable product. I'll come on to that again in a moment. But then again, how do we then move beyond that minimum viable product into, okay, so it's working for that business, for that department. It may not be working in the most efficient and effective way, but then how do we move that forward so we have a roadmap to continually evolve it for that department, but also incorporate other departments and start to roll it out throughout the organization in a succinct way. So in terms of where we started, we had a 1 month discovery period to go and look at those processes and to gather the information in order enough to get us started. But we also had to set up these foundations within that time, because if we start developing too soon, then some of the structures that we're setting up may need to be refactored. So that first month is such a crucial period. And what I'm going to show you, the approach that we started to design, really helped in so many different ways. So what I'm hoping is that other consultants, other organizations can use these as templates to help with that first kickoff month, which is so crucial. The approach. So just to give a little bit of a bit more for those that don't know on Agile. Of course, Agile is very, we're either Agile or we're waterfall, you hear. And I've worked in both environments. Waterfall is kind of where you do all of the requirements up front first. You then do all of the design of the solution. You then get it developed. You then get it tested, and then you get it delivered. Which I've had many different experiences when I've been burned from that for multiple different reasons. And Agile kinds of comes in here and says, well, let's start off and assume that we're just going to get the bare basics to get it set up. We'll deliver something, see if the client is what the client wants. That buys us time to look at more analysis, get more development done. And we can start off with something just quite rudimentary, and then over time we build it up to this amazing, incredible system. And the customer is with us on that in the entirety of that journey, feeding back and making sure that it's going in the direction that they want it to go in. So I personally am a huge advocate of Agile. I absolutely love it. It took me a little bit of a time to transition my mind into working differently to waterfall, but once I did, the benefits of it are just brilliant. You do have, and I know of other projects that have a mixture of both. So they do a bit of Agile and a bit of waterfall, and it's a lot of the time I see that it's down to the organisations themselves aren't truly ready and prepared for an Agile way of working. But it's fine. I mean, either way, we can get it to work. But personally, I love the Agile. So we started off with a very small team, and it was on the basis of, over time we would scale up, but certainly we would get the ball rolling. We would get the fundamentals of the foundations of the process set up. So we had a product owner, we had process owners. Process owners are really the people that, like, for example, the managers maybe of the complaints team, of the information request team, of the risk assessment team. We had one functional consultant, which was myself. We had a business analyst, a solution architect, and one developer. And we had 2-week sprints. So in terms of the approach, again, we've said, so there's 3 different parts of how we're going to set this framework up. The first is the analysis. That's working with the business. It's working with the BAs to make sure that we extract the information in a specific way that's useful within Dynamics. And I'll go into that in a little bit more in a moment. The development, which is much more working with the other development team, with the solution architect, with the developers, and making sure that we develop in a certain way that makes sense to us, but also we can communicate with the business so they see exactly what's happening and where we are within that process, and where it falls in, where that development falls in, into the life cycle of that development, so everyone knows exactly where they are. And then the review. So how do we create a structure so the business knows at what points we're going to feed back to them? What do they expect? What can they expect? And at what point we're going to get to that minimum viable product, and how we're going to go beyond that. So It's quite a bit of information here. Let me just take it back though and just go through one step at a time. So this is the analysis phase, and it's the process that we developed that would help us understand what order we would do things in terms of when we first start interacting with the business, and how do we gather the information, what are the different workshops that we're going to run, what are going to be outputs, what are going to be the responsibilities of the people involved within the project. So the very first one is the process mapping and user stories. So that's where we go in, it's led by the business analyst, and we work out what the as-is process is. We work with the process owners, and we also list out any user-written stories. Now, I said I would come back to this because Dynamics 365 case management works in a very specific way. So usual and traditional business analyst techniques don't necessarily work so well. I'm not going to go as far as to discount them because I think they do play a huge role. But let's say traditionally, if you're building a bespoke software application, you'd sit down, you'd work out what all the requirements were, you would turn them into user stories. And for those that don't know, a user story is essentially just, it's a requirement. So as a user, I want to be able to create a new case so that, I mean, I'm hugely simplifying it there, so that, and then it's got some benefits so that you can process inquiries, for example. So it's a requirement that's then used to develop down from there. So in traditional bespoke software development, you would get those list of user stories, hand them off to the functional consultant who would design them up. The developers would develop and then give something back. But with Dynamics, it works in a very specific way. So whilst it is good that you gather the user requirements in that way, it's not necessarily those user stories that then need to be developed, because they have to be in a very consistent and structured way that works well with Dynamics. So we still gather those list of user requirements because it still helps us to understand what it is that the user is going to expect out of the system. I mean, the other part here is that because we're working with an organization that are used to working with spreadsheets, they often don't know what's possible. So it's very much got to be developed in tandem with the functional consultant to start showing what the possibilities are, if it's appropriate. If not, to actually take them along slowly on that journey. Because it's not like we can actually go and say, look, here's what you're going to get, here's the possibilities. Because actually sometimes that needs to happen in stages. So as an example to that, when we come out of this first as-is process and user story session, we develop, and the functional consultant developed a D365 ready to-be process map. So knowing how Dynamics 365 case management works, we take their process and we put it into a to-be, which we then go and run past them. And most of the time, that hugely elevates. Just putting it into Dynamics hugely elevates the process and cuts out a lot of the waste. So we then go into the process and story analysis, where the BA takes all of the stories written by the users about what they want, starts to combine them, and starts to fill in any blanks in that process, so items, stories they may have missed. We then go through story prioritization with the process owners to identify, out of all of those stories, what do they feel is most important to them? Because that helps us get to the stage of a minimum viable product. So of course, a minimum viable product is everything that you need in a process in order for it to function at its minimum. It could, for example, things that we could leave out is report writing or requests for information from other departments. We could say that in the meantime, just still consistently send emails, and later on we'll put in additional functionality to automate that and make it much more seamless. We put story points so we get to understand how much work it's going to take. And then we go into case management mapping, which is very much led by the functional consultant, and who demonstrates Dynamics 365 case management out of the box, and then looks to gather the information needed in order to create the process. Because up until now, we only have the user stories about what the users want. So, for example, some of the things that we mainly need to develop a minimum viable product case management system are stages and statuses. So let me just come to this following slide a moment. For those that haven't seen the case management or just a recap, so we've got up here, don't know if you can see my cursor, but we've got up here the business process flow, which is the flow of the different stages through the case, with whatever different type of case it is. Out the box, we just have a very rudimentary one, which is that you identify the case. So, you know, who the customer is. We then research around, you know, if it's an inquiry, and we resolve the case. So if we was to send back the information. So what's most important when we're working with any new department is, what are your stages? What are the stages that you go through in your process? And then what are the different statuses? So we see up the top right, we have just in progress. But for whilst you're in any stage, you could have various different statuses. So for example, when we're in the research stage, it could be that we're gathering information. Well, that could be the status. It could be that we've requested information from another department. It could be that we're writing a certain report, or we're waiting for a certain report to come back to us. So it allows anyone who's going into the cases to be able to see not only what stage they're in, but what status they're in as well. So we need those to start off any process. We also need, what are the fields and the rules in each of those stages? So what data do we want to be able to collect, and what are the rules around them? So for example, if it's if it's a certain type of case, it may be high profile, in which case it may need us to, if it's a high profile case, send it off to director for signing off before we proceed with it. So we need to understand what rules there are around that data as well. We need to understand what they want to see on the form, not just in the business process flow at the top here, but what do they want to see in their form? What are any SLA, service level agreements, that they have around that specific case, whether it's an internal SLA or whether it's a legislation SLA. And the last one, what views, charts and dashboards do they need, both the team, do the management need, in order to, because of course, one thing getting data into the system and processing it, but the core, as we've seen, you know, from some great presentations today, it's the data that we have that gives us so many possibilities and what we can do with that. So what views, charts, dashboards, reporting do they want to be able to attain from that information? So after we've done the case management mapping, we then inject all of the information that we've received into the stories that we've created above. And actually, I'll go through this story development in a moment, because there's another structure that we put forward for managing those stories. And after that, we can get the stories signed off by the process owner and the product owner. we then put them into development, and after that is where we go into continuous improvement analysis, and that's where I'll come into later on in terms of the road mapping. So that's the analysis process that we went through in order to get the information that we need to get them to an MVP status, because at this point we'd have all of that information that we need. So the next part is a development. So again, bit of information here, but I'll break it down. In terms of, so you'll see here CCMF here at the top left, which refers to a common case management framework. This was something that we designed around. Every case is going to have this kind of a process. So every case is going to have a lodge request and create case. It's always going to have an initial starting point. It's always going to have stages and statuses that it goes through. We're always going to, well, likely we're going to have case assignment or escalations, close, reopen cases. So what these are story skeletons, which allow us to take the information that we've received in the last analysis session, inject them into these stories, and then be able to put them into development. Because this is a great structure for, one, communicating to the business where we're at with each of these stories, what each one is for, and likewise with the developers. And in the early days of the project, people were, it took a little bit of time, but the moment that people got used to this, it went like clockwork, both in terms of the business understanding, but also the developers and knowing what is expected of them when each of these stories come through. And each of these stories mean something. So for example, the lodge request and create case, it enables the case creation and includes all the basic views, queues, and security roles. So when we put that story in, we know to include every part of how the case can be created and all the structures to start setting up that new process, like the views, queues, security roles. The stages and statuses actually build out the process. And where we start bringing the case assignment and escalation, that's where it all starts to come to life. That's where we can then even start to test, you know, if this data equals this, does it go to that person? And all of those escalation processes. And that starts to build on the security role, because then we're incorporating different people, different teams into the process. We then go into close and reopen the case, which is where we add the criteria to resolve the case and anything we need to do to reopen the case. And then we go into adding in all the fields, rules and permissions that we spoke about, which we collected earlier. Again, further builds out the security roles, because we may need to be putting in field security profiles who can see which data in that process. And then form requirements, anything that is specific to those teams. Now, activities, this is where, of course, you have out the box activities, but there may be specific type activities such as request for information, referrals, business tasking. We then have a story around SLAs, further stories about views, charts, reports and dashboards, which occasionally we may have even put into lodge request and create case, or even field rules and permissions. It just depended what made more sense to inject them in. And then we've got the agile continuous improvement stories, which is a different matter, and again, I'll cover in the roadmap. So that was the structure of stories that went into development that everybody understood. But off the back of that process, we could then communicate to the business at what point we was going to show them a review, because there's no point doing just the, usually agile works that after every sprint, you show the business what development work you've done. But let's just say we did just stories 1 and 2, lodge request, create case and stages and statuses. That's not really going to be useful for them. So what we did is we said, okay, let's instead communicate that we're going to give you a process demonstration after story 4 is complete, because that at that point the whole process is built out and we can show all the escalations, closing, opening. We then give a data demonstration after that, after story 6. So that's where we put in all the fields, rules, permissions, and form, so that the form has all been built out. So all the data fields have been put in. And at the end of story 9 is where we have the usable product demonstration, or the MVP. So that's the point we can say, okay, after this third demonstration, this is when we can deliver it to you to actually be usable in its very basic sense as a minimum viable product. And after that, we'll then start to build the process out, see how you're using it, and continually improve it going forward. So that structure worked really well to communicate to people as to what to expect when they would see reviews. So the analysis, because we come out with this structure, it enabled us to be able to communicate to the business how much progress we was making in each of the different stages, not just in the development, but in the analysis work itself. And I'm a big one on communication. Just to tell you a little bit of a personal story, I had a contract a number of years ago, and we were working so hard and we was doing so much work, and one of our clients came up and started having a right go at me because some of their work, she was saying some of the work hadn't been done, and I was getting this from across the business, like, why aren't you doing this, why aren't you doing that? But what I realized, it wasn't that we wasn't doing it and that we wasn't working hard. It was because our channels of communication weren't there. So I worked really hard trying to put structures into place to make sure that we could always communicate what we was doing and when we were doing it, so that everybody felt comfortable. Because it can have a real detrimental effect if someone starts to feel negative about the project. It can be like a wildfire, and that's certainly something we want to do everything we can to prevent. So as we can see here, and this was just something I would update every week or two, just to show where we were, how much of a percentage we had done in each one of those analysis stages for each of the different processes. So that worked really well. We could also use that common case management framework to attach story numbers to each of those stories and then show the progress around those. So we couldn't just show where we were with the analysis. We could also show just graphically, as we had our meetings with the process owners and the product owners, where we were within that development cycle and how close we were coming to the reviews. So we've talked a lot, really, that gets us to the MVP stage. Oh, sorry guys, there's someone unmuted. So if everyone can just be conscious to just mute him, please. Thank you. Okay, so agile roadmap. So this is where we're now at an MVP stage and we want to take it forward. So we've got that minimum viable product and we want to take it forward from there. So one of the things that we realized was that in order to go forward, and there's always the temptation when doing continuous improvement work, that you gather requirements about, from users, say, look, I'm really not happy with this, I'm really not happy with that. And you have various, especially when you're working on different processes, you have lots of people saying lots of different things about what they would like to have improved. And there's a definite tendency to want to go and help people and just say, okay, I'll fix that for you. Okay, I'll fix this, I'll fix that. But it can become very unwielding, and it could also mean that if we fix something in one area and then someone else has a conflicting issue, we can find ourselves just bouncing backwards and forwards, not really getting anywhere. The solutions themselves start to get quite messy, and especially when we want to spread throughout an entire organisation, we really need to keep a track of what we're doing, how we're doing it, and doing it in a very methodical way throughout the organisation. So we came up with a roadmap template, which is just something as simple as a requirements document. But we also started to look at how do we then bundle those requirements to make sure that when we're doing updates, we're focusing on very specific areas, but not just for us to know where we are, it's for the business, because ultimately the business needs to be able to decide for themselves what order they're going to do things, but also to make decisions not just about the order, but the resource that they can put into it, both in terms of manpower, the finances that they can put towards it. It's they need to have the right information in order to be able to make those decisions. So story bundles and that template, as I'll show you in a moment, really help towards that. Because ultimately, out of those first two parts, we want to be able to understand what the release plan is and what are the various different scenarios that the business could go down, so they could make an informed decision as to how the development will proceed. So again, not to scare you with a big table, apologies. So just to go through this in some sort of order. So the sources, this is essentially our requirements template. So the sources are the initial stories that we collected from the users as to how they wanted the system to be able to work, how they envisaged it working. Anything that we've collected during the reviews and implementing the MVP. And then also we went through a process of process visioning with them. So because if you remember back in when we collected the case management mapping, we purely just collected it around how they saw it right now. So now we want to start to move them into blue sky thinking. Like, if you could have the most amazing system that you could ever have, what would it look like? And this was a joint effort between the change management team, the BAs, and the functional consultant, because to have various different points of view, but also, to help them maybe see in certain parts of the process, they may not see that it's, that it's a little bit convoluted. So to have lots of different eyes on it and talking through some of those pain points, but also the functional consultant there to kind of show, here's some of the amazing functionality that you could start to incorporate. And it's always a little bit, in a way, it's a little bit, we need to manage expectations as well, which is why change management is so crucial at this stage, because you get everyone thinking blue sky thinking, but then they really get attached to that. And then you've got to come back down and kind of say, okay, but let's look at now doing this in stages, and to kind of reset expectations and how much time and resources available as to how far we go with that project. So we see here, we just list our features down the left-hand side. The process here, again, whether it's common case management framework. So if it affects more than one department, then we need to make sure that everyone that's going to impact is involved in the analysis of it and to the review, and make sure that it works for everyone. We then start to, as a functional consultant BA, we start to look at how do we put those into bundles. So it makes sense that we have a collection of stories, very similar stories. So we're not doing what I mentioned before, going off doing one thing, then doing a conflicting thing 3 weeks later. We want to try and bring all this together in one place and then bundle them from there so we understand it properly. And some of these other columns are actually really good for helping the business in terms of if we was to do pivots, we can provide pivot tables around these. So we have the type, whether it's a tidy up, whether it's an innovation improvement, whether it's automation. So that if we was to start to analyze, a whole bunch of requirements, how much of that is just tidy ups? How much of it is innovation? Because it's a useful piece of information for them to start to understand. We don't want to just keep on working on tidy ups. We've got to move towards innovation so that we can show that we're spending our money wisely. Moscow, which of course really helps. Must have, should have, could have, would have. That really helps with the pivots and understanding what we can do and in what time. The ranking is where we went through with each of the different process owners individually and then collectively. So individually, we said, how would you rank the ones that affect you? And then collectively, we kind of put them all in a room and had some interesting discussions around how they felt that ranked. And actually, a lot of the time, they would challenge each other and then come to a general consensus, which was great. The status of where all of those stories are. Any stories in our DevOps or whatever system we use for recording the stories. Story points at this stage are purely just a functional consultant's view as to how long it may take, because it just really helps with understanding what can we do in what time if we have a general sense of what it is, of how long something's going to take to develop. Releases. Again, actually, that comes into a bit more. You'll see it in a couple of slides. But also this last part, out of the box, I found this to be quite useful. And as the last presentation was focused a lot around the no-code, low-code solution, I'd certainly advocate as well any clients to have a no-code rule, which doesn't actually mean no code whatsoever, but it's just, can we really do this without using code? I had a client a couple of years back that went from 2011 to it was Serum 4 to 2011, and the amount of code, the amount of money they had to spend on updating the code was just incredible. So since then, I've always kind of had that rule of let's do as little code as possible, because it's so much easier to upgrade, and of course it's maintainable, much easier, and it's much easier now with the Power Platform and the advances that have been made in Dynamics 365. But it's not to say there's no code, but it's just, of course, only if we need it. And the business found it really useful to understand just how much of a percentage of that feature was going to be code versus how much of it would be out of the box functionality. So again, all this information just provides data in order for the business to be able to make decisions. So we see here, here's where we start to look at story bundles. So we've pivoted the data based on those story bundles. We can start to see the extent of the work for each of those. So we can see there, just where's an example, request for further information. That's where we may go out to external stakeholders or different areas within the same business. Requesting information from them is something that could be set up as an activity, and all the work contained around that, we estimated at roughly about 32 story points. But on the left here, sorry, that's this one down here. But as we see, this on the left includes all the must-have, should-have, and could-haves. So the total comes to 300 story points. So we could say to the business straight off, do you want to spend 300 story points and include everything? Usual answer is, well, no. Okay, so let's go to must-haves only. So out of all of those features, we've estimated request for information goes down to 27. But you can see others have been eliminated altogether. So out of all of those, it would be 155 story points. And then they can start to look at and talk about those different story bundles, like what means most to them. So they can start to envisage how they would want to plan going forward. But one other crucial aspect of this is not just prioritizing, but it's also looking at the resource, the release plan. So how many developers do we have? How many sprints? How often are the sprints? But also, what is the allocation of story points within those sprints? So it could be that if we only have one developer and we're going to go live with an MVP, it's likely that they're going to be needing to support that go live. So the amount of days or efforts that they have to work on new development work goes down quite significantly. So if we could map this release plan as to how much time they have available, of course, it helps us to understand when we look back at then the story points for each of the bundles, various different scenarios that we can give to the business. So this is where we then sit down with the business, taking all of that information that we've just looked at, and we've said, okay, so you've got 3 different scenarios. You could have all the full bundle implementation with all the must-have, should-have, could-have, would-haves. We could look to just implement one process out of all of those different ones we was working on, inquiries, complaints, and the risk assessments. Or we could have a split focus, and then everyone sit in a room to work out what order they would want them to go in, and then look at the release plan to say how many points that we've got. And this was a really interesting point to be, because when we had all this information and we delivered it to the client in a meeting structure, and we said, okay, so all the process owners, the product owners are in the room, how would you like to proceed? And of course, it's a really interesting meeting to be a part of, because of course people see what they want for themselves, but they also start to see how the progression of the entire project is going to go forward. So at what point they could start to receive the functionality, and out of that, I then started to find that whereas people thought other certain parts that they were saying are totally must-haves, when they looked at it in this way as to here is the plan and here's when likely things would be released, it started to show just where priorities were, and eventually everyone landed on a very very collaborative release plan, and of course everyone was happy and knew what was going to happen and when it was going to happen. And of course this needs to then be reviewed very often, just to make sure priorities are the same. We can continue to give feedback along the way so everyone knew where they was at. So we talked so far just mainly about the project approach. So I just want to highlight some of the design considerations in terms of the functionality. So we've got the common case stories, and this is just something, it's just to highlight that it's something we need to involve all of those teams in to make sure that everyone has an input in stories that are going to affect them. We did have a couple of occasions where we didn't do that, and it never goes right, because if someone isn't in the room and it affects them, they're going to have some form of issue against it. So there needs to be the right people in the room. An initiation stage. So if, for example, we're looking at 20, 30, 40, 50 cases, even hundreds of cases, different types of processes, there has to be an initiation stage or initiation, first stage, where the case is lodged. we then select the type of case, which could be auto-selected depending on where it's coming from and perhaps web forms that are being filled in. And then certain fields are made available to gather other information, and then it goes off down that specific route. So there has to be that starting point, and that should really be thought about from the start and put in there, because of course, if we're creating 5 or 10 different processes and then come back to that, it's not easy to add it in at that stage. Stage reuse. So for example, there's, this is one of the common design considerations, both in terms of the stages and the fields, because if we've created a stage and it's very similar across the business. So for example, management checks, or it could be certain reviews, or even the case closure. When there's a common stage that happens from various different processes, it's good to design that for reuse. Similarly with the fields, we're not going to want to put in all new fields for all new processes. But what is important, I found, is understanding, communicating the responsibility of that. Is it the functional consultant's responsibility to make sure there's no field reuse, or is it the developers? And what I found with that, it is really a joint effort. Both have eyes on it, because you really don't want to be creating 2 different fields which are collecting the same data across 2 different processes, because then when we want to report on it, it's not ideal. Form reuse, I'm an advocate not of creating a generic form for everyone to use, because it's got to feel like it's personalized to that team. I think, user adoption is really based on feeling like they're a part of it and feeling like they have some kind of ownership, and just having their own very specific form. Or now we can do apps, it's I think that's really important. SLAs. So one word on that, especially with case management, they can be quite complicated. So it requires a certain strategy with it. Because of course you may have an internal SLA which is 30 days, but you could have a legislation that says 1 calendar month. So actually working out those right up front and the strategy that we're going to apply so that we can communicate with the business is crucial. But also one thing to be mindful about is reporting fields, because let's say if we want to reopen a case because it needs a review, and many cases do go through that process. When we reopen the case, the date that it was closed isn't easy to get to in terms of the reporting purposes. So it's good to set up reporting fields to collect information about the case that's going to be used in reports. There are ways, it just gets a little bit complicated, so I much prefer to go with some specific reporting fields. And then case closure, just to think about, a generic way of how cases are going to be closed. Because, for example, adding in knowledge-based fields, like how can we learn? How can the business learn from those? What can they take from the cases, and who's going to be responsible? So giving some thought as to what can go into that case closure was useful. So I'm conscious I'm almost out of time. And so along this way, I've talked about really what I've learned along the way, but I thought just a few additional things to add would be just the importance of having weekly or bi-weekly common case meetings with the full sprint team, the full process owners, product owners, to make sure that and that they know the importance of coming to that, because of course, if we start developing something that, as I said, does have an impact on them, and they're not involved, it can cause huge problems down the line. So what we did, we set up weekly common case meetings and an individual weekly meeting with each process owner. So for those stories that we're working on specifically just for them. As I mentioned before, the Dynamics 365 case management does work in a very specific very good way, in my opinion. And it only serves to help upskilling those BAs as soon as possible to make sure that they understand how the system works, and so that they can get on board and be developing it in the same way as well. And finally, efficient change management structures. None of it would have been possible without a brilliant change management team, which we had helping to support and making sure that the users, the business owners, the managers, the directors, that everybody understands what's going on, and they're being handheld through that entire process, so they really feel like a part of it, and they get excited about the product, because this is the thing, isn't it? It's helping people feel excited about the change that's happening, because it does do wonderful things to businesses. Dynamics 365, and that's all I got. So I want to say thank you very much for listening. Thank you for letting me share. I hope someone managed to get something from that, but if not, I've enjoyed myself anyway, so thank you, and I'll open the floor to any questions.
Thank you, Richard, and that was really informative session as well. I was kind of glued to it, and particularly the roadmap template you shared, which is kind of really helpful to me as well. Just looking at chat, we haven't got any questions, so if anyone has a question, please feel free to post it in chat or to ask Richard now. We have 3 minutes to go. So actually, Richard, I have a question.
Okay.
Have you, what's your view on your step methodology, which is pretty much, I believe it's a combination or hybrid methodology of Agile and Waterfall, specifically developed for Dynamics project. What do you think? Is it kind of really helpful to organizations, or it's something?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've never actually worked with SureStep. However, in doing the Agile courses and speaking with various people, Agile came as a result of quite a few failures using SureStep, and I can't comment whether that's true or not, because I never used it personally, and I think it's very much an individual based consultant approach, but also what's right for the business. So yeah, because I've never used it, I'm not too sure I can comment, but that's my experience with that.
Okay. Before I ask next question, so we have a question from Dave. Difference between BA and functional consultant and solution architect roles.
It's a great question, because that's something that we really had to nail down. And a business analyst, it is a fairly floating role, and you can find that the BA and the functional consultant, especially in the early days, can kind of butt heads a little bit trying to find their roles. But what we found was the difference was that a BA is essentially someone that does work really with the business to understand and is an advocate of the business and making sure that all of their requirements are being captured. The functional consultant, even though we work closely with the business, we kind of leave that to the BA, but at the same time, we're then responsible for making sure those requirements are being designed in the right way. And then the solution architect is the person that looks at, because we're talking here about one work stream, case management, but there could be multiple work streams. So to make sure that what we're developing is also in line with other parts of different work streams, that's what then the solution architect is responsible for, and understanding the various different technologies that we have available to us as we're building.
Absolutely, that's a clear differentiation as well. And I work as an enterprise and solution architect in wear the different hats, and I always get asked this question as well. So not to be confused with application architect, data architect, infrastructure architect, security architect, or business architect. Solution architect has an overall role to look after pretty much every corners and area. So it's a very interesting position actually, and I personally quite enjoy it, but it actually thinks out of the box and looks at multiple solutions, where the enterprise architect looks at, like, overall enterprise level, how all the solutions gets fit within organization. So yeah, that's clear differentiation.
Absolutely, yeah.
How do you, so there is a question from Gulshan, how do you deal with any advice sought regarding license management?
Well, I guess it depends what kind of organization we're working with. If it's an enterprise one, I'd refer them to the project management. Of course, if you're in Scrum, it may not be project management, but it all depends on who's responsible for that. Of course, if we're dealing with smaller clients and we're working with them directly, then we'll just have those conversations about what's available, what they've purchased, and then what they need going forward and what their resources are.
Excellent. So we are 1 minute over. I'm sure Ambesh is good with that. I just wanted to ask the last question. So you did mention about the workshop where we collect all the information.
Yeah.
What's your view on which are the people to get involved? So if, let's say, for example, sometime organizations recommend, like, let's get the end user involved because they are pretty much SME, subject matter experts. But there is always a danger because they will ask the entire world.
Yes. Yeah, and I've been a part of that meeting as well, where they have invited the whole world, and for me that it's happened. It did happen a few times, and actually, what I've found works really well. If someone can be appointed as the subject matter expert, who can speak on behalf of that department, and then liaise with them. But then we bring the rest of the team in to see the reviews of how the process is developing, because that way it's much easier for them to input, and through continuous improvement we can then incorporate their feedback.
Yeah, thanks for that, Richard. So thank you very much for your time today and sharing your knowledge and experience.
Thank you. Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Cheers. So next session we have from Ambesh Singh. Ambesh is going to present a session on customer self-service portals. What should I know about it and how it's actually going to solve the customer service problems. So Ambesh, are you online?
Yes.
Excellent. Ambesh, do you want to share your screen?
I just shared, so if you can confirm it is visible or not.
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you loud and clear. So without further ado, over to you, Ambesh.
Thank you so much. Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to the customer self-service powerful low-code portal session today. Very good morning, afternoon, evening, and night based on the reasons you belongs to. I will try my level best to make the session interactive and alive. So please bear with me for next 50 to 55 minutes max. I would like to briefly introduce myself here, and then I will start with the agenda for the session. So my name is Ambesh Singh, 365 Saturdays community member and the mentor too, currently working with KPMG Deutschland as a Dynamic 365 architect and a technical manager within Microsoft practice. Prior to that, I worked with Pearson VUE and EA Games, and mostly in my career, I worked with Microsoft in different product groups and consultings. I worked with Bing, MSN, and the Dynamic Portals product team and provide consultings in Microsoft global deliveries. So business are constantly challenged to grow, scale, and increase efficiently. At the same time, striving to add service capacity, increase customer satisfaction, and deliver exceptional service, all while improving staff productivity and enhancing the service quality too. So how do a small business do it, or even the big business or the smart businesses do it at all? So with the best-in-class Dynamic 365 backed website portal to quickly build secure self-service portals and even the entire websites with no developer required. Make your CDS and a Dynamic 365 data available to the web. A custom application builder provides a seamless customer experience with a responsive solution that optimized for mobile, tablet, and desktop right out of the first things first. Let's see the high level of agenda for today. I will do my best to cover as much as from the following topics and even the topics outside from the list. So we will cover about the Power App portals, why to opt for, how it's different from the dynamic portals, different portal templates, specifically the customer self-service portals, how to do the CRUD operations on the CDS data from the portals, what's in the Wave 1 release, and something very very interesting which is released recently 2 days back, and few of the valuable references followed by Q&A. So Power App portals allow us to create a low-code, no-code website for our customers. The motto behind is the idea of make it simple, and mark my word, make it simple. With portals are actually extending the capabilities of Dynamic 365 applications. The full capabilities of Dynamic 365 portals previously offered as an add-on on the model-driven app in Dynamic 365 are now available completely standalone inside the Power Apps. These capabilities features are revamped end-to-end experience from makers to create and deploy a website and customize it. With pages, layouts, and content, makers can reuse base designs through templates, add forms, charts, and views to display key data from the common data services to publish to the users. So let's take a use case. So I can give you a brief for my organization. So KPMG has turned off the internal users and external customers. And let's think about the scenario where maybe I need to connect with my IT team for the faulty hardwares or software issues, and maybe the HR team for my leave and vacation policies. Do I need to write an email or call them? Definitely not. I can explore the knowledge base and the forum discussions before approaching them or raising the support tickets. Same as for my end users or the customers. If they need to raise a ticket on new change request, or maybe the new change request, they can use the customer self-service portal. And because it's on the top of the CDS or the dynamic database, we can create a workflow from request to invoice and send bills to them after the work done. And no magic here, and complete process take less than a day to surface it. Let's visit on some of the data facts, and the data is from the last MS Ignite. So we have portals have 11 million active users, which is 500% tremendous growth from the last year. And not only this, there are 14,000 portals are running, and it's a double in number since the last year. And it's keep growing, it's not stopping there. And there are approximately 300 million pages views per month, which is 200% growth. And not only the page view increase, but there are 100 million transactions happen per month in those duration. And those transactions referred as a real operation, like CRUD operations, searches, or maybe login and logouts. So just think about the volume, that how the audience or the end users or the business is investing in the portals, and how like Microsoft is taking it very positively as a successful product. So on October 1st, 2019, Microsoft announced the general availability for the Power App portals, and then how it's differ for the Dynamic 365 portals which exist earlier. And that is a very common question which generally like people ask me via the seminars or the conferences or maybe in the training too. So I would say the Dynamic 365 portals are the Power App portals now. There are completely no change in the structure. there was no downtime, no upgrade required. It turned automatically if you just enable the auto upgrades in your admin center, and it's happened in a night, so there was no downtime for that also. And all of the new capabilities are available by default for the existing portals too. So there are only one thing changed, and which is the branding. So initially it was a Dynamic 365 portals, and now we call as a Power App portals. And definitely the license too, because it revamped. Initially you need to pay as a standalone application charges. Now you need to, like, the complete licensing plan has been changed. So it's very important, if you are selling or if you're going to use it, please go through the licensing plan. I'm pretty sure, like in the previous, there was a heat when Microsoft changed the licensing plans. People were not happy, even the developers or the business users, they were really not happy who sell the product, because it converted in a different way. Like you need to pay per page views, per logins or something like that. I wrote a LinkedIn article. I will share the URL, or maybe I can share it in after the session, so you can just go through and just check what the licensing changes has been done for the Power App portals. So portals are not new. Like as I told, they exist since years. So it started from the ADX, then Microsoft Dynamic portals, and now the Power App portals. So major announcement for the Power App portals came on the April 2019 as a private preview, and which is followed by July 2019 as a public preview. On October 1st, 2019, like as I told earlier, Microsoft announced the Power App portal as general availability, or the GA, with loaded lot of cool and the new features. And the current release is 9.2.2.15. And so, like in this particular release, apart from the bug fixes, there are some major changes included, like entity permission check on the entity form should not be required for the file attachments to work in the form, but you must assign the create, append, and append to permission to the annotation entities. At the same time, like forum replies are not working for the languages which support the double byte characters like Chinese or the Japanese. So these changes were also added in the 9.2.2.15. I will talk more about the 2020 Wave 1 release in the subsequent slides. And there was something new popped up 2 days back, so I will explain those too. So like it's a low-code solution for creating multilingual responsive websites for the users external to your organization, as well as for the internal employees. It's a content management system that built right in the CDS and easily interacted with your CDS data. On the top of that, you can actually control your content also, or your data, by using the pre-built security framework features. So use any of the commercial or enterprise login providers like Microsoft accounts, LinkedIn, Azure AD B2C, Google, Facebook, or even allow the anonymous access. So you have industry graded solution available for that. And it's not only this, like use it's use the WYSIWYG designer. What you see is what you get to create a website content based on the responsive designs, run on any platform like desktop, tabs, or mobile. Power App portals are based on the Bootstrap 3.3.x, which is like there's an exception for the event portal. So portals developers should not replace the Bootstrap 3 with other CSS libraries, as some of the scenarios or the basic functionality in the Power App portals are dependent on those Bootstrap libraries. So if you're creating a new library, you need to just take care about that you are actually wrapping around that. And it's built on the top of CDS, like as I told, and it will cascade all of the features along with data, like security, like data protections, views, form, charts, dashboard, and so on. And it's a pro-dev extensibility and templating capabilities to design complex business process. So as I told initially, like it's a low-code, no-code solution. So it doesn't mean that there is nothing for the developer. So there are complex business requirements, and Microsoft is really putting a lot on the pro-dev conceptual also. They are not kicking out the developers from the portals. So you can use a pre-built templates like customer self-service, partner management, event management, community self-service, or maybe you can create your own template on the top of that. So setup experience for portals are very quick and easy. You have simplified designer. In German, we generally call this as a clicky bunty. So with just few clicks, you can surface serious data on the top of rich predefined templates. I will give a pause on the slide running here, and I will quickly show something in the portal. So maybe it is quite easy for the audience to correlate that. So let me just quickly open my browser. And here we go. So what you need to go, like from where you need to start, you simply need to go to the make.powerapps.com. And it's for the normal business users. If you are really interested in the new features, then you can go make.preview.powerapps.com. Like you will get some new features available there, which is not available for the general audience. So there are multiple ways to create a portal. Like on the home page, you can just click on the portal from blank. This is the one way. The second way, you can simply go to your like a create left navigation, and you can actually create it from there too, for portal from the blank. The third way, you can go to the apps, and from the apps also you can just create a new app and portal from here. So you can take any of the example. Let's go back to the home, and I will just look for the all templates too here. So I just need to show you that what all the templates are available within the portal. So as I told, like we have a community, we have a customer self-service, we have a partner, employee self-service. We have customer portals, which is in preview. It's a new one which integrated with the supply chain management. And as per the Microsoft, it was about to release on June 2020. And I think it should be applicable by the time now. So these all the things you can do, and you can just start portal from the blank template. In that case, it will give you the starter template on the top of that. So you just give the portal name there, maybe my portal or something. You need to just give the address for your portal and just select the available language from your CDS. So if you have the languages available there, you can just opt any of the available language. For me, it's showing English because I have just enabled the English language in my CDS. So that is the way you can create it. The moment you will create it, you will get a portal like rendered you maybe in 30 seconds, which is very, very quick. Initially, I do remember when we used to work on the Dynamics portal, it took around 20 minutes, sometimes to 40 minutes, like it extended. So it's really quick, and yeah, you can leverage this kind of stuff there. Let me quickly back to the slide. So that was the first thing, like you got to know that, okay, from where you can spin up your portals. And now the second thing, like after you created the portal, the next question is from where you can customize them, because definitely you need a bit of customization. How you will decide the themes, images, navigation, pages, content of your own website? Answer is pretty simple. And if you remember that I told, mark my word, make it simple. And Microsoft provided the Portal Design Studio for all of this. It's a WYSIWYG experience, like whatever you will do on the Design Studio, you will see the same impact immediately on the portals. So it's a simplified portal designer to customize content of your website, create and manage pages, navigation, theme, etc. in just a few clicks, with increase of productivity in the multi-fold way. And you have an option to choose a predefined page layouts. If not matching with your business requirement, you always feel free to create your own templates using the page and the web templates available in the portal solution. So just excuse me for the now, if you are not getting like a web template, page template or something, I will give you a brief very soon, but it's not very important stuff now. The idea is like it's very simple to create it. And it's not only like Designer not only allowed you to change the look and feel, but also provide you a way to integrate your CDS or the dynamic data, like forms or the views in just a few clicks. So all of the fields of the form will remain same metadata. And not only this, you can put more magic on the top of that, like it's more icing on the cake. You can go with the captchas on the same form, especially if your page is having anonymous access. So Portal provides you the maximum reusability, means less pain. So definitely you can extend on the top of that. So Portal are meant for the users outside of your organization, like definitely your customers, and as well as for the internal employees. So authenticate application and anonymous user always come in the picture in that case, and especially when it comes to the data, because as I told, like portal are just not for some static stuff or the website. It's your dynamic or the serious data. So you can enable a variety of commercial login providers like Microsoft, LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, etc., as well as the enterprise providers like Azure AD B2C, Okta, Auth0, etc. And here Microsoft actually recommends for use Azure AD B2C as a preferred provider, but you feel free to use any one of them where you are comfortable in as per your business requirement. So portal supports self-service in terms of registration and profile management out of box. It's allow user to link or delink identities from the different identity providers. So suppose you forget your password for the Twitter, but you can still log in via your LinkedIn credential if you already mapped your account or the contact in the portal. And this is very powerful feature that your identity will not be loosed in the portal. You create a case after login from Microsoft account, and the next time you logged in via Twitter or maybe LinkedIn or the Google account, you can still see all the data as same as from the different identity provided, because your profile is same there, is a single profile and is a one contact in the Sirius or the Dynamics. So it also enables anonymous access for the content like FAQs, contact us, about us, office location, etc. And you can provide the hybrid content also on the same page, like you can expose the sales or the HR head email ID and the direct contact number just for the logged in users. So contact is a core and of the like a portal identity management, and it helps to support not only the B2B or the B2C model also. Like an example, a case is submitted by maybe Raj is like he should be definitely able to see his cases, but and this this is the example of the B2C, but at the same time, like I have a B2B scenario where a case submitted by me on the 360 against the 365 portal. So because he's from my same organization, same account, he should also be able to see my my cases which is raised by me. So there should be no duplication of the cases within the system. And that is something where the contact is coming in the picture, where the web roles are coming in the picture. So I will just brief you on that too very soon. And which is like responsive and the multilingual website, which is for me it's really important, because as an external user, like your portal is not for just for the internal users, for the customers, and external user facing sites need to be perfect in terms of the UI and it look and feels because it's represent your brand actually. And responsive websites which run on every platforms, every surface, every browsers is internally supported by the Bootstrap theme and provided you the pixel perfect website. And the good part here that you can customize as much as you can, and not only the things you need to consider to use that Bootstrap patterns keep website responsive. So you just need to think about that you're not breaking the Bootstrap patterns. And not only this, it support all the serious languages except RTL market like a Hebrew and maybe Arabic. And it also support the variant of the multiple languages, like an example, English UK, French Canadian, not only French France or English India or English US. Like this, it support around 180 variants, and which is not less for the worldwide audience. And just keep this in mind, it needed to be tied with one of your listed serious languages, because your forms content, your list content, they are coming from the serious. So most important thing here is the accessibility, and which is the core thing in any Microsoft product since last 5 to 7 years, and Portal are not an exception for this. So all of your controls and the layouts are 100% supported by the accessibility stuff and supported by the WCAG 2.0 now. So WCAG stands for the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, and it standard came from the W3C guidelines. And it's not if you are making any customization in the layout, you need to share the responsibility with Microsoft to keep your customization compliance to WCAG. And WCAG already declared the next version 2.1, but honestly, I'm not sure which version Microsoft will release or provide this the standard out of box with the portal. So this is another important aspect. Like for portal, CDS is the core, and it doesn't mean that you are not leveraging the beauty of the other Microsoft product or the services. So like you can integrate with the Power BI embedded components, like for reports, dashboard, and tiles. You can integrate with the SharePoint and Azure Blob for the documentation storage. You can integrate with the Azure AD B2C as an identity provider. You can integrate with Azure Application Insight for the telemetry uses. And not only this, like you can use also the Azure Application Gateway is a WAF, like a web application firewalls for providing additional security. So you can consume and integrate your product with the other Microsoft products too. And let me just quickly give one more stuff here, which I can show you. So just for example, like you can just simply go to the admin. Let me quickly go. So in the admin, this is the admin panel for the portals, and you can actually enable the custom errors from here. So I don't want to disable because I need to keep it enabled. I already did it. And you can actually enable the diagnosis logs also. So an example, you can give your blob storage account here, then you can give the retention period. So if you're working on the dev environment, I would always prefer to just keep the retention period less. Maybe 30 days is more than enough. And definitely if it is a production, then you can pick the 180 days also, because you need to retain your data. And apart from your logs, there is nothing to debug if some issues are coming or popping up. But you always need to think about, because now you are integrating with the Azure, so you need to pay the Azure storage charges. An example for this, like I already included with the Azure storage, and I can just quickly see on the portal errors. A second. Blob containers, telemetry logs. Site 2020. So an example, you can explore it. You can just go and pick any of the log files from there, and you can see, okay, what is happening in my portal. If something is not working, you definitely need an insight for that one. For the dev, it's okay. You can just like debug it in some way, but for the production and maybe I think for UAT also, it's not very much feasible and possible. So it's always good to have the logs for that one, and you can configure it. And believe me, it just take around 5 to 10 minutes to configure. So it's not a big pain for us. Okay, so which is somehow very important. Like I explained while creating the portal that you have multiple templates. So let me just give you a brief of the templates, and it's really, really important because you need to be very wise by choosing any of the template. So if you think that you need to just targeting the external audience, then maybe for the forum or maybe community discussion, then maybe the community is the right way for that one. If you're just using for your internal employees, then definitely you are not going to use the customer portal or the custom portals. You can go with the employee self-service portal. So I just give you a brief about that. Like an example, the community portal. So the target audience is for the partner and the customers for that. And you can choose this option to provision a portal that is focused on online community. The portal will contain features such as a form, ideas, blogs, or the case management. And you can opt for the customer self-service portal for the partner and the customer again. But this option provides you the ability for the portal users to search knowledge articles also. You can submit the cases and participate in the discussions, discussion forums, or to resolve the issues. Then you have employee self-service portals, and its target audience is definitely the employee. And the portal allows the employee to access the centralized knowledge articles, and also you can submit the cases from here too. And the heavier one is a partner portal, and definitely the target audience is a partner for that. And you can choose this option to build a portal where the external partners can manage and collaboration on accounts and the opportunities, and like add-ons are available for like a Dynamic 365 field services or the Dynamic 365 project services with this feature, or this template. Basically, you can actually start the portal from the blank also, where the portal form blank option is meant for the unique line of business scenarios, which is not good and fit with the other portal options. So the portal can be configured to address a variety of the requirements. And if the portal from blank is provisions with a common data services environment, with Dynamic 365 enable specific features for forms, and the other portals can incorporate it into the in this portal later. And the last one, which I just told, a customer portal, which is for the enterprise B2B, and this is for the Dynamic 365 supply chain management customer portals. It's a template that provides you the portal to access the Dynamic 365 supply chain, which chain management data by using the 12 CDS entities. So this is somehow you need to be very wise. You may discuss with the SMEs or the business before spinning up any of the portal or working on the top of that. And here I just conclude the features like the portal template features, which built as a common foundation like a portal base, including all of the following features. So like an example, the ability to configure on the portal by using the portal studio is available in all, like it's a base which is available in all the portals. You can use the content management, including content publishing, designing, theming, search, multilingual support, and maybe the different templating. You have an extensibility that built in on the web pages, template, entity forms, entity list, and much more. Security is definitely is one of the primary concept in the base portals. And then you have the common features like ads, polls, rating, and comments. This you can enable it for any pages in any portals. So where the portal templates are different in around of the functional area, like a specific business process, such as a case management. So these features are deployed as additional managed solution and make it easier to add missing features if it is necessary. The only thing what you need to consider here, like the support of the Azure Active Directory as an authentication provider included in the base portal or the portal base. But the important aspect here, the Azure AD authentication feature as used by the employee self-service portal is a bit different. So in employee self-service portal, the sign-in process validate the users has a required Dynamic 365 license, which is important, like required Dynamic 365 license. So for employee portal, you need a Dynamic 365 license also too for all their users. And access is denied. You will get it if you don't have the Dynamic 365 license assigned. So it's not only the AD, but apart from AD, you should have the Dynamic 365 license, at least the team license. And if a particular feature, for example, case management is available in 2 different templates, it will be same for the same feature offering in that same functionality for the other portals too. So then you need to really consider for some dependencies, like if you're using the project service automation or the field service integration, you definitely need to install those solutions prior for that one. So this is somehow is very important, which I think everybody should know. And when you use the right way, like Microsoft Dynamic 365 for customer service can lead you organizations provided world-class customer service that leads to unwavering customers' loyalty. In 2020, the way we interact, especially in the corona or the COVID situation, the way we interact with the customer has changed dramatically, with a majority of the customers expecting a digital response and presence from their brands and the organizations. So accordingly to the Foster research, there are around 86% of consumers use a web or the mobile self-service to find the answers. When customer service agents are provided the right tool to manage customer job satisfaction increase as well as the client retention, it is easier for agent to provide the right answer or the lead customers to them. This is certainly reflect the Microsoft Dynamic 365 customer self-service portal, where customer can send support tickets relevant to their questions or the concern. In addition to those benefits, like job turnover time is also reduced when customer service agents have the right tool to help their customer, like we see in the in previous session where it shows it. So I don't want to just re-demo the same things and repeat it here. Then again, from the Microsoft Dynamic 365 for customer services, one of the greatest tool that provide the comprehensive solution for the customers and the customer service agents alike. So it's also opened the channel, the different channel of engagement through the customer preference to a unified platform, like emails, comments, attachments, and so on, even the chats, phone too. And agents are empowered with all of the resources they need to succeed in their role. So if the case is raised from the portal, like from the agent perspective, they can see the 360-degree of view of the user or the customer, that okay, what is the background for and every aspect, like not only the background, what kind of category he is, location and everything. So he get all the 360-degree of view, and he would be in a best or better situation to fulfill the customer requirement because he have all the intakes in his hand. So you can add hyperlinks or poll, for example. Meanwhile, customer can search for articles to navigate the community forum for the answers about your organization, product or service. That the other way, like you can provide them to decrease the pressure from you for every information from your site or your shoulder. So in which way knowledge based articles can be surfaced within the portal and organized accordingly to the most popular via the search bar for the customers. So before going further, basically, I would like to just show a few more things here in the portal. Like I shown you the admin panel. Let me just quickly give you a brief for that one because it is somehow really important to understand. So on the first step, basically, you will get all the portal details, like what is the URL, what instance, who is the owner of that particular app and everything, target audience. You can change it, the bindings later on. You can change the portal state from enable to disable, like if you really need to give a pause for that, maybe for some upgrade or something. The option here for the enable portals for early upgrade, I would recommend just keep it for the dev system or maybe UAT, definitely not the production, because you don't know the impact without testing. Ideally, Microsoft even don't recommend to push it. So that also like an important aspect. We have tons of the portal action. I can just quickly brief you, like you can add the custom domain, you can restart your portals, and this is one of the way actually when basically your portal is like running very slow, is hanging around, or maybe if it is especially in the dev instances, like you have a lot of cached insert, you make some changes in the pages, but it's not reflecting, or maybe the data too. So you are okay to just come and restart it from here, and then you will get all the cache invalidation there. So this is one of the aspect, but please keep it note when you restart the portal need a time to boot up and on the first hits. So it will take time, and your portal performance also will be degraded on that aspect. So it's not advisable to restart the portal on every fortnight or every hour. You can update your dynamic 365 URL. You can install basically all the like packages or the solution, like for project service, PSA and the field service. You can get a public key. It's for the integration aspect. Especially like if you need to integrate with the Power BI or something, you can get the latest metadata translation, which is basically the metadata translation means you have a site in English, but then you enable the 15 different languages. So this latest metadata translation will provide you some of the basics translation, and if you don't have the content snippet translated available for that, then definitely this will help you in that case. You can disable and enable log for like the logs I have already explained. You can reset the portal, so it will just reset the portal to the initial stage. Definitely it will not delete any of your existing work, but it will reset. So it will reset to the default. If you have your own custom pages, web templates, it's not going to impact on that one. You can change the base URL of the portal. So suppose you are not okay with the specific URL, you can always go and change the base URL, and definitely you can update the portal domain. So you can, like from the Power App portals to, you can make it to the Microsoft CRM portals. It is up to you. You can definitely change it. You can enable the maintenance mode. Whenever you will enable, you may provide the custom pages also, like okay, the portal is under maintenance or something. You can pop up the notification to the end users. So this you can actually enable it from here. The next is you can definitely set up the custom domain and SSL. For that, you can manage the SSL certificates too. You can manage the Dynamic 365 instance. Like suppose you created a portal for some trial instance, and then you need to move to the another instance. You can definitely go and move it. You can definitely set up the SharePoint integration, as I told. You can set up the Power BI integration. How to do this, I will show you very quickly if I will get enough time for that. You can run the portal checkers. You can manage the portal authentication keys. So your portal authentication keys is valid, I think, for 2 years, and every 2 years you need to update your keys. It should be automatically updated by the Microsoft itself, but maybe you need to just keep eyes on there, because you will start to get notification that your key is gonna expire, please update it. So in that case, you need to come here, or like an admin need to come here and update it manually. You can also just whitelist or blacklist the IP addresses. So if you need, okay, this portal list need to be accessed only from my office premise or the network, you can definitely do this. You don't, if you think that, okay, it need to be only available for this particular IP ranges, you can definitely do this, or the vice versa also. If you need to blacklist some of the IP ranges, you can definitely come in here and perform those actions. So I will just quickly show to run the portal checker by the time. Just give me a second. Run portal checker. So this is one of the way actually to just see the health of your portals. If something is not running up and fine, or something is not getting like proper configured, you will get a notification there. I will come to this. Okay, that's come. So an example, everything is passed. So this checks is always keep updating from Microsoft. They are putting more and more checks. Initially it was 17 or something. I think it's now more than that one. So one thing is there, like entities are not enabled for the cache invalidation, and it gave me a brief that, okay, my KPMG tax _ membership entity, it's not enabled for the cache, and it also gave me the way how to fix it actually. So I need to go and fix it in this particular way. So it's very nice way to administrate this, to customize and configure this. And I would always recommend to always keep your eyes on the portal checker, which is available there. So let's quickly come to there. So I already explained the maintenance mode, clearing cache. You need to restart your portal. There is another way. I will show you that too. You can get a latest metadata translation, IP address restrictions. Everything is already been explained. Let me quickly jump to the next slide. And here basically like what's new in that. And yeah, so basically you have a theming support for your studio. You have a CDS portal migration schema, so which is available if anybody need it for any of your portal, like any variety of your portal templates, I can provide you. It's also available with the MSN docs, and you can integrate the Power BI with that. The page layouts are available, and you can just like. Initially it was less, but now Microsoft is keep updating the page layouts too. Portal checker rules I already explained. And then you have also the portal design studio enhancement, like if you use any CRM or CDS list, or some of the liquid rendering, you can immediately get in the output on the design studio. So you don't need to wait for that. So it's not only it's not basically like you just added it and you don't know what will happen. So you will get a complete WYSIWYG feel there. Okay, so basically like what is the focus area for Microsoft right now? Like they are making more simple, so it can be used by the business or the citizen developers. It's more reliable. So more reliable, like they are focusing, it doesn't mean that it's the portal solution or portal app is not reliable. It's more secure and reliable, but Microsoft is definitely pushing more into that one. Because as I told, like they have a tremendous increase on the number of users or number of portals which is running on right now on the Microsoft clouds. There is not everything is for the citizen developers. There is there is so much things coming for the pro developers also, and there are focus areas on the integration with the PVA. So it's already there, but there are more enhancement there. So you will keep getting news for the new features in upcoming days. There are a few of the known issues. So I can just quickly brief about that one. Like the rich text for the notes in the timeline is not supported by the the Power Up portals, and due to the ongoing compatibility issues with the updated Yahoo YDN OAuth providers, like the users are basically getting some temporary issues in the authentication with the Yahoo identity providers. Sometimes your environment, when you create your environment along with the starter portals, the owner of the portal is not displayed correctly. It's always displayed at a system, but it should be the owner like who created it. So this is also the known issue where Microsoft is working right now. And sometimes what happens, like when you just you have a portal pages in a hierarchy for more than 3 levels, the page from the 4th level onwards, it's not displayed in the design studio. So this is also one of the stuff. Color pickers are related. String are only supported in English. So the other languages not supported in that case, unfortunately for now. A few template page on the employee self-service portal are not been rendered correct breadcrumbs. I will tell you what is the breadcrumbs in my demo in a shorter moment. So it's basically the navigation navigation on the pages, and only the CSS applied at the root page level displayed in the theme page. So if you're trying to updating the CSS file name with the same name for some other CSS file available for the portal, so portal Studios is basically asked you to replace the file, which should not be. And if your image uploaded for one page, it became the child of that page. So if you delete and the page, the image will also deleted, and then it will not be rendered on the other portal pages, which should not be, because image is attached as a web file, and web file can be accessed by any of the pages. So this is something like what are a few of the known issues where Microsoft working on that. Now let's quickly talk about the latest Wave 1 release. So basically, like there are a couple of my favorites into that one, like identity provider configuration, portal search. So identity provider configuration, like now you can have more easy way to configure it. Portal search is now available for your custom entities also. Theming, you have more options there. You can integrate portal like Power BI directly from your design studio. Now you have robust Power Platform Admin Center. So this is all what is available. Let me just quickly show you right now a couple of more things regarding the admin one. So give me a sec. So let me go to the So this is what I'm talking about, like when you reach to the admin.powerplatform.microsoft.com, you definitely, like it's a new admin center. Initially, the portal stuff was not mentioned there, so you need to go to the specific instances, and from there you can reach out to the portals. But now with the latest release, you can directly go to the, just let it load. You can directly go to the resources, and then you have a portals available there. So it will surface all of the portals which is available to your tenant. So just give a second, let it load properly. Yeah, and now you can directly make like your admin stuff or admin configuration from here. So you don't need to go to the specific instances and do it from there, which is one of the new stuff. Themes, let me just quickly show you the themes, what I meant for that one. Okay. Just give a sec. So now I would like to just show you the design studio basically. Give me. This is somehow the portal design studio which I was talking about. So you can just add the new page, and now you don't have only the blank and the landing page layout, but you have the multiple layouts available. So this is this is a part of one of the announcement. You can just go and see the complete hierarchy view. You can add the component. So maybe if you just need to add the Power BI here, so you can just select any of the element where you need to inject or the component, and go click on the Power BI. Power BI is there. You can just go and check like it's for your customer, for your own organization or whatever. So an example, if it is for org, you need to just put the AAD like as a authentication, AD authentication. If it is for customer, then you need to put some stuff there in the bindings. Workspace, like if you have any workspaces, it will show you there. It will show you the dashboard. So I need to show the reports. So I will just opt it for the reports here. And then I have one report available there. I can select the page one there, and everything is already available. I can just go and apply the roles and the filters. Like if I just need to show the reports only for the specific user's account or something, I can definitely go and do it there. The next one is the themes here. So like you can enable the basics themes. You have a lot of preset themes already available, and if you don't need it, you can definitely go and enable you can basically create your own custom themes, for which I was talking about. Like it was also recently introduced in the Wave 1. release. So you can just create your own custom themes, and it's just think it like how easy it is. As a developer, or as a designer, you don't need to write a CSS for that one. You can directly do it with the clicks here, with few clicks. The same is for the themes, and then you have a templates available, so you can use any of the available template for that. So I will not save this one, and then I will just quickly go to my. So this is what I told, like one is the identity provider. Let me just show that too. I think that would be the nice way. Okay, so it's already there. Basically, I need to delete it. So it will not destroy my page. So an example, like as I told, like you from there you can directly reach to here to your identity provider from your make.powerapps.com. You can disable it, you can enable it, you can configure it. Like you have multiple options to serve this. So you don't need to jump on each other's pages, the bindings and everything. You can directly do most of the things here. And if you have your own providers, you can just directly go and add it from here too. So it's like this is pretty simple for now. Portal search, as I told, like it's now available for the custom entities. Themings I have already explained you. Power BI integration, I can explain you very quickly. That let me see what's the next one. Is a Power Platform Admin Center, which I already told you, like how to reach there, and you will get all of your portal instances in the portal tab. And then I will come to here. But now let me just quickly show you how to integrate the reports basically. So I just created a report on my Power BI, and what you need to do it actually, you just simply like after creating the report, you can simply go to the tenant settings. So admin portal, tenant setting, and then you need to come down here for the developer setting, but I will give a pause. I will just show you something in the groups. So basically, you need to go to your Azure, and Azure you need to go to the Azure AD, and let me just quickly show you what I meant for. It will be more easy. So you need to go to your Azure Active Directory, go to the groups, and basically here you need to create a new group. So if you create a new group, it will become like this. So I will not create it, but I will show you something here. And while creating the group, you need to provide the object ID. And this object ID is actually, you can get the from the portal admin center, which I told you, like if you need to integrate with some other component, you can use it. And then automatically like your portal Power BI embedded service will come here. You can use as a member to add that one. So if you can see here, like it is already added as a member there. So as a service principal type, and then you can come to the portal. You can come in the developer setting. You can enable it. You can specify the security group. So suppose you just need to use for the Power BI embedded service team members, for team members type, you can come here, you can apply this. And then basically, again, you can go to your workspace, open the report, go to the specific report which you want, and then you have an option here to embed it. You will get a URL, or if you need to embed it as a iframe in your portal, you can just go and opt for this one quickly. So I just opted in on one of my page here. So I just show you what I meant for. Like it's already there. So you can definitely come and embed it. How to embed it, I can very quickly show you on the page. So you don't need to do anything. You just put a Power BI authentication type is anonymous, and then you need to give your path for that one. Or the second option, you can also inject in iframe. So it's pretty simple. There is no rocket science required. It's pretty simple to configure and just put it there. I will just quickly give you the way, but need to just show a couple of more things here. So this is the membership entity I have created. It's a custom entity, and to surface the data from CRM to like a forms and the views, just took around 15 to 20 minutes for me. So now you can actually create the new records here. Simply, you can edit the existing records, and everything is pretty much possible with the CRM entity form. So basically, these are the CRM entity forms. These are not anything very specific for the portal. I have wrote it from the scratch. I just use the CRM entity forms there. So you can opt it from, you can actually view, you can edit it also. So if you edit it, you can edit with the existing one. This is again an edit form available in the CRM. I just reuse it. So this is somehow the stuff are available. I will quickly show in the here. So I will just give a quick view because I have still 5 minutes available, and then I will quickly jump on the next topic. So I will not give very detail into that one, but just give a quick way around about this portal entity. So you have a website, and if you have more than 4 or 5 websites, you will get all the bindings there. So basically it's for that. So currently I have a customer self-service. Maybe you have an employee or the partner or the community also. So those all will be listed here. Then you have entity forms, which I told you, like it's very much similar as a entity forms and the views basically in CRM. So you can use the entity forms and the views in the list. You have some other options, but the most two important are here, the site settings and the settings. So setting is basically for all of your portals available. So it will apply on all of the portals if you have 4 or 5 portals. But the site setting is very specific for one of your portal, like for which you are changing the stuff. So an example, just if I just need to disable the Azure AD login, I can simply go there. I can make it false. But as I told, like here you can see this is customer self-service. If you need to create it for the other portals also, you need to create this manually for the other portals. So whenever you spin up the portal, by default it will come, but I'm talking about the new site settings if you really need to work with that. Let me just show you very quickly about my membership page. So I started with the web pages because this is kind of the root. So in the web pages, I create a web page called the membership. So I can show you here. It meant for the customer self-service portal. The parent should be the home, and here I use the page template. Something the state is published and the draft, so it's okay. I use the entity list called the membership view, and entity list, as I told, like it's a CRM list basically, and you just easily surfaced like a views easily surfaced here. I will go to the page template, that how the page templates look like. So on the root, I have the web pages, which like your request will come to the web pages on the base of the URL. Then it will check, okay, what are the page template I have? In the page template, you will get a web template. And in the web template, basically your all the liquid templates are coming. So you can check, okay, something. If just an example, like if I don't have a user, so please don't show anything. So if I will go back to the portal and just log out from here, I will not able to, not from here, maybe from membership, I will not able to see any of your data. So this kind of the liquid templating, you can do it, and it is already available out of box, and you will get tons of the links. So you can see, like now I'm not able to see my CRM list data there. If you just put this also in the if block, you will not able to see the reports too. So something like this, you can definitely do it here. Now quickly, let me just jump back to the. So it's icing on the cake, and it's one of my favorite. Like 2 days ago, Microsoft announced the long-awaited ProDev capabilities, which is the web APIs on the portals. And portals, basically web APIs enable the building a richer user experience inside the Power Up portal pages. So you can directly use the web APIs to create, update, and delete operations across all the CDS entities for your portals. And like, for example, you can create a new account, update the contact, or you can change the entity permission for a product using portals web API instead of using the portal management apps. So this is, you can do it. It is in the preview. So first thing, it is in the preview, and it must like your portal version should have the 9.2.6.41 or the later one. So it is in the experimental phase, and that's why it has some issues as well. The only thing is what you need to consider here, like it's not available for the config entities, like if you have a ADX site settings or something, so it's not available for that. But this is also a known issue. So as per the documentation, it is not available, or it should not be available. But this is the known issue from Microsoft, that currently if you try to use this, you can make the changes there. So anyway, Microsoft is working on that one. And how to use it, like you need to use the web API, then you need to give a entity name and the enabled or the disabled basically in your site setting, and then you need to provide the fields. So if you provide the asterisk there, it's applicable for all fields, and if you provide the specific attribute, you need to give in a comma separated values. And in error, like you can simply show like if there is error, by default it's false, but if it is true, then basically it's they are some of the mandatory site settings, so you will get the errors in details in that case. So if no fields defined for this entities, something like that. And this is somehow it's like it's a security model. So as I told, like user or the contact is on the root, then you have web roles. In web role, you define what kind of entity permission the person should have respect to every entities. Then you have entities, and the portal web APIs actually deal with the entity. So you have a complete security mechanism there. And the important thing, because you are running with the portal environment, so you don't need to authenticate it. The only thing what you need to do it, you need to use some tokens like a CSRF tokens, which there is already a code available for that one. So we have one of the portal session or portal Saturdays coming up, and hopefully by the time we should get more clarity and we could show the demos on that one, on like how to use the web APIs. And yes, so I have already shown most of the things while demo itself, and I think we are already running out of time. So I can just give you a brief about some of the valuable resources which I have compiled it, and it's good to have those valuable resources. I will share the decks and in my social platforms, and you can just get it from there too. And I'm really thankful to all of you to spend your valuable time today and looking for your positive feedbacks and the suggestions. So please scan the QR codes or use the short URL to access the feedback form. It will not take more than 20 seconds of your, but it's to provide your valuable responses. And it's really means a lot for me to improve it in my like my skills or myself. I will also paste this URL after the session or the chat window. And you can definitely connect me on my social platform, ask your queries there on the Twitter handlers, which is @ambasha19. Scan the code and connect me over the LinkedIn. Subscribe my YouTube channels for the slides or for more demos on Azure and Dynamics 365 and Power Platform technologies. And I'm really thankful for all of you to spend your valuable time today and looking for your positive feedbacks and the suggestion. And I hope you find the session interesting and useful, at least to find a new dimension on your external facing low-code website requirement. So I would like to open the floor for the question quickly. If you have any, I'm okay to just provide the response over the chat window too.
Thank you, Ambesh.
Thank you.
That was a really good session, and I've been monitoring the chat window, but we haven't got any questions. Oh, there is a question from David. The marketing app comes with the event portal. Can you still use custom Angular project to update this, or they have to be done via the portal app?
So for the event portal, it's altogether different. Actually, even their licensing plan and everything is different. So initially, very initially, when we had the dynamic, it was the part of the marketing one, but now it's totally separated. Regarding the other frameworks, you can use the Angular, you can use the Node.js and the other frameworks, but then you will probably not able to get the basic functionalities, which is like kind of the authentication and inbuilt authentication, the web role concept and the security mechanism and the other stuff from the portal. So you need to start it by your own, and Microsoft will not take any responsibility there. But the good part is there, like because they introduced the web API, so I think it's a boost on the custom portals altogether with the different frameworks. Maybe it's especially in the client side frameworks. So it will give definitely a boost on the custom development on the portals.
Great, thanks. We have a couple of more questions, but it seems like Victor is responding to it. Thanks, Victor. And if you still have your question pending, or you're still looking for more further detailed description, Ambesh, will you be able to actually share your responses on the chat itself?
Yeah, sure. I will be responding on the chat for any open queries.
Absolutely, because we are running out of time at the moment. It's already 3-4 minutes over. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Narayan. Thank you, Victor, for popping up.
Fantastic. So now we have next session is the real omnichannel experience for the customer and the agent by Nicholas Fernandez. Nicholas, are you online?
Yes, I am, and I'm sharing the screen.
Excellent. We're just waiting for your screens to come up. So just bear with me a minute. I can start the recording and then all yours. Okay, all looks
Excellent.
good. So without further ado, Nicholas, if you can kickstart your session, and we're looking forward to your session. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks to you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today and for spending your Saturday with us. As already mentioned, the session right now is about the real omnichannel experience, not only for the customer, but also for the agent. A quick introduction of myself. My name is Nicola Fernandez, Nico Fernandez in short. I am Microsoft MVP for business application. I am also pre-sales director at Infoban. And this session it's about, of course, the Omnichannel Engagement Hub. And the idea is to make a quick introduction on the customer service app and the Omnichannel Engagement Hub. Then we are going to jump into the idea that this is an omnichannel platform for everyone, and we will compare it with previous versions of Dynamics or other platforms that you might know. And at the end, we're going to see a quick introduction on the practice, on step by step, on how to work with the Omnichannel Engagement Hub. So just to be clear, my main objective here is to help everyone or to share my thoughts about the business values on the Omnichannel Engagement Hub. This is not going to be a fully technical session. The idea also is to understand the difference between the current scenario and what we were able to do a few months or a few years ago with Dynamics. And at the end, yes, we're going to understand the first step to make to implement the Omnichannel Engagement Hub for a customer or for your own organization. So the first thing to have in mind is what is being omnichannel. And this is fully my concept, or the three key ideas, key concepts that I think we need to keep in mind when we try to think about being omnichannel. The first one is quite obvious, is that you need to be in many places, but the truth is that you don't need to be everywhere. So being in the channels that you or your business and your customers expect you to be, and that makes sense, that's all you need to do. And you don't have to go from 0 to 100 in 2 months. So if you're starting with a really basic strategy right now with only maybe telephone and email, it's hard to jump from there to all the channels. So keep that in mind. The second one is to bring a seamless experience between all the channels. And this is the key difference between multi-channel and omnichannel. And we will talk about that in a slide. And the third thing is to really empower the agents. So there's no, it makes no sense to have a lot of channels, but also a lot of platforms to handle from the agent's perspective. So that was, and I'm sneak peeking the next slides, but that was the scenario until a few months or a few years ago. And right now we have a fully platform that allows you to have a really omnichannel strategy. I remember, I think it was 2016, 2015, 16, when Microsoft launched or buy both actually Parture and Social Listening, and so all those platforms that came to life and already died. And we were all talking about omnichannel all the time, but did we really were talking about omnichannel? Well, if you follow these three concepts, I don't think we were. So that's the key difference between multi-channel and omni-channel. Of course, both ideas share the concept of being in multiple channels. there's no threshold that you have to break to being omni-channel, but there is a few things to consider. If you are multi-channel, it means that you have disaggregated channels. It means that probably the teams that work with each channel won't have the full visibility of what the other persons are doing with the customers, with information. And for that, the clear consequence is that you'll bring inconsistent experience for the customer and or the agent. These are three things that you need to keep in mind if you want to check if you are being omni-channel or just multi-channel. In the other hand, if you are being omni-channel, well, you have all the channels integrated into your business processes. You will bring some consolidated vision and handling of all communications, regardless of the channel. So it doesn't care if from a chat, email, or phone call. The way that you handle all the communications, the places where you see and manage all the information should be the same. And the third point is it's quite a text there. The idea that your customer can start the process through any channel, for example, social media, then they can continue it with another channel, and so on, so until they finish the process through any other channel, and the experience from the beginning to the end, it's seamless. That's the key concept for omnichannel. So what are the main differences if we think about Dynamics 365 customer service, just that app, and if we compare it with the omnichannel engagement hub capabilities? Of course, in both cases, we have all the SLA things, entitlements, and so. But if we compare it in terms of the channels and how to handle the customers, it's really clear. For the customer service app, we have traditional channels as out-of-the-box channels. Email, telephone, of course, you have to create the call. If not, you need an integration. And then if you need to create new channels, for example, a soft phone to integrate with the CTI, you have the channel integration framework, and that works fine. And you may think, okay, just with that, we can create an omni-channel experience. And well, in a way, probably you might be able to create that. The thing is, on the Omnichannel Engagement Hub, we not only have those channels, but also we have many other new channels out of the box: Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, Line, WeChat, Teams, and also you can create custom channels with the channel integration framework version 2. But then again, on the customer service app, you can handle one customer and one window or tab of information per time. You cannot handle many conversations with many customers. And in Omnichannel Engagement Hub, you have this multi-session and multi-tab experience. So for the multi-session, you will be able to talk with different customers through different channels. And on each conversation, on each session, you will be able to handle different tabs of information. So you will be able to navigate through the customer's information without needing to refresh the window to go outside the conversation and to lose the information on your screen. So this is a key differentiator between both. And then on the customer service side, you have classic routine rules, and of course the rest of the customer service app, it's also in the omnichannel. But then on the Omnichannel Engagement Hub, we have the agent scripts with macros if we need those. We have a skill-based routing. We have agent status to define which agent is available and which not. So there's a lot of things, not only the channels that are available on the Omnichannel Engagement Hub that make the difference. And again, this is something to remember, because with the channel integration framework, theoretically we are able to create many channels of our own on customer service, but that's not the only thing that the omnichannel engagement hub bring to us. So as key concept of this solution, we have started thinking in a customer experience center, not a contact center, because when we have many channels and when we can design a customer journey for these channels, and we can we control how we treat, how we handle the conversations, we are jumping into the experience that our customer is having with us. Of course, in the middle of this is the case management. We won't forget about that. But there are two of the three major arguments that Microsoft puts on the table when they talk about proactive customer service or enabling always on service. And so there are two things I think there are the important things to discuss with our customers. And on these days, with all the COVID situation, more than ever, those are the agent empowerment and the personalized service. And why is that? Because when we bring new tools to our people, to our agents, to our employees, we are making them more efficient. And this is something that all the companies nowadays are looking for. On the other hand, if we think about personalized service, we are thinking about bringing better experiences to our customers. We are thinking about reducing the churn KPI. So these are two ideas that are really important today for the businesses, because they want to be more efficient, they want to save cost, but they also want to keep the customers with them, and of course they want to have more customers. So if they can give a personalized and a better service than their competitors, it's something that the customers, everyone, you and I, all of us, think about a company. So there are many capabilities that help us to create this customer experience center. Some of those are only for the Omnichannel Engagement Hub, but there are a few that are shared between customer service and the Omnichannel, of course, as mentioned. Just a few to highlight. Of course, the Omnichannel experience is the base of all these, but also the AI insight that we receive all the time that we are talking with the customer. We are able to analyze the sentiment of the conversation in real time. So if there's something wrong with customer, we will be able to know it and detect it at a glance. So this is really important. The ability to have agent scripts with macros, and these are short automations, but they're important for the people working on the line. And I used to work a lot of years ago at a call center, and I had 3 systems that I had to log into to be able to work, and no automation at all. And those things are nightmares. So it doesn't matter if it's a tiny thing that you automate for an agent, but if you can help them to bring the right information to your screen with by clicking just the bottom, this is something huge and something that will make the agent be more happy with the job. And this is something also something important for the companies today, because the rotation is not good for any company, and all the costs that makes to make a new agent to learn how to work is something that all the companies today needs to have in mind. So if we go and we start thinking about the customer's perspective on this, try to imagine that you have a problem with a company, probably a telephone company or cable company are the 2 more hated companies on internet. So we try to start a conversation through a channel of our choice, right? We complain with the company on Twitter. This is something we do on a daily basis. Well, we're talking with someone. First, we start talking publicly, then they send us to a DM, and we start talking privately. And at some point, we might want to talk literally with someone. So maybe we want to engage in a different channel, and we don't want to explain everything from zero. So we are talking with the same company. They should be know they should know what we just told to the partner, to the other agent. So we call the contact center, and how many times happens that the contact center doesn't know anything about what happens on Twitter? This is really common, or at least when I used to complain in Argentina, it was every time. So we have to think of that. We have to think that the customer will jump from one channel to the other, and the information needs to be shared, needs to be accessible by every agent. It doesn't matter for which department or for which channel they work. So probably if I have a self-service channel, maybe I want to make some follow-up of a promise of a solution or something like that, and then the self-service portal that we have an excellent session before come into place. So I can go into the self-service portal, I can check about the status of my case, and I also can publish some feedback, some comments, and so being into a portal, maybe I want to get more information. Maybe I want to bring more insights about the problem. So maybe I need some assistance through an intelligent virtual assistant. And there is where the integration between virtual agent on the support portal comes to play. And finally, I will end this conversation through any channel. I don't know. They gave me a solution. I go to the same portal, the same self-service portal, and I close the case. Or maybe I receive an SMS and I answer the SMS and that close the case. I don't care. I just close the conversation. This thing it's already closed for me. So in conclusion, I need to have a similar experience through all the channels. And I know I said it many times, and probably I will say it a few times more, but I think this is the key of talking about the omnichannel engagement hub or any omnichannel solution. So that's great. For the customer, we have the perspective, but as I mentioned on the title on before, we have to think about the agent, because there's no, it doesn't make any sense to have all the channels connected to different applications and have an agent jumping from one to the other, trying to consolidate all the information in one screen. It doesn't make any sense. So a real omnichannel strategy thinks both actors as participants of an omnichannel experience, not only the customers. And of course, as an agent, I want to receive all the communication, as I mentioned, in a unique platform. I don't want to do Alt-Tab. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say Alt-Tab in English. So I don't want to do that. I want also to receive just the amount of customers that I can handle. And this is something with the capacity management that we can do. So if I only can handle free chat at the same time, I want the system to be smart enough, intelligent enough to route me only free customers by chat. But if I have to receive a call, of course, I cannot receive free calls, so I need to receive only one. Those kind of management on the capacity of an agent, something that we can do with the Omnichannel Engagement Hub, and we'll talk about it a bit later. So then I want multi-session. If I can handle more than one customer, I want it to be easy for me. And I want to be able to navigate through all the information of my customer without jumping from one screen to another. It doesn't matter if it's the same the same application. I don't want to be refreshing the tab all the time. If it's possible, of course, an intelligent script with automated steps is something that I would like to have, and this is what the agent script brings to life, and this is something that we also are going to talk about in a few slides. Then, if I can control, or if I can have many customers at the same time, I need to be able to control the ongoing conversations and the available conversations in case that I have to pick one. And if this conversation, for example, if a chat has power virtualization, as we saw in a previous in a previous session today, I want this virtualization to bring me some insights, so the customer doesn't have to tell me everything again. And if I can automate some steps of my my conversation with the customer, then it's better. And finally, I need a strong 300-degree view. We saw on the first sessions of this event on this day how customer insight can help to bring more information on the 360-degree view. And this is something important, because not only the interactions that the customer make, or not only the touch points are handled by someone. Some of them are automated, some of them are impersonated. So we need all this information to bring to the agent. And if we compare the situations that we have before and the scenario that we have right now, I'll try to be really quick with the now situation, because I already mentioned many of those. But before the Omnichannel Engagement Hub, we actually, I think, I think we didn't have a real omnichannel experience. Maybe we had it for the customer, because with of course with customer service we have all the traditional channels. Then with social engagement, we were able to bring all the social media, all the social activities into Dynamics, but the integration was really limited. So in which sense, I don't know if everyone was able to play or to implement social engagement. This is something I worked a lot on those days, and you were able to automate the integration of some social activities from social engagement to Dynamics 365, but you weren't able to interact from Dynamics 365 with the customer through a tweet. You weren't able to reply a tweet or to reply a Facebook comment. So for the agent, it wasn't really omnichannel. At least they have to be in two places, in social engagement and into Dynamics 365. Then we didn't have a native chat. We have to use an ISB, an ISB. And again, we only can handle one customer at a time. And finally, we have of course, the channel integration framework. It's not as old as social listening or social engagement, but we used to have it. Then, if we compare it, it's really clear the differences. Then again, I'm not going to jump back the same ideas that I already mentioned, but there's one thing here I didn't mention before, and is that I have the possibility to treat cases and other activities at the same way I treat the chat. So if I want to distribute the cases, if I want to distribute maybe campaign activities, the same way, with the same priorities and the same capacity management, I will be able to do it with the Omnichannel Engagement Hub. And it's something really interesting to dig into. So the current scenario is something like this. You have your customer on one side with all the channels available to interact with us. All the channels goes to the Omnichannel Engagement Hub. Of course, the Omnichannel Engagement Hub is connected with customer service, and customer service can be connected with sales, marketing, customer service insight, customer insight, etc., etc., etc. And the agent only have one application to work with, and this is the real omni-channel experience. Any other scenario, if the customer weren't able to communicate with many channels, or if the agent had to be logged into many places, it's not truly omnichannel for both sides. So what should we have to keep in mind to start working with the Omnichannel Engagement Hub? Well, the first thing, as a company, of course, not as a partner that implement the omnichannel for the companies, but as a company, you need to be really clear on your strategy. So I mentioned something before. If you only have 2 channels, if you have traditional channels and you want to bring new channels into your strategy, that's okay. But don't try to go from 0 to 100 in 2 months. This is something that will change the way you work. It will change the way your agents work. It will change the way the supervisors work. So try to define the omnichannel strategy first, and then jump to the platform. The second is, of course, get the right licenses. All the agents and supervisors that need to get into the Omnichannel Engagement Hub need at least 2 licenses. The first one, always the Customer Service Enterprise license. And the second one can be the Dynamics 365 Chat add-on or the Dynamics 365 Digital Messaging add-on. The difference between one and the other is which channels will be available for the Omnichannel Engagement Hub or for the agents. And I mentioned at least these 2 licenses because for the supervisor there is a Power BI out of the box report that they can dashboard that they can use, but they will need, of course, the Power BI license. So it's not mandatory. It's not something that it's required to implement the omnichannel. It's only if they are going to use this dashboard. Then the configuration of the environment. This is something that is not hard. It's actually a really simple wizard, but you need to take in consideration 2 things. The first one, it takes time. It's not something quick. It's not something that you go to next, and in 15 minutes you have the environment configured. It's something that will last a few hours, and in sometimes you will have to go back, roll back, and try again because it can have an installation error. It used to happen more before. On the last after the last release of April, I didn't have a problem with that, but before April, I have a few issues on that. And after we have all this, you need to configure the application, and this is not an easy application. There are a lot of things to consider. You have your users. The users have, of course, the capacity. They have the default status. Then you can add skills to the equation. You have to configure the work streams, and we'll talk about the work streams in a few moments. You have to configure all the queues, all the channels, the agent scripts, the macros, all the notification and session templates. And of course, out of the box, there are a few things already done. But if you want to bring your own strategy to life, well, there are a few things there to keep in mind. And this goes not only for the customers that will, or for the organization that will implement it, but also for the partners that will implement it, because we as partners need to estimate the effort and, well, there are a few tasks there to keep in mind. So how does it look when a customer contact with us and we have the Omnichannel engagement hub? The first thing, of course, the customer has a problem. They will choose a channel, and in this case, it's going to be a chat. This conversation will enter into Dynamics, into the Omnichannel, and it will be connected to a work stream. This work stream will define how this conversation will be distributed, and there are two ways. We are going to talk about them in the next slide. One is push, and the other is peak, actually. And it also defines the capacity, and we want to talk about capacity also in a few slides. Then it's going to be categorized, and it's going to go to the right queue. And finally, it's going to be distributed to the right agent. This means that this agent has the capacity, the skills, the knowledge. So the routing rules here are quite a thing, and of course we can do the simplest implementation. All the communication goes to this queue, and we have all the agents on the same queue, and we have no problem at all. But then for bigger organizations, we will have larger or more complicated scenarios. And again, both for the organization and for the partner, this is important when they are trying to define the scope of a project, because this is a complex application. Again, I don't want to say it's a bad application, not at all. It's a great application, but it's something that you need to know. It's complex if you need it to be complex, but it's easy if you want it to be easy. Well, the work stream. For me, this is the key of everything. Of course, you define all the information that you need to be able to route these conversations here, which channels will be applied, the routing rules, the capacity, and I don't want to speak what capacity means, but I'm mentioning a lot. So, well, capacity. What is capacity? The capacity for a work stream is the weight of a conversation. So each agent has a few, and I'm going to fast forward a little bit to this other slide. Give me just 1 second here. So each user has capacity units. We determined it at the user form, and in this case is 100. Then the work stream also has a capacity, and what it means is that you will need at least 30 capacity units free available to have a new, in this case, chat conversation. If you don't have 30, you won't be able to handle a new chat. So going to the simplest example, if I only have the chat as the unique channel, then I will be able to handle only 3 conversations with this configuration, because each chat conversation will full 30 boxes of my capacity unit. And then it's going to be 30, 60, 90, and I won't be able to handle a 4th chat conversation. And we're going to see what it means into the platform in a few seconds. Going back to this slide, then on each work stream, we can configure the quick replies, and of course, the session and notification templates. So how do you want the session looks like to the customer that comes from this channel? Okay, it's not only channel as a chat, every chat conversation. No, it's for chat, but through this work stream. So this is important. Again, this can be as complex as you want or as simplest as you want. What I mentioned before, the 2 work distribution modes. I have here this video shows the push. You receive a pop-up notification. It can be on Dynamics or also on your desktop, and then you can reject or you can accept depending on the configuration. And the other one is peak, and we're going to see it into Dynamics in a few seconds, in a few moments. And you just have a stream there, and you pick the conversation that you want to handle. And the notifications, you can configure all the experience. So you can configure how the notification look, not everything, of course. This is a model-driven app. It's not a Canvas app. So you can configure the timeout of a notification. You can configure if the label of the accept button, and if you want it to be with a reject button or not. And then you can configure if you want it to have a desktop notification in case that the Omnichannel engagement hub it's it's not in front of it's not the main window open. Then the information on the notification, also you can bring some notification fields into this pop-up as you prefer. So the capacities, we already talked about it. And then the agent script, it's really simple. It's really simple. It's not a big deal, but you can configure different scripts, and you can allow the agent to select different the script that they want to use, or you can automate it. Then you have 3 kind of steps: text instructions. You have to greet the customer, and when you complete it, you just click on the blue button. You can introduce some macros. There's some logic into the script. The way that you configure it is really like Power Automate. And the third one is you can change you can route the script to another script. So I'm going to use a few moments into the platform to refresh some of the things that were mentioned before. I'm going to unshare the screen and share again. Please let me know when you can see. This is screen 1. Yes. Let me know if you can see the screen now. I'm going to take this as a yes. Okay, well, here we have the first thing you see as an agent when you log. Yes, thank you there. When you log into the Omnichannel Engagement Hub, actually, there are 2 applications that are installed when you configure it. The first one is the Omnichannel for customer service. The other one is for the administrators. And this is the Omnichannel agent dashboard. There are 3 things that we see here. The first one are the work items that are active in some way. We have the first one is actually active. We have a Sean Smith person here waiting for me to answer, and I'm going to come here again just in 1 second. And the other one is in wrap up status. It means that the conversation is already done, it's closed, but I'm doing some after call kind of work. So I only can post some internal messages, but this still counts as a conversation that I have open. So this is the first stream. The second one only makes sense if you have a peak mode, distribution mode in a work stream. So if you don't have any work stream with a peak distribution mode, this is going to be empty always. And how do we see here the way that appears? So I'm here on the self-service portal. I'm going to copy the case number. I'm going to open the chat. It asked me about the case number. It's not mandatory, so I could go with submit without putting it. But for this example, I will use it. So it tells me that some agent is going to be here in a moment. And if I refresh this screen, now I have here this conversation available for me to pick this chat. So I can see here the channel, I can see here the queue. So there are a lot of information that I can see, and then I can assign it to me with just 2 clicks. Okay, and the first stream are all the closed work items that I closed in the last day. So why did I put the case number? Because on this chat I introduced the case number as a pre-chat survey, and because it's on the portal and I'm already logged and I introduce the case number, it finds me the customer and the case. So when I open this conversation, I have all the information that I need to help this customer. So really quick, what do I have? The quick information, the card of the case, the card of the contact, and I have the recent cases. If there were any other chat service questions, I will see it here. Of course, the waiting time, some information, and some visitor information, and then I have a timeline. But here I can change it from the contact to the case. So I can have on the same screen all the information that I need to help this customer, to know what happened with this customer, regardless the channel of any previous activity or communication. So this is something that keep in mind. This is really cool. I would like to have it on other entities also. So we can close here and we have a full screen. Of course, we can close this navigation bar and we can have the full screen. If I were configure the script, it would appear here on the right screen. I don't have it right now. And then when you mention the tabs, these are the tabs that you can configure as part of the session experience. Okay, and this is something that we can change from work stream to work stream. Okay, one more thing before jumping to the administration app. Here we have the agent dashboard, but we also have, well, actually it's on the other tab, the ongoing conversation dashboard. It tells me for each agent, or actually for each conversation, who the customer is, if it's identified, because not all the conversation are going to be identified. Sometimes it's going to be visitor and it's anonymous until the agent is able to identify the customer. Of course, the chat subject, the queue, the channel, the state of this conversation. The sentiment, not always we're going to have sentiment, because if there's no conversation, like this example, I opened the chat but I didn't put anything, it's going to be nothing. Well, and then the work stream that is this conversation were created from. Okay, so jumping really quickly to have some minutes in case there are questions. One thing I mentioned, and I think it's important, the activity entities. We can create work stream for the activity entities, but it's not for every entity. We have, of course, the cases, and we have the campaign activities. These are, for me, at least, two of the measured entities. Then for the people that has field service, there are a few entities from field service that make sense, but as a regular or classic implementation, campaign activities is something that never had much sense for marketing use, because it's only distributed and so. But in this case, you can take these activities and put it to a distribution mode. So when an agent is available, it starts doing some of these calls, outgoing calls from a campaign. So this is something to look into if you are using this mode. Then we have the chat, and I'm going to be really brave here with what I'm going to do. I have two chats. This is the big chat, is the one that I use to configure the big work stream. And then we have the new chat. This is the first one I created on here on the environment. It's with the default work stream, and I cannot change it. So this is something also to keep in mind. If you configure a channel with a work stream, it's something that you can change. So I'm going to change this snippet. I'm going to change the chat on the portal. And how hard can it be? Well, it's really simple. For me, that I am a functional consultant. So that's my technical background. I only have to go here to chat. I'm going to be here as well, and I'm going to change it here. And this is the only things I need to do. Probably I will need to clear the cache on the portal, but that's all. So I just save and close, and if I don't have to clear the cache, but probably I will have to, if I do some F5, if everything goes well. No, this is still blue, so it didn't change. So I need to clear the cache, and it's already done. That's the only thing I need to do. So it's really easy, really quick if you need to change something on that way. So what else do we have here? And I think it's important to see what I mentioned before. For each work stream, you have the session experience, and those are templates. So in this case, I have the tabs that I want to have. The anchor tab is the customer 360, and this is something from the Omnichannel. It's the one that shows me both the customer and the case. And then I have the knowledge-based search, but I can add as many other tabs as I want, and I can personalize the experience for different channels. The same happens to the tabs. Here is where I can create the tabs, and the same happens to the notifications. As I showed before, there are few notification or type of notifications for a work stream, and I can change it from here. So if I want, if I don't want to be able to reject a chat that is assigned, I just change this. If I wanted to be shown the desktop notification, I just change it. If I want to increment the timeout for the notification, it's really easy to change. And this is all the parameterization that you can do. Then again, to personalize the experience here on the Omnichannel Engagement Hub. So as I mentioned before, this wasn't going to be a technical session. This is a quick jump through a few things on the app. The last thing, it's about the workstream that I want to show. To recap all things I mentioned. So I have the capacity that each conversation that comes from here will need to be able to be assigned. All the allowed presences. So I didn't show that, but here I have my presence. I'm busy, but I can put them available. So I can put it here as many presences that I want to be assigned. So if it's away, I want it to be assigned as well. It doesn't make any sense, but well, you can create other presences, so that makes sense. Here are the routing rules. This, of course, is an all the conversations, but you can change it and you can add conditions based on the chat, based on the case, based on the customer. So it's really easy to do. But then again, it's not only about the customer. Also, it's the context of the conversation or some variables that you add on the work stream. So to finish on time, what I recommend to begin, it's really simple. I mentioned before. Well, the first, you can create a demo environment. It's not trivial. It's not something that you do in 2 seconds. You need the customer service. Then you need to add the digital message add-on trial. There are 3 add-ons there that you can choose. You have to choose the one that says trial. Then, of course, analyze your customer service strategy. Get trained. There are a lot of information out there. You have the Learn portal, and if you need, you just reach the specialist to get the right help. My contact information in case you want to connect. My blog is in Spanish and it's not always updated, but my Twitter, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, my personal and professional email, all the things that you can scan. And that's basically all. I want to finish in time in case there is a question. Yes. So
yes, we have a question from Alex.
Yes. Yes, Alex. What I show about the entity, it's about that you can create a work stream for the case entity and make it go through all the distribution process and capabilities that the Omnichannel have. The Power Virtual Agent you assign to the channel actually. So yeah, somewhere we're talking.
So we have another question from David.
Yes. If there are routing rules like PBA, the Power Virtual Agent is something that you configure you deploy it to the channel. So it goes through the PBA first, and if it's needed, then it goes to the agent.
That's great.
So if there is any other question.
I can't see any question.
If not, maybe everyone wants a 5 minutes reset before Sarah came. It's up to you, of course.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a good call.
I should say thanks everyone for being here again. I hope my rusty English wasn't as bad as I think. And I hope you enjoyed the presentation.
Yeah, no, absolutely great. And everyone appreciating about this presentation. You have pulled it off really nicely within the time and really informative session, to be honest. Nicholas, to be honest, all the future sessions, I'm looking forward to it as well. So do share your contact information in the chat window so people can be in touch with you.
Of course.
And if they have any more further questions, they can ask you. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a next session coming up from Sarah, and it's about the create useful and memorable customer experiences using Dynamics 365 and the Power Platform. We got 2 minutes in between, so as Nicholas mentioned, so we got 2 minutes break, and in between, can I ask Sarah, do you want to try your screen sharing and we can check your audio as well?
Hopefully that should be coming through.
Yeah, we can see the presentation. It's been a while. We haven't seen you, Sarah. So
yeah, no, this is great. I saw customer service Saturday and was like, I need to present that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like so far I have been glued to my seat as well. I haven't been anywhere, so I definitely need to pull off this 1 minute. But before we start, we got 1 minute break and then we can kick off. Is that okay with you, Sarah?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, just give me a shout when you're ready to go.
Sure. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I know it was a really short break, but Sarah, I've just kickstarted recording, so without further ado, over to you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. And really, I just wanted to give a shout out to Ambesh and Nicholas there. So for those people who don't know, I moved over to West Coast in Vancouver at the start of the year. And so it was like 6:30 in the morning, and I was lucky enough to catch their sessions, and they were fantastic. So both of you have set a really high bar. So fingers crossed I pull this off. So thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to present this. I really wanted to present a session that looked at some of the fundamental concepts and really some of the strategic decisions and questions that us as consultants and architects really need to ensure that we're driving to our customers. And obviously also, if you're not in a partner, this is also still relevant for you, because for those of you who are developing these experiences internally, these are also applicable to you as well. These are things that you really should be thinking about when you're developing your strategic kind of approach to delivering customer experiences. And Nicholas really did mention this really well in the previous session, where when he was talking about omnichannel and how really it is a journey. You don't just suddenly become kind of like omnichannel competent and enabled as such. You really do need to think about certain things. So I really wanted to create that session that looked at those fundamental concepts. So as I said, I moved from the UK over to Vancouver. I'm a lead architect. I work with Hitachi Solutions, and I've been a BizEps MVP for around 5 years now. One of the things I am very passionate about is customer service, of course, within Dynamics 365. And as part and parcel of that, that includes the Power Platform, of course. And I've also got a little bit of a pet hobby with AI. So I used to actually be a programmer. I used to do C# quite regularly for a number of years. So I'm trying to pick that back up again, because there is a certain level of control and kind of flexibility you get with coding. It's something fun, and I do enjoy that. So that's just a little bit of a pet hobby. And I've got my 2nd edition book coming out in the next few months that I wrote a few years ago on the Common Data Service. So that's all been updated. I will put some links in there as well. I will be doing some giveaways at some point. And obviously speaking at this session today, but I've been speaking on a range of different topics for really as long as my career's been active. So, but of course, everyone can improve. So I really want some feedback from everyone today. And if you are watching the recording, definitely just hit me up on Twitter, and all of my handles are there as well. So please do reach out to me if you do have any questions at all, what you see today or hear today. And really, if you have any questions or suggestions of content, definitely would love to hear that as well. So one of the things I really wanted to start out with is really understanding the life cycle of business, really. I kind of wanted to start this out. And for those of you who are familiar with Dynamics and familiar with, if you've ever worked with anything, probably CRM 2011 or earlier, you'll probably really appreciate this slide. Because a lot of people or a lot of businesses would approach essentially business in this way. It would really be start with marketing, start with sending out a few emails or probably letters back in that day, and then you would get a sale. It would then create the lead or the opportunity, depending if you're using leads. And then service was something that would always be an afterthought. It'd always be something that it would be, okay, you've created like a service ticket and you've created that case. Let's try and solve that problem. and it was quite a linear a cycle. It was something that wouldn't really be diverse. It wouldn't really kind of support anything outside of this kind of process. And really, you know, like I said, for those people who have worked with Xero in 2011, we're in 2020 now, right? And the actual real thing is the fact that business doesn't operate like this anymore, and it hasn't for quite some time. We've been in this transition period where things have changed, and we can no longer look at service, especially and that customer service, as an afterthought. And I'm sure everyone on the call, you know, you'll have experiences where you have felt like it's been an afterthought, and it's just not a nice experience. It's when businesses are still in this quite archaic model, it definitely stands out in a negative way. And this is one of the reasons why I really wanted to create this session today, is to really go through some of these things and how businesses can move out of this very old way of thinking and move into a lot more of a modern customer service strategy. Now, business is a little bit different now, right? So we've actually got, so where marketing was actually like kind of that first approach and, you know, that kind of initial touch point, whether that's an email or a letter, it's actually changed somewhat to become more of brand awareness. And you'll find this talked about so much with industry leaders and people, you know, even marketing agencies, where it's all about your brand image and that customer experience as that whole. And you can see marketing is no longer just that first step. Marketing is actually continuous. And we'll all experience this just by scrolling through our feeds on our phone. We're all very active on Twitter. And as you like kind of push up and start scrolling, you'll see things like promoted tweets, and you'll do the same thing in LinkedIn. And that is the brand awareness. That is marketing. Those people have paid to get their content there. And Google and search engines are no different. Sure, you've got search engine optimization, but you've got paid ads. And so there's lots of different things that marketing go through now that go well beyond just sending basic emails. Now, with that in mind, you can see that literally spans from the left to the right of the screen. It is continuous. And you can also see service has done the same. Service is no longer an afterthought. Service is actually something that many people go to an organization and actually have questions before they decide to shell out the cash. So especially if you're looking to buy something large like a car, or even looking at something like a house. I'm looking at buying a bike at the moment, and they're not cheap, right? And I've been asking some questions of some potential companies I'm going to purchase from, and some of them have not even come back to me. I'm not going to be purchasing something from an organization that has a very slow response time and really doesn't even get back to me with my questions when I'm going to be dropping a lot of money. And that is essentially the mindset of a lot of consumers now. And also organizations are starting to shift with that response. And in actual fact, you might be wondering, where's the sale, right? The sale's everywhere. So there's no distinct point of sale anymore. You can go ahead and someone can go walk into an actual like a car dealership, and they can go ahead and just drop the money straight away, like in a day. They've had one meeting, they've just bought a car in a day. Whereas that can actually sometimes take a considerable amount of time and a number of months. Now, of course, this completely depends on the industry that you're working in and the actual product that you're selling. If I'm going to walk into a retail store, it's very likely that I'm probably going to be walking out with something compared to something like a very, very expensive car. But that's still not to say that doesn't happen anymore. And that is because of this shift in business, the shift in the fact that marketing is continual. It's very subtle now as well. It's not necessarily just as blatant in your face as just an email. It's actually being pertinent throughout your day. Now, the focus of this session is actually on the service element of this, right? And this is where I wanted to be very distinct, because when we talk about customer experience does include that marketing and that brand awareness, but there's such a huge underpinning of customer service in that. I always teach and kind of explain customer service is almost a subset of customer experience. Customer experience includes customer service, but not just that alone. And, you know, customer service is serving customers, and this is where that business concept has changed. Organizations need to be capable of serving customers at any stage in the life cycle now. And remember, it's also not just about getting that initial sale, it's about the continuation of that as well. And this is where that linear process, once you just got a sale, you don't just say, cool, job done, I'm gotta finish up now and go to my other new customer. There's been lots of studies to show that it's actually very easy, or a lot easier, to go ahead and actually sell to your existing customers compared to getting new ones. So this is going to be the focus of the session today. It's really going to be looking at that service and how it can support that marketing and that sales process in business, and really some of those strategic concepts that you need to be looking at. So I really wanted to look at deconstructing the actual title of the session and why this is so important. So the title of the session is about creating useful and meaningful customer experiences. And there's a few people on the call today, and you're all going to have different definitions of this. I could have easily Googled some definitions of hey, let's have a look at what useful means and what does meaningful mean. But in actual fact, it's a moving target. And these will actually be very, very, very different, not just depending on industry, but actually depending on organization, because organizations, they like to think they're unique, even if they do take a blueprint from their industry, but ultimately they all have their own fundamental concept of why they're in business. But also it actually varies from person to person. So again, everyone on this call will all have very different definitions of what we would say is useful and meaningful. But not just that, it doesn't just stop at that person concept, it actually stops at the instance. So for example, what could have been useful to me yesterday may actually not be useful to me now. And this is why it's so important to understand your customer. And we're going to be going into this a little bit later in the session about personas and actually understanding who your customer is. But in actual fact as well, it's not just important to understand that that's a moving target. These vary from person to person, day by day, but also depending on what you're trying to do for that customer. So what may actually be useful, perhaps I've got a query about a missing order. What could be useful there for me is to actually get a response from the company that I'm trying to chase my order down. Now, maybe I've got a leak in my shower, and what's going to be useful is not just response time, right? I kind of need that fix. That's a little bit more urgent than me just chasing an order. So understanding the context of customer service is so important. And this is where, again, Nicholas did a really great job of explaining why Omnichannel is really good for that. And we're going to be looking at some of the technology options that you've got as well in this framework. So before we get onto the framework, I really wanted to just explain what really underpins this framework. And there's really 3 pillars. And those 3 pillars are, they can be understanding the customer, understanding the business, and obviously the staff. And then in doing so, they both actually need to understand the technology. So let's just take this apart. In terms of understanding the customer, we really need to understand, what does the customer want that the organization has? What is that service being provided? And in doing so, how does that customer interact with the business? And this is, again, looking at the different channels that that organization can offer. But it obviously doesn't just stop at channels. It's actually, how does that organization actually implement those channels? Because ultimately, if the customer cannot understand, and if the customer does not know, or is so complicated to go ahead and interact with that business, the actual transact is not going to happen. So they will not be able to interact with the business, and therefore they will not be able to give that organization money. And whether that's purchase items or membership, whether it's about just simple questions, they're going to get blocked, and they're just going to go to, again, another organization that will sell something slightly different but the same thing, because the market has a lot of choice these days. And so that is something that is so critical to understanding the customer. And then let's look at it the other side. On the right-hand side, you can also look at it from the organization's perspective. So understanding the business is still the same importance of understanding the customer, except you've got to look at it from the other side. So who actually are the customer? Why do they want to buy the products from that organization? And also, what are their actual problems? I just wanted to just pause there. If someone's off mute, could everyone just mute themselves for just a moment? I think we're good. Cool. Sorry. So on the right-hand side, so we're talking about understanding the business. So who do we want to buy our products? What are their problems, and what actually are you trying to solve by those problems? And then in terms of what does the staff actually need to do to serve those customers? And this is, again, something that some of the previous sessions covered. So in terms of actually, one of the things that is very frustrating, and again, I'm sure everyone on the call has had a similar experience, is when you call a customer service department and you need to get some information, and the agent goes, I cannot get into that system. I cannot help you because I cannot get into that system. And this is where it comes that the fact that the business really needs to understand the technology to be able to then, again, help them serve the customers so that they can transact and they can solve those questions and issues. So you can see how these pillars really do come together in terms of providing that fundamental framework. So this is what I wanted to give to you all today, is it's essentially a starting point and a framework to go ahead and really have a collection of almost questions and tasks that you need to do to be able to create these useful and really meaningful experiences for your organization. And so the first thing that we're going to look at covering is really just that, what actually is useful and what is meaningful, and how do you find that out for your specific organization? The first thing you've got to ask is really just the question, what exactly is useful to the customer? And this is where it's going to be critical to understand your target market. And we talked a little bit about this in one of the previous slides, is actually understanding who the customer is and asking, who do we want to buy? Who essentially do we want to purchase our products? And you can go ahead and do that very easily by just creating personas. And as a consultant and an architect, you're going to be very familiar with doing this anyway with user stories. And it's something that is often overlooked and often basic. But to understand the actual person that's going to be using the product and where those service touch points are going to be is absolutely critical. Because this is where you can then go ahead and understand what medium are they going to be using. So this may be something like, maybe they commute to work every day and they're going to be actually using their mobile phone to go ahead and create service tickets and actually interact with your website. If you do not have the capability to go ahead and actually do that and achieve that, then your target market is not able to go ahead and interact with your organization and provide that level of service that they need to go ahead and purchase those products. And again, it's about what do they need? What's going to be their problems? What's going to be coming up for them as well? And this isn't too hard to do. Like I said, it's just about creating a persona, and you can go ahead and put as much time into this as you want. But really using this fundamental framework, there's a lot of different guides on the internet there as well that you can use and go ahead and just Google. But really, let's just take a look at an example persona. Let's just take a look at Mary, right? What you would need to ask about Mary is what are her demographics? What kind of education has she got? What career has she got? Because again, you've got to look at the different types of product that you're selling. What does her typical day look like? Someone who works perhaps in a warehouse or perhaps on a boat, or perhaps is someone like an air stewardess, is going to have a very, very, very different day and very different problems to someone who works in an office, for example. What does their family look like? And then this will actually all inform your next set of questions is like, what does she looking for? What kind of problems does she have in her life? And how does that really translate to then obviously your organization? But then what's actually going on with the person and their challenges? What are they responsible for? And then really the next set of questions is then really, or again, trying to build this picture of Mary. What does she do? What are her hobbies? And then really then you start to get down to the detail. And one of the fundamental questions I always find really helpful when building these personas is what actually other organizations and brands do they use? And then this is where you can really get an amazing picture of what Mary's experiences are going to be like. So about 3 slides ago, we looked at that deconstruction of what actually is a useful and meaningful experience. And we talked about how they can vary from person to person. One of the reasons that happens is because of the expectations we all have. So we all go into a scenario or an experience with it with a certain degree of expectation. And that's not dissimilar to customer service. So when I email somebody, I'm going to have an expectation of when they should be responding to me. And again, you all on the call today are going to have other expectations as well, but they may be different from mine. And the reason that they may be different is because of lots of different factors, but one of them being is that our expectations could have been set by another organization. And so if someone's providing full omni-channel experiences, for example, and another organization is failing to get back to me within even a week, that's going to look very, very bad for that second organization because I've had such an amazing experience with the first. And so that is absolutely critical to understand how they interact in with other organizations. And then the other fundamental question is, again, where do they live on the internet? So where are they hanging out? Because again, this is going to determine a lot of your channel decisions. Because as Nicholas kind of went through Omnichannel, there are so many different ways of implementing customer service now, but you shouldn't just implement all of them. That's got to be the wrong thing to do. Not just expensive as well, but really, if you're implementing a channel where your customers don't even hang out, you're wasting company resources and really and money. You're not serving your customers at all. So it's about implementing and looking at those channels strategically. And to do so, you really need to understand, where does your target market kind of hang out? If they are very much social media based, so implementing that channel is going to be a no-brainer. Live chat, if they're going to be on your website. Whereas if they're not going to be using WhatsApp, don't go ahead and implement WhatsApp. We've looked at the persona, which is great, but then we need to then ask ourselves a second question when we're understanding the customer. What exactly is meaningful? And this is, again, a very easy thing to do. You can go ahead and use even just the technology that you may even have with like Dynamics 365 for marketing, or even something as simple as MailChimp. Just go ahead and ask them. I'm a very direct person anyway, in terms of I'll just go ahead and ask those questions, but we can go ahead and make assumptions and estimations for as long as we want to, but until we go and actually ask, we're kind of, again, living in the customer's world. You can go ahead and do user research with that. A really popular thing is A/B testing as well, if you did want to go into a bit more of an advanced kind of research kind of structure. Focus groups are really good. And also a lot of companies do use third-party market research firms, but again, it's not very hard to go ahead and do your own market research. As an organization unless you're a sole trader or a very small organization, market research is something that's kind of expected of really every organization. And then really then look at, again, that meaningfulness. What does that actually mean? Look at studies, do your research, and really understand right now how your brand and your why values as an organization are experienced. We will talk a little bit about organizational values at a later point as well. Now, when I said about doing your research, this is, again, something that's really simple. And this is just something that I did. It didn't take me long. I just went on the internet and did my research and just Googled some keywords that's going to be important. And you can see that you can go ahead and just find some really, really amazing statistics that are actually genuine, right? Gartner and Forrester are very reputable sources as well. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight is the quote from the Virgin Mobile and what Matt Anderson did. And this is, again, really, really important, because it's not just about kind of blending in with the crowd. It's actually saying, what do you want to do as an organization? Because this is about strategy. This is about, how do you want to implement your brand? How do you want your customer service to appear and show up for your potential customers? And for Matt, he actually wanted something completely different. He actually had, this vision for Virgin Mobile that wasn't just about kind of blending in with the rest of the industry. And in my experience as well, working with customer service implementations for a considerably long time, something that is absolutely critical is personal service. It's really funny talking to people because, as much as I'm a big fan of virtual agents, which we'll talk about shortly, things such as self-service is great. And bots are great, but people still need personal service. If there's a bot that's obviously very, very intelligent and can go ahead and get information maybe from the CDS and all that kind of stuff, you can provide a bit more of a personal service. Even that can be described as personal service. But in actual fact, actually having that handoff over from Power Virtual Agent to Omnichannel, for example, to a real agent is that personalized service. It's being able to ensure that we can really get to the specific problems of people without just providing a blanket response. And then the actual resolving of a query is really important. How many times have we been hung up on in customer service? How many times have we then have to go back and go through all the terrible IVR implementation of 10 steps? And it's very, very frustrating. No one has time to deal with that these days. And so actually resolving the query, and you'll see when we go through some KPIs that the actual kind of, first call resolution is actually kind of a really big statistic in customer service, because, it means that you're not going to get more calls back when they've not resolved that question query. So we've really we've discovered and really explored some things that you can do to look at what is actually useful and what is meaningful. So let's look at the next stage of the framework, which is all about organizational capability and really about people. So we've looked at the customer, but now it's about taking the light and actually shining it on the actual business and the staff. And this is something that some of the previous presentations covered quite nicely as well, because it isn't just about the customers, it's actually about giving your organization the capability to meet those needs, because ultimately it's the staff that make those experiences useful and meaningful. And again, how do you actually go ahead and do this? And really my answer is go ahead and ask them. Go ahead and use and really execute on the same kind of method that you did this with your customers, and just go ahead and ask them. This is something that many organizations just simply do not do. It's kind of and it makes me sad, because I've worked in call centers, and I've worked in customer service pretty much most of my life, and it's something that a lot of organizations just don't do, and they implement technology onto staff. They don't include them in the discussion, and it's something that really affects user adoption, and really they fundamentally then miss the problems that they're experiencing, and in doing so it means that they cannot provide the service to then the customers that are actually providing the revenue stream for the organization. So please do not miss your staff. Your staff are the key to implementing your strategy, and go ahead and just ask them and provide some, even create those focus and research groups that include your staff, and try to find out how can we empower our staff to go ahead and implement what we're trying to achieve, this experience we want our customers to have. Another thing is look at how are your staff actually measured for success. What does good job look like for them? And actually, does it match what you want your customers to receive? And then the next bit is about creating personas and journey maps, and take what you did in the previous step of actually understanding your customers, and actually map and track that to the same thing that you can do with your staff. Do the same thing, do personas, what's going on for them, how can we help them, how can we make them enjoy their day, and how can we help them serve the actual needs that we've identified for our customers. And then from the second thing that you can do as an organization is then, so we've looked at our, the staff, and now we need to look from an organizational level. And this is about understanding your current data. And I know that people will probably cringe when I say this, because no one likes to look at terrible data, and no one likes to do some deconstruction of, data that may be in separate systems. And it takes a lot of work, and when data is not clean, it isn't, I'm not going to lie to you, it's a terrible experience, but it's required. And so understanding this, and there's the two ways that I would recommend doing this is go ahead and try and export it all out into Excel, even if they're different workbooks or sheets. Or you can actually go ahead and use Customer Service Insights. Customer Service Insights, you do not have to have your data in the case entity. You can actually have them in other entities in CDS as well. So you can actually go ahead and map to different kind of relationship structures. But even if you was to go ahead and convert your data to the cases and to understand that, it still wouldn't hurt. But we'll get onto that a little bit later. But by understanding your data, what you can then really do is ask yourself a few different questions. You can say, how are we currently kind of interacting with our customers, and how are they interacting with us? So the reason why it's important to look at your data is because data, you can make inferences of your data, so you can make some like assumptions, and just be mindful of that you will have your own bias as well. Try to approach your data without your predetermined bias. But in essential, you've got data to back your business case up, and this is where you're not going to be lying about, oh look, 80% of our cases are actually coming from social media, and you can unequivocally see that there's going to be no inferences there. So how to interact, how your customers are interacting with your business is so important. Things such as CSAT scores, you may even uncover that, hey, we're not even logging our CSAT scores. That's something that we'll talk about later as well. Things like resolution times, like what's taking the longest, what's the escalation rate. Some of these will be really hard if you're looking at things like Excel, and this is where customer service insights is always a recommendation because it does it out of the box for you. You just need to get your data into that structure and map it, and it actually does some very powerful things. So definitely review your data, and what this does is it gives you information and it gives you knowledge, and knowledge is a huge amount of power in this scenario. So we've looked at covering some things that you can do to look at the organizational capability. So the next thing in the framework is really then looking at understanding the technology that's available. And this is a really interesting one. This is where we start to then actually look at what's in the market for the organizations. But before you do, the first thing to really look at is actually auditing your current customer service technology. And this is again I really do encourage people to go with no bias when they do this. It's an audit. It's not you're not recommending at this point. You're not really saying you hate certain things or anything like that. It's mainly more about understanding what have we got right now, and essentially what are we actually using. So what are we using as a business, and what are our customers using? You may have implemented something, I don't know, 5 years ago that you may find like 2 people use a month or something like that, and you need to be able to kind of do that. And one of the most useful things that customers have done in my experience is really go ahead and take those maps that you did from the 2 previous exercises for your customers and staff, and just simply make a list. Tag the technologies that are used in that. And what you actually do then by doing so is you get a great list of technologies that you have, but then you can then start to identify, so we've got all of this technology. Do we have any missing things or gaps, or do we have any needs here that we've identified with our previous customer map and staff maps? And that's really, really important. And then the next step is really then looking at what actual technology is available. I referenced CRM 2011 really early on, and I always love doing that because it's the stark difference of how customer service was in 2011 and beyond to where it is now in 2020, because we literally just had the case entity. That's for those people who aren't familiar with customer service 2011, it was literally just the case entity. We had and KBI calls, okay, yeah, KBI calls, which were definitely not the KBI calls we see now. And so, service has absolutely changed, and is changed in technology as well. And so you can just see on this screen right now, and even just in today in the Dynamics 365 Saturday event, that the technology available is huge. And sometimes, it can be very overwhelming for organizations. But just as an overview, I really wanted to give you all a bit of an overview of some of the core technologies that are available. Some of the things that I won't cover in that much depth are things like embedded apps and integration, CTI integration, RPA. But I definitely see those as technologies you can utilize in the context of service. Things like RPA is such a huge up and coming technology that you can use to actually go ahead and move away from something like integration and look at automation instead. Embedded apps and Canvas apps are absolutely key for that customization element as well. And CTI integration is still important because phone is still a very valid channel that is not going to be going away anytime soon. And another thing that I won't cover in too much detail in the next few slides are cognitive services. If anyone hasn't looked at the Azure cognitive services, they are fantastic for customer service, and they really do provide a lot of capability beyond something like simple sentiment analysis. So just to kind of cover some of the technologies that are available that are in really that customer service that really enable organizations to take what we've looked at so far and really review in that Microsoft Stack and Power Platform. So the first thing is Customer Service Hub. And again, it's changed from just the case entity. We've got, and it's still the case entity, but we've got so much more that is in out of the box customer service. And this is something that we do in customer service implementations always first. I always see this as foundational case management. And, this is something that really is almost like an unsung hero, because it underpins everything that we know about managing service tickets. So you've got the case, And you've not just got that, you've got things like SLAs and service level agreements. And they've moved from being just something very basic to only being what we refer to as enhanced SLAs now. And you can essentially create any KPI you wish and go ahead and track that. You can track the time, you can track the warning, you can track the completion time. And essentially those service level agreements are one of those things that underpin a lot of customer service strategy elements, because I referenced it a little bit earlier on. If someone doesn't message me back within 5 days, that is not good. I'm not going to spend my money with you. So being able to actually identify that and track that and provide warnings and visual timers, absolutely critical. That's included. Being able to manage entitlements and actually paid service programs. So something like extended warranties and all that kind of good stuff, that's enabled out of the box. There's a huge wealth of features around entitlements and SLAs as well. Knowledge articles, of course. So knowledge articles are not just a kind of wad of text now. There is so much cool stuff on knowledge articles. Not just have you got an actual end-to-end process to manage your beginning, middle, and end and publishing of a KB article, but you've actually got similar suggestions. So you can actually go ahead and take that case title, and out of the box it would say, hey, we recommend this knowledge article for you. And then also, this, let's just not, I want to make sure we do this justice. You've also got out of the box machine learning models for knowledge articles as well. So we'll actually go ahead and learn what knowledge articles are used and actually go ahead and, again, offer much more advanced suggestions up. And that's just really I'm really just cutting the surface of this. There's so much more to the out of the box customer service hub, and I'm sure I'll probably do some foundational content on this, because I just think it's not covered enough, because, some of the things that we've seen in Omnichannel, it leverages so much of that foundational customer service experience that you really need to ensure that you've got a sound process with your queues, with your routing rules, before you go ahead and implement something like Omnichannel. Now, talking of Omnichannel and Unified Service Desk, the first thing I wanted to cover is Unified Service Desk. Now, a lot of people pitch Unified Service Desk against each other with Omnichannel, and it's not strictly true. Now, you can actually have both. You can actually have Omnichannel inside Unified Service Desk, and this is a bit of an old picture of USD. But a lot of the time with USD, it comes with the actual framework of it's the UII framework, and essentially it's the framework that allows some very complex customizations in call center environments to happen, because essentially the call center is a huge volume of calls coming in, and it really is a bit more of a different scenario than just managing kind of like an email support queue. So Unified Service Desk offers a great capability for that kind of experience in that call center, with scripting, with like kind of the single pane of glass, with tabbed experience, all that stuff as well. Now, the thing that just to be mindful of with the Unified Service Desk is its own beast. It's a thick client, which means you need to install it on a machine, and it's not, it's not something that you go ahead. It connects to Customer Service Hub, but it's not something you can just access in the cloud. It does need to be installed. Now, I said that I don't really pitch Omnichannel against USD because they offer two different things. Now, and again, if those of you who saw Nicholas's session, it's such a kind of different beast, but kind of similar. So I know that's kind of contradictory, but they both have the concept of session management, and this is kind of the key, and this is what Nicholas kind of drove home, is the fact that with Omnichannel and USD, the concept of a session and managing a session from any channel, that's what both of them actually provide. Just Omnichannel engagement does it in the cloud and does it with a bit more modern technology compared to USD. And again, there's different elements to both of them. But you can see there as well in that second screenshot on the top that you've got so many different channels that you can go ahead and use, and the time to actual implementation can be argued to be a lot quicker, because you can just go ahead and set this up and really go ahead and implement live chat on your website very, very, very quickly, without having that thick client, without having to have, again, those kind of policies and procedures in place to manage a thick client. Now, another thing that we referenced as well early on is being able to be aware of Power Virtual Agent. Now, I hope a lot of you have heard of this. I mean, if you haven't, it's not the end of the world, because now you're hearing about this. Power Virtual Agent is amazing. It's essentially takes the bot framework in Azure and really creates a low-code way of being able to deploy a bot, and you can deploy this anywhere. So you don't just have to deploy this on your website. You can actually deploy this in Teams. You can go ahead and really deploy this internally as well, like in an iframe. It's really amazing in terms of where you can put this. You can actually link this to omnichannel engagement very easily as well. I think I did a few blog posts on this, on how you can actually use that chat widget in omnichannel engagement and actually have your Power Virtual Agent talk in that widget and hand this over to a live chat agent in omnichannel engagement. And so they've really created the team that handles PVA has done such an amazing job in this. It's been around for a while. If those of you who followed it from the beginning, it used to actually be branded Dynamics, but then it obviously came part of the Power Platform. But you can see that it has a really simple way of branching and being able to manage that logic. And again, you don't have to know code. You don't have to, go ahead and use the bot framework. It actually handles so much stuff for you. In addition, it extends using Power Automate. So you can actually create a bot experience that is actual dynamic. So you can authenticate with someone, you can provide authentication details, and then you can actually go ahead and access their data. And again, this is not a real person. This is a bot doing this. So you can make some fantastic experiences with PVA and manage this via that topic level as well. If anyone hasn't checked this out, I think if there's one thing that you do from today's session, is really go and check PVA out, because it's such a great thing to get your head around. And again, Ambesh covered self-service portals in one of the previous sessions, and this is one of the biggest things for customer service, is to be able to implement the concept of self-service. I know for me personally, I do most of my transactions on self-service. I do not want to talk to someone. I don't have time to stay on the phone for half an hour. And I think that's the sentiment of a lot of people, is they just want to get the information like now. And I know that this is how the world has changed. And this is, again, comparing that to 2011 to 2020, is the organizations really do need to think about their self-service strategy. And this is building on that experience of that Power Virtual Agent. You need to have almost like a base of your portal, and then you need to ensure that you've got you can go ahead and automate that with bots and with Power Virtual Agent, but then provide that personalized experience with that handoff to omnichannel engagement. Forms Pro is another element. We talked about CSAT a little bit earlier as well. This is a piece of technology that's available to many people in really actually Office 365 as well with Forms, and so you can get started very easily. It uses a lot of that native Forms experience, but it is so easy to create something like feedback forms. And we talk a little bit about KPIs shortly, but this is absolutely critical to be able to implement that kind of full feedback cycle. I know I sound a little bit like Microsoft when I say about the feedback loop and stuff, but it's so true. If you do not, as an organization, have that kind of feedback, if you do not know how well you're doing, you're just going to keep doing what you're doing until your revenue starts to go and starts to decline, and your competitors start to kind of put you out of business. So you really need to ask how you're doing. It's not an alien concept. We all have to have feedback, and we have feedback from our managers. We have feedback from people, and if we haven't got that as an organization, then there's a bit of an issue there. And then finally, customer service insights. This is I really need to do a customer service insight session. I cannot speak highly enough of customer service insights. Customer service insights pulls everything together. Think about it like it knits everything together that you have in your customer service strategy. And so you start with that foundational case management. It uses cases, or it can use cases. It doesn't have to. You can go ahead and map this, as I said earlier, but think about it, your foundational case management. It has your CSAT. It logs CSAT from your customer satisfaction field on your case, and then it also then looks at your resolutions. So what it then does is it surfaces and groups those elements. It uses natural language processing, which is basically just it looks at the semantics of your issues that are being raised and groups them into similar topics. And you actually have access of that granularity, by the way. So you can go really, really high, really, really low. And you can then go ahead and get what you can see on the screen, which is suggestions for hey, these are the top topics that you have that are really affecting your customer service capability right now. Do you want to drill into them? And so that you can go ahead and start to then look at those topics that are perhaps taking the longest for your agents to resolve. You can look at the topics that are actually causing your CSAT to be a lot more negative than it should be. And then also, on addition to that, it really, how it works together with the stack is amazing. So I previously talked about how you can link Power Virtual Agent with Omnichannel and self-service portals. Customer Service Insights actually suggests the topics for you to automate using Power Virtual Agent. And this is great because then what it does is it brings these topics and actually says these would be really great candidates for you to automate and go ahead and create in PVA. And it'll actually, there's a button that like the little bot, the little PVA icon that will say, hey, take me to Power Automate and we'll go ahead and build this. And it will go ahead and actually provide a template for you. And that is just amazing. It really does. Microsoft have done a fantastic job about using Customer Service Insights to knit these products together. So if, again, probably the second thing you do after PVA and check the free trial out of PVA, go check out Customer Service Insights. So we've looked at understanding technology, and understanding the technology on the market is really, really important. But now we just want to go ahead and just briefly cover the actual organizational values and mission statement. And this kind of seems, you might be like, this is kind of achingly basic and has nothing to do with customer service, Sarah. I would challenge you to think a little bit differently in that, because the understanding the organizational values and mission statements are all about, again, we're broaching a little bit on that brand element that we were talking about with marketing, but that's still so important because, and this is the same as when we have an omnichannel experience. How can you deliver omnichannel, even if you have omnichannel engagement, even if you have all the technology, if your agents and if your staff are not displaying the fundamental organizational values and mission statements that your organization really exists for? And so you need to ensure that this strategy, it's you don't just implement technology first, and being able to actually understand where your organization is today and those areas of improvements is really, really important. So that customer service strategy and how do you want to help the customer? And this really directly links to what your goals are as an organization. And to do this, another thing that you can do from a tool perspective is really then look at your customer experience maps and technology. So take a look at some of all the previous things that you've done and really then add in that actual customer feedback and research. So whilst this is probably the lightest of the pieces in the framework, this actually brings a lot of it together. So what it does is it almost reviews everything you did in understanding what's useful, understanding what's meaningful, understanding the technology, and understanding your staff. And it brings that all together and really then applies your organizational values and mission statements on top. And that's pretty foundational. And then once you've done that, it's about prioritization. And the really thing here is really prioritize. So everything cannot be a priority. You cannot say, well, everything, we need to go live with everything. It's not realistic. Okay, you'll end up demoralized. You'll end up stagnating, and nothing will actually get done. So I always kind of recommend again, to take a step back. Again, don't apply emotion to this either, because again, that emotion and bias can really I appreciate we need to be passionate about what we do, but it's about ensuring you're looking at the strategy first and about lasting implementation and change, because if your staff do not adopt things, then again, it's a point of failure. So when you focus on a roadmap, some things you can do is actually look at the easiest improvements first. So you don't just look at what can we do, you look at well, how long would that take? Let's look at the actual effort. And if you're like a Scrum person or a DevOps person, go ahead and use your DevOps to go ahead and do this and start to really get down in the detail if you really want to. There's nothing bad in doing that. But once you've done this and looked at the easy improvements, then start to look at things like the hardest or the most expensive improvements, because budget will come into the discussion. I did say it will come in there somewhere, and you do need to look at how much money the company is willing to spend to implement the customer service strategy. And again, this is about understanding that going back to that very first slide that we looked at, your service is absolutely essential to enabling the other areas of the business. If you have terrible service, someone, even if you manage to get a sale, they will not buy from you again. And that's kind of bad if you have a subscription type model service, because it means that they're going to cancel the first opportunity they get. But then also going forward, we still are sharing about that brand image. We still care about word of mouth and other things. It's not a sustainable business model, basically. So have a look at those most expensive improvements, because you may actually find budget for business justification. Get real good at creating business cases. It's something that I did very early on as well, even as a consultant, and it will help you. And if you don't know how to make a business case, just Google it. There's lots of tutorials on how to do it, and then you'll find your own way and your own style. You do need to tailor your approach for business cases depending on organization and who you're talking to and who you're trying to persuade. So there's a lot of different things I could recommend offline for that and how to get started with that. But this is very much about how and where you start to construct your business case. And then really then one of the things to then do once you've got that information is then looking at the improvements which offer the absolute most value, and define what value looks like. Don't be the person on the call that doesn't ask that question, because value for everyone on the call right now will be different for each other, because a value for a supervisor is going to be different from value for an actual customer service agent on the phone for 8 or 12 hours a day answering 100 calls. It's going to be completely different. So you need to be looking at what would offer the most value, what actually is that value, and who is that value for. Okay, and really again how that ties into fulfilling the mission of the organization. So I said it was a light one, but it's got some heavy hitting concepts in that one. So we've looked at organizational values and mission statements. Let's finish up on KPIs, and I've got a note in there on purpose, and I 100% recommend you do not start with KPIs. And the other thing is that because a lot of people don't even know why they're tracking them. A lot of people think, hey, yeah, I've got CSAT, this is great, but they don't do anything with it. So we're going to cover KPIs last, and this is a really interesting one. So understand some core KPIs. So the big thing here is about defining your KPIs for your organization. And when you do this, you're actually going to be, again, leveraging everything you've done in the previous steps, your values, experience, the ability, and then looking at what KPIs are actually relevant for that. And by doing so, what you will end up doing is doubling up. So what I mean by that is actually looking at both that supervisor or even management level, higher than that as well, and then also at the operational level, because essentially a lot of the KPIs will actually kind of almost work like a tower. They'll actually be your agent KPIs will actually feed your supervisor KPIs, and your supervisor KPIs will actually then feed your organizational KPIs, sorry, not APIs, I mean like developer mode. So to do this, again, your toolbox, what do you need? You need to, again, look at all of the stuff that you've previously done, what's important to the organization, and define that KPI. A good thing to do is talk to your stakeholders, talk to the people funding your projects, talk to the people that are funding you as who are paying your salary, and really say, hey, what's important to you? Like, what's success look like to you, and how do you measure that? And then when you do this, you'll be answering your own question, but a lot of people still do not understand this. They just think, oh, that's a KPI, cool. And they don't actually know what it means and how it's tracked. So you really need to have a defined way of tracking KPIs. And then also then, if you really don't know where to start with key performance indicators, go ahead and look at common ones in the industry. Don't stop there, would be my recommendation, but go ahead and use them for inspiration. I've got some on the next slide that will probably be useful for you. So these are the common KPIs for customer service, and kind of they're broaching in call centers as well, because call centers are a common scenario for customer service. But I've kind of grouped them. I've grouped them into feedback and satisfaction, time, and operations. So I can't say one's more important than the other, but you also shouldn't be focusing on all of them in one area either, because you need a good breadth of all of these KPIs from an organizational perspective. And some are older than others as well. And what I mean by that is things such as, and this is where KPIs that can be also very damaging, is that things like if you want to try to reduce the time that an agent's on a call or managing a session, if it's not a phone call, if it's something like a live chat session, is that what you could be doing by accident is actually forcing that agent to quickly resolve the query just because it's quicker and not actually resolving the query. And then what you can then end up doing is increasing your number of cases and increasing then all your averages, just because you've got a KPI that actually doesn't mean anything, or at least it doesn't help or serve your organization. So just be very mindful of how your KPIs actually interact with each other. Some are dependent on others, especially things like when you look at the averages and stuff like that, you actually need to know your actual number of cases and all that kind of good stuff. But things like understand the difference between CSAT and NPS. Net Promoter Score is completely different, where it's about, would you recommend this organization? It's not necessarily about an instance of service. So, you know, you've got to really think, if you've not, in an organization, if they've not got something like a chief experience officer or someone who manages these kind of programs, it's always just good to probably check in with your customers maybe once a quarter or something like that to ensure that you've got your NPS. And then also your CSAT is more of a situational piece, like, hey, how, you know, what would you rate this experience out of 5? And there's a few different ways that you can do that. Again, Forms Pro is a really good way of doing that, but I'll cover that shortly. I know I've not got too long left. I'll try and wrap up soon. And then, so yeah, I'm not going to cover these too much. In terms of some of the operations piece, like I said, this is the operations falls more on the supervisor side of things, but things such as just like SLA compliance is actually managed in Customer Service Hub. So let's just take a look at how these then link to the actual technologies that we've covered today, or at least a few of them. So you can kind of see then, this is just a simple exercise that you can do as an organization. Where are your KPIs actually being calculated? You can see Customer Engagement Hub, whilst it's basic, there was a reason why I started with that, is that you cannot really start with self-service or PVA or Forms Pro without you having foundational case management. And that really feeds all the other stuff as well. Now, I can, like I said, I'm not going to stop going on about customer service insights. You can see, I couldn't even put all of the KPIs that you can track in CSI on the slide. So it's a customer service insights is like a no-brainer for reporting, but it obviously doesn't do everything. It doesn't do some stuff like case deflection, and also things like number of initiations for your PVA bot. So that can technically probably be found in Omnichannel, but again, it's something that you need to be very mindful and ensuring that your technology is working for you. So we've looked at KPIs, and really, you know, this is your toolbox. This is your toolbox for defining at least a very basic customer service strategy for you, so that you can create these useful and meaningful experiences for customers. And I just wanted to really end on some recommended implementations and how to use that framework that we've covered to really then go ahead and create some really tailored experiences for your organization, whether it's your actual organization or if you're working as a consultant or a partner for that organization. So I kind of split customers into 3 parts generally. You've either got, it's a re-implementation, you're new to Microsoft or Microsoft Online, moving from on-prem, and you want to look at kind of really creating this customer service strategy. You already have a decent customer service game, or you want to go into the new age of some fancy machine learning and some really awesome stuff. Now, we're going to leave that third part. I'm not interested in that third part. I want to help the other 2 right now. So we're going to look at really these 2 scenarios just very quickly. So the first one is then the re-implementations. And this is how would you use this framework in this scenario? So this is how I would recommend you really using it. So you would, again, because you're starting out, because you're re-implementing as well, it's always a good thing to just take a quick look at those organizational values and mission statements, because they actually do kind of change over time sometimes, especially with changing CEOs. You can even just see that just from Microsoft. And so by ensuring that you've got a good handle of that, you can then look at start to profile your customers and start to profile your staff so that you understand what's useful and meaningful for both of them. And then you can start to understand your KPIs. So it's a really good way of getting a really baseline structure before you go into your technology. Now, in contrast, if you were to then look at someone, if you're an organization that you're like, I'm already online, I'm already on 9.0, I'm just looking to improve, I would always still recommend to go back and be like, well, let's profile our customers. Let's just kind of understand who we're trying to serve here, and then look at that organizational capability in your staff, and then look at your technology. I definitely think a technology refresh is always needed, because if this is the first time an organization is really looking for redoing their customer service or looking to improve, it's quite often that you've probably not kept up to date on some of the technology that is available that we've covered in this session today. So by doing so, you're actually you're removing your biases by looking at what's useful and what's meaningful first for your customer, not for you, for your customer, then for your staff, and then understanding the technology that's available and start to then map that out and then go into the other pieces. So I really hope that's been useful. I really, just to kind of look at what we've covered, I've tried to give you a framework of really how to develop that customer service strategy for your organization. And that's both as, again, like I said, if you're inside the organization and it's yours, or you're a consultant or working with a partner to go ahead and do that, because we do have a responsibility as architects and consultants to ensure that we're pushing this, because we can't just go ahead and be like, oh, you want to implement the phone channel? Sure, okay, no problem, and just go off and do it. It's our job to go ahead and provide those recommendations. And I just wanted to give a shout out to some really great content creators on each of these separate areas. So especially for USD, so Trisha is awesome. She's been doing some really cool omnichannel engagement. Neil Parkhurst always does great USD content, but he actually also has some great CTI integration pieces too. He actually goes through CTI integration in depth. And Kirill as well, I don't think he's done too much content recently, but he actually has some soft phone examples and some other stuff that you can hook up with Omnichannel. So I definitely would recommend Googling him. Of course, Nicholas, you did a great job with Omnichannel as well. Please check out Nicholas's blog and details too. Megan Walker does amazing stuff on Forms Pro. She's actually got a great course on Forms Pro and some great blog content. So if you wanted to get started with Forms Pro, I would always recommend Megan's content. And Nick and Colin, for those of you who don't know either of those, so they're both Canadians. And I'm not biased, honestly, just because I've moved here. But Colin actually he used to work for ADX Studio, right? So he literally is portals for Colin. So I would 100% recommend Colin's content. And Nick is like the portal guy. He does great content, and actually again also has a course on portals. So definitely go and check these people out. These are really great great content creators in all of these areas that I've covered in the session today. So I know that I'm probably a little bit out of time, so I'll totally answer some questions in chat, but hopefully you found it useful. And I'll definitely be sticking around for the next 30 minutes or an hour to answer any questions anyway in chat.
Thank you, Sarah. It was a really informative session, to be honest, and a lot of to take within this 1 hour. So absolutely enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Raz, are you back?
Hello everybody.
Raz.
Thanks again, Sarah. I managed to catch Sarah's session, and as usual, it was very highly intensive and very entertaining, and I think everyone is just downloading the information. So thanks again, Sarah, for that great session. There's not any questions in the chat, but as Sarah's mentioned, please feel free to drop your questions in the chat window, and she's still available to answer if any questions do occur to you lately. I've shared Sarah's connection details, blog details, and social media in the chat. Make sure you follow her. And yeah, thanks again, Sarah.
No problem. Thanks so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. So yes, so next up on the hour, it's Vicky. Vicky, are you there?
Yes. Hi, Raz. How are you? Good morning,
Hi there,
everyone.
Vicky.
Yes. Would I please get the permission to share my screen?
Yes, please. Yes. I think we can see your screen now. Yes.
Yeah. 1 second. Okay. Let me try to. Okay. First, let me just close my email tab, if that's okay. Open. Quit. Perfect. Okay. Let me get started here. Share my screen. Okay. You see a keynote presentation?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Perfect. Okay. So hi, everyone. Welcome to this session where I will cover things that are related to why customer service and field service are better together. So one thing I want to note is that, as you can see on your screen, I am using a Mac. And that means that certain things kind of work funny on a Mac, which is why I'm actually thinking of getting a PC now, but that's a whole story for another day. But before I get this wonderful question into the chat, yes, you can indeed implement, configure, and do basically everything on a Mac. It's just that the browser functionality sometimes works a bit weird, so just kind of a fair warning before I get started. Okay, so, that is not what I wanted to do. Okay, so I'll just keep it as is, just by the fact that you may see the slide on the site. So my presentation is why customer service and field service are better together. The goal of this presentation is not to teach you everything that you need to know, but to rather kind of say, okay, those are some ideas and kind of things that you should consider thinking about when you have a customer that has kind of a field service implementation and that they think that field service alone is sufficient for their needs. I can tell you from personal experience working with those customers that if you implement both together, the possibilities are just ridiculously wonderful. So let's get started. So first, a little bit about me if you don't know who I am. So hi everyone, my name's Vicky. I'm based in Vancouver, British Columbia. And today is actually a sunny day, which is quite rare and very much appreciated. So I'm an independent Microsoft Dynamics 365 consultant. I'm also a Dynamics community moderator. I started also my own online school, which is called MS Dynamics Certified. I am mostly known in the community to be the sort of certification go-to person, but I also do implement. And I am 13 times Microsoft Dynamics 365 certified and overall 15 times Microsoft certified. And I'm working on 2 other Power Platform certifications at the moment because I guess that 15 is not enough. So, so today's agenda, we will cover cases, we will cover incident types and work order generation, queues, knowledge-based management, SLAs, and I do leave time at the end always for a question period because I know that I will get questions. So I kind of tried to aim for about 30 to 45 minutes presentation and then try to leave some time at the end to basically help people. And this presentation will be a mix of me demoing and kind of the more traditional PowerPoint format, because some of the stuff that I'm going to talk about are kind of tough to visualize until you actually see it live, if that makes sense. Now, let's talk about cases and how we can use cases to better help organizations that are implementing Dynamics 365 field service. So here, I want you to think of your typical kind of either preventative maintenance or repair field service organization. Whether you're repairing a heating system, ventilation system, electric system, plumbing, even computer repair, for example, or anything of that sort. Usually the process in 99.9% of cases is as following. First things first is you have the the case creation phase where you have a customer that calls in a company and says, hey, I'm having, I don't know, my computer ventilation is making way too much noise. It's kind of making funny noises. It's really, really hot, the computer, when I put it on my lap, and kind of those types of issues. And normally what happens is you call a call center or you chat with an agent if you are using Omnichannel, and basically you kind of have that stage. And then what happens is that from that case usually comes a work order, which is when a technician is usually sent on site. And for example, if it's a computer repair, you're going to have a technician who's going to have a look at the computer, who's going to open up the machine, who is going to make whatever repair that needs to be done. At the end, depending on the case, whether that's under warranty or not, there's usually some type of an invoicing stage. Usually this is not handled in CRM. Most of the time it's going to be handled via some type of an ERP system, whether that would be Business Central or Finance and Operations, or could be a different third-party ERP system. So when you think about cases, I kind of want you to think, okay, how can I minimize double entry, and how can I make the customer's life easier? If you are, again, a consultant, if you are a Dynamics 365 administrator, this would be more of how do I make my colleagues' life easier? Because I've worked with a client very, very recently who basically had a situation where all phone calls were logged into a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. Yes, that actually still exists, where they had to send, basically copy and paste the details, and then they had to copy and paste the detail into a work order management system, and it was basically the classic case of having a bunch of silos. They had their customer service using one tool, their field service using another tool, and their accounting department using another tool. Now, I want you to think, if we bring everything together under one umbrella, which could be the Power Platform or the whole Dynamics 365 family of products, I want you to think of, okay, that case information contains information that is relevant to a work order and contains also information that is relevant to your invoicing stage. So what I'm going to do here is, yes, okay, perfect, it shows. I want you to think of field service also as your customer service tool. So if I go here to my cases, and I open here this test case, or any case for that matter. And by the way, this is what's currently available out of the box. And when I demo this, sometimes I get comments such as, "Oh my God, I did not know this was even a thing." So I just want you to think. You're having your case title here, which is relevant because it shows you what the work order potentially could be about. It shows you maintenance. So for example, all your subject tree, again, could be relevant because this could lead to generating a incident type, which could then be used to generate the future work order itself. I want you to think kind of this tool as your starter point of field service, which I think a lot of people do not see. But when you work with both products, it works great. The product could be, again, converted into a customer asset and can be linked to a customer asset. And I want you to think about contacts that this may be your primary contact on a work order. And the great thing about this case management here is when you enter information, for example, here I have an air conditioner repair issue. If I have all of my air conditioner here as a product, it's really great to kind of have your system again under one umbrella. And even to make this even easier, you have here your incident type, which I'm going to cover in my next topic here. Incident types and work order generation, why are they so great, and how does it work basically? The great thing about like incident type is that I want you to think incident types, work order template. I think the whole incident type should probably be called a work order template personally. If a certain Ben Vollmer is on the line, hi. That would be a great idea. And what I want you to think is that the whole incident time functionality, its purpose is to basically control the field mapping between cases and work orders. So the reason why I'm talking about this is that when you have industries that have a few standard work order types, so for example, I've seen this in cases such as electrician, plumbers, as well as the HVAC industry, which stands for heating, ventilation, as well as air conditioning. It's basically going to save your team so much time in terms of repetitive data entry. So, for example, when I've worked with kind of like HVAC clients, they usually have, I would say, 3 to 4 work order types that can be just repetitive. They have boilers work order type, they have chillers, they have a rooftop unit, and then they have kind of an other, which is a catch-all for pretty much anything else. And the great thing about that is that in those cases, the process is the same, the work order process is the same, the tasks are the same, everything is pretty much very standard process. So the reason why I want you to think that is because this incident type here that you see on your screen controls what information is automatically created in your work order. So again, the whole purpose of this session is to make you see how Customer Service Hub or customer service is not just your typical case management functionality. I want you to think customer service can allow me to serve any customer inquiry, regardless of it just being a phone call system. It can do so much more than that. If you start to dig a little deep, it's crazy what I've seen. So for example here, if I link this incident type to, if I link this case to this incident type, and then I go and I just generate the work order here, which I click convert to work order. A work order says yes, because this is my test case. So I've tested this. Again, this is a funny Mac browser behavior, which means that a new window was actually created. So, but otherwise it works great on a Mac as well, as you can see. So here, as you can see, I had so much information there that was already there for me without me doing anything. So I have all your accounts, all your customer details. I have my statuses there. I have my work order type. I have my price list already there. I have my incident. I have an estimated duration. And even when I go to products, you can already include parts here if that applies to your particular case. You can include services here, again, as part of your incident type. You can include service tasks. So this is, again, only what is available out of the box. If you have a very complex case, for example, if you have a company that works into the restoration industry, they probably have what's called a protocol, which means that you have basically a work order type per insurance parent, because every insurance company works differently. So even in those extreme cases, you can still have incident types, but you may not be able to. Is there a sound issue? Can you guys hear me?
Hi there, Vicky. Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
I think you were breaking up a little while, but it's fine though. It's fine now.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Because I thought that nobody could hear me anymore. So again, this is 2020's main issue with those Teams meetings, either the connection being lost or the sound being lost. So essentially, when you look at those particular incident types, you can do so much more based on the case information. And even when you, again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm sorry if I am repeating myself, but this could scale up in the extreme example of a restoration company that has, I would say, 3 main incident types, but they have particularity based on 25, let's say, different protocols based on each insurance company. So based on the parents, based on the kind of incident type, you can have basically 75 work order generation templates that would save such an organization hours and hours and hours and hours per week that could be spent restoring more homes more quickly, and would really, really help every homeowner or every business or every renter in the case of a massive natural disaster where this type of organization would be busy. They would be able to send more technicians on site more quickly, especially with the whole climate change situation. Unfortunately, this may happen more in the future. So again, we need this functionality to be able to go at scale, which is what the combination of customer service and field service can do. So again, back to my presentation. So again, those are the possibility in terms of incident type. Now, queues. You might be thinking of queues as only a way to assign customer service representative in a call center scenario to try to get the best agent to answer at the quickest time possible. But queues can do so much more than that. It's not only for, a call center scenario. It can also work for technicians, especially if you have a very complex requirement in terms of your technician assignment, and you need to assign technicians on a scale. For example, queues, I would say, would be better for organizations that either do not have the budget for the resource schedule optimization, but that still need to have some automation in terms of their technician assignment. So again, if you do not have the size yet for RSO, but that you still need something, what you can do is what I did here. Or again, something similar. Again, I just want you to be thinking right now. I don't want you to just copy everything I'm doing, because this is a case of go with what is best for your customer in terms of what they actually need. Sorry, this might take a while, but basically here what I did with the queues is you can essentially enable queues for pretty much any entity that you want in order to assign a record to somebody. Again, queues are not just limited to cases, but you can use them for work orders, you can use them for leads, you can use them for opportunities, you can pretty much use them in any scenario where you basically feel the need to assign work items in a particular order. And this includes work order. So for example, again, I'm not going to explain here exactly everything about queues, but essentially what you can do is you can create what are called routing rule sets, where basically what I'm going to show you right now is you can create those routing rule sets. And what it does is again, here is you have those rule items where they work in order of priority. So here the general rule of thumb is that you go from the more precise case to the most general case. So here, for example, there are many instances in field service, and I've seen this a few times way more than you think, that some customers of some organizations have explicitly said, I want to have, let's say, Vicky, I want to have Raz, I want to have Sarah specifically come in to be my go-to default resource, unless, of course, they are sick or they are on vacation or something of that sort. And what happens is you can automatically do that. So for example, if I look at this particular rule, you can set a bit like what you would use advanced find. Whereas, for example, if a customer account is one of these, assign it to this particular user. And then what happens is once you have all of those rules, which are designated as the preferred resource, then what happens is once you have your case converted into a work order, then basically the owner of the work order is automatically going to be that particular resource. And then from there, you can assign the technician automatically to the work order as being the person who's going to work on it. And then it kind of goes, again, to working on a scale, but that you're not ready for kind of RSO yet. Then again, you can go to a more generic sort of rule. For example, we can use similar functionality to assign items by territory. For example, we can say that all, again, if this condition is false, the first one, then you go to the next one, which means that, for example, if a particular work order has to be performed in Washington State, it goes to a particular queue, which can then be linked to a resource pool in field service, and then basically the local dispatcher in, for example, Washington State can then say, okay, I have 5 technicians. Those are the 5 technicians I have available. I can give it to somebody in that particular state. And same thing if for example, based on skill set. For example, if you have a very specialized skill set, for example, if you have some type of a connected field service device, and you know that you have, let's say, 10 technicians in your particular organization that have that certification to work on those types of devices, then you can assign it to them. And this is just what's possible. So the kind of main takeaway of this particular queue functionality is if you have a customer that is not ready for kind of RSO yet, that basically they are not at the scale where they need to assign thousands and thousands of technicians, but that they want some type of an automation, you can use customer service functionality to meet that particular requirement. So again, queues is probably, I would say, the most underrated customer service functionality, in my personal opinion, because you can just do some crazy stuff with that. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is knowledge-based management, of how knowledge-based management, again, it's more than call center functionality. I think that's the main takeaway of my whole presentation. So basically, if you go back to the basics of what a knowledge-based management solution does, it's basically a library of procedures. Now, it does not specify what type of procedures can be included in a knowledge-based functionality, which means you can have procedures for pretty much just about anything, and you can have procedures, again, for any industries, any topic. And did you know that a knowledge-based article can be associated to a work order, to an incident type, can be also assigned to case, can also be assigned to a lead, even if you really want to be creative in terms of your sales processes. You can send, again, knowledge-based articles to email. You can send those knowledge-based articles not just to customers, but also to your field technicians. So here there is really no limit in terms of what you can do with that and have that information. So, for example, if, let's say, in a particular HVAC context, because that is an industry that I have a lot of experience with, so basically this is why I'm using a lot of HVAC specific example. If you have a rooftop unit, for example, there are certain things that you cannot do without basically breaking the warranty of that particular unit, and when you need to simply call the manufacturer, which happens, by the way, with a lot of other products. So you can send out that procedure if a technician would basically uncover a particular issue on site and things like that. And if you want to get really, really fancy, this is something I learned while I was preparing for the PL900 examination, which is the Power Platform Fundamentals, which now covers Power Virtual Agents. And this is something that is kind of mind-blowing. And I think that in the next few years, it's going to uncover a lot of possibility. You can use Power Virtual Agents to integrate with Dynamics 365 customer service, and then have people interacting with your bot, and then have them get the right article based on keywords. So, for example, in the demo that I saw, I think it was a coffee machine scenario that was not working, and that the coffee machine was a smart coffee machine that had some reading problem, whereas a value of that connected field service was kind of out of range. And then basically, based on that reading, the technician was asked questions by the bot. So for example, and say for example, did you verify the coffee filter? What is the temperature of this? Did you verify the boiling water mechanism and something? And based on the technician's answer, the bot suggested an article and say, okay, those are your next best steps that basically you can take, which is a possibility that if you told me that, for example, this functionality would be existing 2 years ago, and that you told me 2 years ago from today, this would be here, I would be like, no way. This is just too next level. So you can use Power Virtual Agents in more scenarios other than to help customers. You can also help your team members and to share knowledge and to have your team, whoever is a subject matter expert, really share their whole knowledge. In fact, I'm just kind of thinking about it, and I'm thinking, wouldn't that be great if I had a Dynamics 365 certification bot? Because that would save me, I would save quite a bit of time just to answer a lot of those kind of certification questions, or in fact, any type of knowledge base that you have. Again, it's more than a call center scenario. I'm going to repeat this again and again and again. Can do so much more. Now, other than knowledge base, service level agreement, or also known in the community as SLA. Again, enhanced SLAs can be enabled on other entities, not only case. You can also create custom SLAs based on any date-time field of your choice. You can also have a multitude of SLA per case to work order scenario. So what do I mean by that? Let me give you kind of an example. In the restoration industry, they have something called DKI metrics, which means that they have, get this, they have 12 different SLAs that they have to keep track of, because there are certain standards that if you want to have a permit to operate in this particular industry, you must meet more than 12 different SLAs, which are solely based on your response time. Because into the restoration industry, your sole mission and purpose is to restore customers' homes or places of business as quickly as possible. So for example, if you have a flood damage, you probably want to make sure that you can occupy your home as quickly as possible. Same thing if you have a fire damage or you have a water leak or basically any type of disaster. Sorry. And before I get this particular question, you can use SLAs to keep track of those 12 different metrics. You don't need to have one. You can have 12. And yes, it does work. I've personally tested this. Of course, because this is client work, this is not something that I can demo or recreate for you today, unfortunately. But this is something that actually does work. So, because I try to keep my presentation short, again, I try to go under 30 minutes because I want to leave a lot of time for a question period. So if we are allowed to do this, you have a 30-minute session of Ask Me Anything.
Thanks for that, Vicky. Yes, much appreciated. And again, we really appreciate you dialing in from so far away, and obviously, with your cough and everything. So we're really grateful that you could do this today. So look, I think you really covered a sweet spot, really, when it comes to, the scenarios with field services and which components when to use, because often, it can be very difficult for people, consultants and customers to make the decision on which feature they should be using when. And I think your session has helped to really help improve that decision making. So again, thanks. Thanks for that, Vicky. So as Vicky's mentioned, she's opened up the floor for questions and answers. So please, could you please start asking your questions? And I've shared Vicky's contact details in there. Vicky, I've shared your blog and your LinkedIn. Is there any other social media that you use apart from your blog and your LinkedIn?
No, because I would tell you by far LinkedIn is by far the best way to reach out to me. By far the best way, without
Excellent.
a doubt, because I'm kind of hyperactive there. So
Excellent.
you will get a very quick response.
Okay, great. So yeah, there you go. That's how you connect with Vicky. So there is a first question come through, Vicky, is by Abjit, who's asking, on a high level, what could be the easiest and most efficient approach if we have a business need where they want to fully automate case management for any type of industry using self-service portals, customer service and field service? Like step 1 is this, and then step 2. Okay, so you're asking for a full end-to-end step for the full automation of case management, including all of those components. So it's a very large question, Abjit. So, but yes, feel free to take it away, and then we'll try and complement your answer if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. So I've dealt with a similar scenario in the past. So for example, if you have, let's say, a web portal and you have customers that are allowed to raise cases. So for example, if I go onto the Apple web portal, if they were using this, and I say that my computer is unusually warm and that, there might be some type of a ventilation system issue, then basically what happened is I would kind of create like some type of an dependent option set where kind of like for example, Apple could be please select a category. So for example, there could be things like software problem, hardware problem, or service problem, which could be Apple Music or like Apple News or something of that sort, or even Apple Arcade. And then basically I would kind of like select hardware, and then it could ask what is the component, and then I could say it's the ventilation, and then basically say, okay, those are the common issues that are happening in terms of the ventilation system. And then I would have a couple of options, and then of course there would be kind of an other, which would be a catch-all for kind of any other issue, which is not very common. And based on that, I would use queues in order to route that. So for example, if for example I'm having again a ventilation issue because my computer is burning hot, then I would route it to probably directly to a technician in order for someone to kind of try to remotely troubleshoot it, especially right now to say, okay, can you try to restart your computer? Can you please try to, turn off your computer for like an hour or something? So I would heavily use queues or kind of even at this stage, probably Power Virtual Agent in order to suggest articles so that people try to self-resolve issues rather than always call an agent or kind of always call a technician. And based on that, again, depending on the scenario, I would either route the case to an agent or route the case to a field service technician directly. And then again, it kind of depends really onto the kind of industry, but it's, in terms of generic, it's kind of always starts by customer service, in my opinion, and then it goes to field service because it really depends on your industry and the customer. So that's why I can only keep it at that level, if that makes sense.
Thanks for that,
Does that
Vicky.
answer your question?
Thanks, Vicky. Thanks for that. So Abjit, so obviously there's many different scenarios there that you've covered, and in terms of setting up, a step-by-step process, as Vicky mentioned, there are different variations, and so I think what you'd want to do is obviously you're fully aware of the fact that the portals have support for the for the customer self-service and for the field service that you can. Oh yeah, okay. So Abjit's saying yes, that's exactly what he wanted. So Abjit's happy with that with your answer there. So great stuff. But you know where to go. I was hoping that we could find some sort of demo out there, but unfortunately there aren't any full end-to-end demos you can just spin up. You'd have to spin each one up separately. That and then that's the only way really. But I think Vicky's kind of addressed the gaps between the two and maybe suggested some scenarios in which you could leverage both. So there is a question. So Cocoon's asking, could the D365 remote assist considered be part of this as well?
Well, in terms of remote assist, kind of one potential limitation that I see is that remote assist cannot be used in order to, for example, assist a customer. So, for example, if, again, let's bring it back to my 5-year-old MacBook Pro. What happens is that I cannot use remote assist in order to have a kind of like Apple Genius to try to troubleshoot my MacBook Pro virtually. Unfortunately, in order for kind of remote assist to work, it would be, for example, someone from the head office in Cupertino helping a technician based in Vancouver because of his or her expertise in a particular component, or, for example, in a particular piece of machinery. So, to answer your question, remote assist is more for a global expert to help technicians wherever they are in the world. They are not meant for technicians to help customers that could be anywhere. I wish this would be a possibility in the future. Let's see if that happens.
Definitely exciting times. Lots of technology to cover, but again, as Vicky mentioned, there are certain use cases where ideal use cases. So it's not a case of giving everyone access to remote assist. You know that there are certain hierarchies you want to get a successful use out of remote assist. And thanks for clarifying that for us, Vicky.
Yeah.
So are there any more questions? So the questions are coming. We're coming through thick and fast. And and Coughlin is saying thank you very much for your answer there, Vicky. So we're going to keep the chat open for any more questions and answers. Vicky, whilst we've got you, please share a bit about yourself. Maybe maybe a bit of information about about what you do and what type of things you're interested in and involved in. We usually give all the speakers a bit of time to talk about themselves, to show the humans in IT, obviously in addition to. So if you could share a bit about yourself, that'd be really cool.
Okay, so hi everyone. I am based in Vancouver. Right now, just kind of a fun fact, if I peek over my computer monitor, I can see the mountains. So I'm based into the downtown Vancouver area, and if I look straight up, because my apartment is facing north, I can see the North Shore Mountains. So basically every 30 seconds or so of this presentation, I was kind of speaking up, just because the view is just priceless. A bit more about myself. So I can tell you what I'm working on right now in terms of my whole learning journey, because that's what I've been involved with quite a lot, is I'm working more on the Power Platform. So especially DA100, which is Power BI, as well as PL100, which is the Power Platform Admin, the new certification. Thinking about something, I'm thinking about doing something that I've been delaying for quite some time, which is getting a Microsoft Certified Trainer certification, which is something that I've been asked a lot privately to get, and say, when are you getting it? And the answer was like, oh, someday. Well, that someday is probably getting way closer. The reason why I chose this was that, have you guys read the book Lean In, which was written by the Facebook COO Sheryl Sandberg? And what she said was, if you see a rocket ship, jump on it and just don't ever look back. And when I first heard about Dynamics 365, I saw a rocket ship, I jumped on it, and this is what I've just been running with, and it kind of led me to places that I never thought, which include doing this very presentation, which includes being on a podcast with Mark Smith, who's in New Zealand. And when I kind of explained this to my parents, that I would be on a podcast that is from New Zealand, my parents, first of all, I had to explain them what a podcast was. And they were like, wow, somebody from New Zealand, which is on the complete other side of the world map. If you look at Vancouver and if you look at Auckland, it's completely on the opposite side. And it's just mind-blowing, like, what opportunities I've got in the last 3 years, and I'm so grateful for it. I love teaching, honestly, and this is something that I love getting back to. I love doing those particular presentations because I really saw a sentence recently, and I think it kind of sums it up too well, which is that we raise ourselves by raising other people. A bit more of what I do outside of Dynamics. What do? I cook a lot. I work out a decent amount, and I'm trying to find healthier ways to eat. This is something that I've been working on since quarantine started, is how food that we put into our body affect our mental well-being, our performance, and kind of everything. So if when this whole quarantine thing is over, I'm going to realize two things. Number one, being around nature and being outside is a blessing, and this is something that I've kind of taken for granted being Canadian, especially living in Vancouver now for like 15 months now. This is something that I will not take for granted. And also the other thing I will not take for granted anymore is that food is fuel, and if you feed your body junk food, which is something that I used to do, unfortunately, your digestive system will greatly affect your basically energy level, and will therefore affect your mental well-being, and will therefore affect how you perform in work, in relationships, kind of everything else. So this is probably going to be my biggest takeaway from this whole like quarantine thing. And of course, I got a certification question. I am planning, so there's a Coquelin, hi Coquelin, who's asking, I am planning to take MB200 and MB230 and then MB600. Could you please point me to good prep resources for these three things? Microsoft Learn is doing a decent job. There is also on my blog, which I'm going to link, there is somebody that I want to thank. His name is Chris from Tampa Bay, Florida. If you're here on the line, hello, thank you. And who took all the Mark Smith videos from kind of OpenEDX, downloaded them on his computer, and then re-uploaded them on Azure. I have all the links on my blog if you want to have access to that content. MB230, again, Microsoft Learn. There are also my courses on MS Dynamics Certified. There is Neil Parker's blog, which is amazing as well, that I would highly recommend check out. MB600. This is probably the most unconventional exam advice that I ever gave. So if someone asked me, I want to go for kind of like MB600, what should I expect? The answer would be study all the Dynamics 365 exam content that is publicly available. The reason is that Microsoft, technically speaking, has the right to ask you any question that is from MB901, PL900, MB200, MB210, MB220, MB230, MB240, as well as MB400, and I got questions that could have been on either of those exams. So you have to be ready for all the content possible. The second thing, which is probably the most unconventional Microsoft exam that I've ever given, and this is something that I'm sharing for the first time publicly, so you guys are lucky. Understand the Microsoft exam algorithm, which I am beginning to figure out more and more and more as I've done 15 exams so far, and I'm soon going for exam number 16 and 17. The reason why there are sections is because each question that you see on the exam has a difficulty score. And what happens is, if you answer a question correctly, that means you may get a more difficult question in the future. Because if you go deep into the research, you are going to learn quickly that the Microsoft scoring algorithm was largely inspired by the standardized test scoring algorithm, which includes the SAT, the GMAT, and the LSAT. So when you see, so what happens is that a lot of those standardized test advice applies for MB600. So you have to learn how to manage your time effectively. You have to learn how to guess questions, which is probably a skill that saved my life in a few exams. The other thing that I would kind of say is, especially if you are not a native English speaker, learn how to summarize case studies and learn how to extract important information out of cases and how to read quickly. Because MB600, this is something that is publicly known, so I'm allowed to share that type of information, is there are many, again, plural, many case studies onto the MB600. So if you are not a quick reader, you are going to struggle. If you do not know how to extract information on the MB600, you are going to struggle big time. So I would say for kind of MB600, prepare for anything, study the entire Dynamics curriculum from all exams, learn how to guess questions. If you are kind of unsure, go for the best answer rather than the perfect one, and learn how to read questions and how to extract important details, and then you should be fine. So, and also make sure that you get the first few questions correctly, because you have a better shot at getting more difficult questions, which means that your score is going up. So the way that Microsoft exams are scored is that 700, which is the passing grade, does not equal having 70% of questions right. The reason why Microsoft was able to gauge your performance level with only about 50 questions is based on the difficulty level of those questions, which means the more difficult questions that you get, the higher chance you have of getting a crazy high score. So yeah, that's my advice for kind of MB600 in a nutshell, which is anything but content related. It's really strategy heavy.
Well, wow, Vicky, look, you know, we were unexpecting a session, but now we've got some great exam tips and advice, as well as health tips as well. So we've kind of walked away with a lot more than what we expected.
Yeah.
But yes, I completely agree with you, Vicky, that you know, I was obviously interested in biohacking as well. Like, everybody's body reacts differently to different foods, and you have to kind of figure out what works for you. You know, some people swear by coffee and some people react badly to it. And I guess every individual has to kind of find out what works for them and not just copy the flocks, really. And so it's interesting, really. But yes, I actually look forward to hearing more about that, because it is something that I'm personally interested in as well. And yeah.
So for example, I had burgers and fries yesterday for dinner, because again, I kind of have a philosophy of 2 cheat meals per week. And even this morning, I'm feeling down in like energy because I did not feed my body the right food, because I had a pretty big meal that was very unhealthy, again, by kind of any metric that you look at. So again, I kind of wish that I had probably ordered something a little bit healthier yesterday.
Yes, no, definitely. So again, you know, so just like you know, just like in fact, that leads on to another question, another issue, which is about the concept of best practice. So, you know, like there's a concept of best practice where everyone has to eat so much calories a day, so many times a day. Whereas the concept of best practice doesn't work for every situation. Just like customer service, You don't have a best practice. Yes, you follow this formula to guide you in the right direction, but at the end of the day, you have to find the right formula for your given scenario. And again, I think it leads us on to a very good point, really. So it's all linked together, isn't it? It's all kind of great stuff.
Yeah.
So again, Vicky, a big thanks. Yeah. So once again,
one last thing.
Sure.
One last thing is that I figured out that for kind of exam study, one of the big components that I found has led to success is that when people ask me for study tips, the first kind of things that I kind of always say is make sure you get a good night's sleep, make sure that you eat properly before, make sure that you exercise before, which have nothing to do with content. Because the biggest reason why people fail exams is that the stress kind of gets to them too much. And then what happens is that despite that they have the best study resources, despite having the best study methods, despite having the best knowledge possible of a topic, they fail because of stress. So once you get your sleep right, once you get your food right, once you get exercise right, then you have a much higher chance of success. So it's all interconnected.
Thanks, Vicky. That's comprehensive advice from Vicky there. So for everyone who's looking to pass their exams, remember to treat your body well, not just your brain. It's all interlinked, just like your customer service solutions. Everything is connected, as the previous speakers have mentioned earlier. So, your body is a complex system, just like your customer service system. Yeah, just like all these other systems, they all need to be looked after. So thanks again. It was a great pleasure to host Vicky today. Thanks again for that session. And please feel free to carry on using the next 5 minutes to ask any other questions related to customer services, case management, and so on and so forth. As we prepare for our next speaker, I'm a big fan of our next speaker, Prashant G. Boyer. I've been a fan of him ever since he did his first session on 365 Saturday, I would say about a month ago, and ever since then I'm like, wow, he really does cover lots of the details which are often overlooked, and especially from security and architecture perspectives. So I'm looking forward to Prashant's next session. He's up in 5 minutes. So are there any other questions? I'm sure there are many people with many questions, maybe linked to your particular implementation, maybe? And we also have a last-minute addition as well to the event. We also have another session, and that session will be delivered immediately after Prashant's session, which will be by Hemandra Patel. Again, so this is the US leg of the event, beginning with Sarah, onto Vicky, and then Prashant, and finally with Hemandra, who'll be covering measure customer service for users using Power Platform. So that's a new addition to the event after Prashant's session. And speaking of Prashant, hello Prashant.
Hi Raz, can you hear me okay? And
yes.
Can you see my screen? Okay,
100%.
perfect.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect.
Yes, Vicky. Vicky's mentioning North America's leg. Yeah. Thanks for the correction there. And awesome. Yes. So there we see Prashant live and direct. Always start. Prashant, you like to present. Do you stand up when you present?
Yes, I have a stand-up desk, and since COVID-19 happened, I'm not getting a chance to speak at the live audience, and I prefer like giving a talk while standing. So I'm fortunate that I have a stand-up desk. I bought it before the COVID-19 started. So, if I have to monitor a stand-up desk, why not to use that and then give a talk?
Well, look, that leads perfectly off what Vicky was saying about, understanding your body and how to operate efficiently. And I completely agree. By sitting down, it makes you dysfunctional to some extent. I completely agree. And so, so it's really good that you're spearheading that, and you're kind of you're being disruptive, aren't you? There, you're breaking the norms and traditions, and you're normalizing something which is not normal. Which is really good to see. So that's really good. So I think we can begin, Prashant. I think without keeping you waiting too long. By the way, Prashant, for those who don't already know whose first experience it is to attend one of your sessions, could you just share a bit about yourself and what you're up to?
Sure. I have a couple of slides on that one. So let me know when you're ready to start recording, and then we can begin.
Okay. Just give me 2 ticks. And okay, we're rolling. Over to you, Prashant.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on Saturday. And depending on your time zone, hello, good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening. So the title of today's talk is Building Intelligent Enterprise Grade Help Desk Bot Using Conversational AI. And when I say conversational AI, I will be strictly focusing on conversational AI in Microsoft ecosystem. So who am I? My name is Prashant G. Boyer. I was born and raised in India. I came to United States in 2007. I am a University of Maryland College Park alumni. I co-author a book called PowerShell for Office 365. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, D.C. area, and I organize a lot of community events in the region. So there are 3 user groups I currently help to run. One is on AI and machine learning. Another is on Microsoft 365 or Office 365, and third one is on SQL. And we also organize a lot of community conferences. Those used to be in-person events, but after COVID-19, we converted those to virtual events. So we had a successful Global Azure Data Fest on July 2nd. We are planning to have another free virtual event called Global AI Fest, which is going to be on 31st of July. So if you are interested in learning the latest and greatest information in Microsoft AI space, and it doesn't matter whether you're a developer, power user, or a data scientist, we will have tons of good contents on July 31st. Only caveat is most of the session will be as per the Eastern time zone. So if you are in Australia, so then that may not work for you. But what we will be doing, just like we are doing right now in this conference, is we will be recording all the sessions and posting on the YouTube later. I also help organize a SharePoint Saturday events, which runs on a similar theme as a Dynamics 365 events, where those will be free and normally happen on a Saturday. So I'm a recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and I'm also recipient of Microsoft MVP Award since 2017. Those of you who are not familiar with MVP Award, so I don't work for Microsoft. It's just an additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folks who does technical contribution in various product group that Microsoft has. And the technical contributions can be writing blogs, creating video contents, answering people's questions on various forums, providing direct feedback to the Microsoft product group, and also the speaking at the various conferences. When I got awarded first time, I was a SharePoint MVP. After 2 years, I made a transition to AI, and this award is valid for 12 months. And after 12 months, you have to submit your contribution, and based on your contribution, you either get renewed or you won't get renewed. So fortunately, I just got renewed on July 1st. So I'll be an AI MVP for next 12 months, and we'll know the result in next July, whether I'll be for another year or not. I am currently working as a senior solution architect at Witham Digital. We used to call Porter Solutions before, and we got acquired by Witham 3 years before. And I focus on intelligent business process automation, where I touch a lot of various technology stacks in Microsoft ecosystem, like Power Platform, Office 365, SharePoint, then Azure, Microsoft Applied AI stack like cognitive services, bots. And my work location is in East Coast near Washington, DC area. So this is the flyer about our information about our company. We have 3 Microsoft MVPs on the staff. We have done 100 plus cloud deployments, and we have 50 plus dedicated consultants who are working in Microsoft ecosystem. And we are in Microsoft services business from long time. We are Microsoft Gold partner from 17 years, and these are various capabilities that we have. In case you are interested, joining us for the future events, I will be posting these links in the chat window as well. But you can go to these links and find more information about the future event that we are organizing. So let's talk about the agenda. So I will start with why we should be thinking about using bots when it comes to the help desk and when it comes to the customer service experience. Once you are convinced that yes, you would like to use bots, then we will talk about what are the options you have right now. If you have to create a bot in Microsoft ecosystem, we'll start with Microsoft Bot Framework, Azure Bot Service, what are the resources to follow, how to get started. We will also talk about Microsoft Cognitive Services, which are AI as a services from Microsoft, so that you can infuse human cognizance in your custom applications. We will have lots of demos, key takeaways, and Q&A. Even though I mentioned Q&A towards the end, feel free to ask your questions at any time. I am using 2 monitors, so I can also monitor the chat window. So you can either ask the question in the chat window or use the feature in the Teams called raise hands, or just unmute yourself and ask the question. So let's talk about why this session, like why we should think about using bots in customer service or customer experience or help desk. Or even before that, let's see why we should even consider just bots in general. So I personally think because of all the advancements that are happening in the computation, the tech industry in general is focusing on AI, using AI in business application. You may be hearing a lot of news regarding the driverless car or autonomous car. The reason the companies, the big tech companies, can invest or can think of having a driverless car because now we have a processing power to support that. And I think the AI bots and machine learning are at the same stage right now when mobile development was when iPhone 1 was launched. If you go back 13 years, 2007, when Apple launched iPhone 1, very few companies or very few developers were writing the application for the mobile device. Fast forward 13 years, if I am a product company and I would like to launch my product, I will definitely make sure my product works on a mobile device. And so similarly, in next 2 years, next 3 years, I think the AI and machine learning will be mainstream. Where if I'm a work for a product development company, or if I work for enterprise and I'm a business sponsor or a product sponsor, then I will definitely want to make sure that product or that particular custom application is using AI or machine learning in some sense or another. One of the example I would like to give regarding this transition, and again, whenever we have this kind of transition in the industry, those transition doesn't happen suddenly. Those transition happen over the period of time without even we knowing it. Robinhood is one of the company which is in North America or US, where when they launched 3 or 4 years before, they launched as a mobile app only company. And what they do is they allow you to trade stocks for free. And Robinhood was the first company which had that provision, and they got so popular. After 2 years, finally they launched a desktop app. So you can see the shift has already happened in the industry where mobile development is the first class citizen, and if you have surplus funds, then you are spending that onto the desktop application. So same thing will happen with AI and machine learning, where if I'm writing a new application, if I'm writing a new application, I want to make sure that application is using some kind of AI and machine learning in it. So one of the key stats I would like to mention, and if you see the stats are actually from 2017 holiday season, is so Amazon sold millions of Alexa devices in holiday season of 2017, and we are actually in 2020. And Alexa is nothing but a voice-based bot from Amazon. Similarly, there are voice-based bots available from other big enterprises, like Google Home is from Google, IBM Watson is from IBM, Cortana is from Microsoft. So if you, again, going back to the technological shift we have seen with the smartphone, when iPhone 1 was launched back in 2007, very few companies were supporting smartphones or iPhones for enterprises, but people started using those devices in their personal life. And now, if you join any enterprise, or even if you join a government agency, they expect you that you have a smartphone. So we already have seen the transition where if something gets popular in your personal life, sooner or later you will find those kind of applications or devices at work as well. So if millions of people are using something called Alexa, which is nothing but a voice-based bot, and it's getting very, very popular, then sooner or later you will find this kind of devices sitting on your work desk, and you as a developer, or you as a IT pro, or you as a business user should know how to write applications for that, how to support these devices, and how to use these devices. Another key thing which is making this transition very, very fast is all these big organizations have democratized AI. Big organization in the sense Microsoft, Google, IBM, Amazon. So today, to use AI or machine learning in your application, you don't need to be a data scientist. One of the analogies I would like to give you here is, if you have done any kind of web development, you may have heard about the popular frameworks like Angular or React. So as a web developer, to use this framework in your application, you don't need to know how this framework's called build from ground up. All you need to know is how to use this framework in your application. So similar thing is there with the AI as a services from Microsoft or any other vendor, where you don't need to know how these services are built up, what kind of machine learning algorithms they are using in the backend, as long as you know how to use those services in your application. One of the key things that you may have noticed is, while I gave my bio, is I don't have much background with Dynamics. Most of my experience is with Office 365, Azure, and in Power Platform with Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agent. So the demos or the concepts I will be covering today will be mostly applicable to that part of the Microsoft stack, and not for the Dynamics 365. But one thing I would like you to get from this particular session is, okay, if you have to, let's say, implement a help desk bot, which is enterprise grade and which is intelligent, then what are the approaches you have, and what are the technology stack you need, and how easy it is to create these bots and deploy in your organization. So this is the mission statement from Microsoft. They want to make sure data science and AI is accessible to everyone, and it doesn't matter what your role is or where you're from. And they're really working hard toward this goal, because a lot of products and services they have launched in last 2 to 3 years. They have those products or services have democratized AI a lot. That means anyone can use AI and create smart application in Microsoft ecosystem. So when it comes to Azure AI, you can divide Azure AI into 3 categories, where first is apps, AI apps and agents, where you have Azure Bot Service and Azure Cognitive Service. Under knowledge mining, you have Azure Cognitive Search. Under machine learning, we have Azure Databricks, Azure Machine Learning, and Azure AI Infrastructure. So if you are a developer who is more interested in consuming the application, then this is for you. If you are more towards or you are interested in machine learning and data science, these are the product stacks, or these are the services that are applicable to you. And you can integrate cognitive services along with bots to make your bot intelligent, or add your bot a human age. So if you are interested in starting in Microsoft AI ecosystem, these are the links you can follow. Where if you are interested in cognitive services, you can go to this link and find more information about cognitive services. Similarly, for bots, you can go to this link and find more information about bots. There are really good tutorials available on AI School and also on Channel 9. There is another site which is not mentioned here. It's called edx.org. You can also use that site to follow a lot of free tutorials available not only from Microsoft but other educational institutions as well. So let's say if you are like me, as I mentioned, I was a SharePoint MVP before, and then I transitioned to AI MVP. 3 years before, I was very much interested in learning the latest and greatest info in the Microsoft AI stack, but I didn't know where to start. So if you are like me, then this is the flow chart you can follow, where depending on what you would like to do, whether you would like to build or you have to build or consume the pre-trained model. Okay, if you were to build your own model, then the product for you is Azure Machine Learning. If you are just interested in consuming those services, then cognitive services and bots are for you. And in today's session, we'll be focusing on cognitive services and bots. So before looks like the presentation ended. Okay, someone just ended my presentation. So let me start again. And let me know if you can see the slides again.
Yeah, yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So before I talk about why about, any questions or any comments so far, and use the chat window, or just unmute yourself, or just use the feature of raise your hand in Microsoft Teams. All right, I take that as a no. So let's talk about why we should think about, or why we should consider using bot for customer service. Now I'm going to show you a funny image here. And if you have worked in the help desk in your career, you can definitely relate to this particular situation, where if an employee has some question, chances of, like, instead of reading a documentation, there are higher chances that they will just reach out to the help desk, or they will just open a new issue. And it's not uncommon, and pretty much all the organizations have this particular problem, where a lot of time the help desk people get or have to spend a lot of time in answering some trivial question, or providing some trivial information that the users can find by themselves if they spend more time. But but in customer service, we cannot say no to the client. Like, we have to provide the information. So how we can use bots in this kind of scenario, where, let's say, if you have a big queue of the people who need help, how you can use bots to decrease the workload on your human agent, and so that the simple or trivial request will be handled by bot, and more difficult requests will be handled by your human agent. So bots give you more natural human-computer interaction, and also one of the key thing is it helps you to automate the repetitive task, which will end up freeing up your help desk resources. Bots will be available all the time, and it will be available where you are. You can access bots using mobile, on web, and also using desktop, or even if you're driving a car, you can still interact with the bots. And bots adapt to the user depending on the circumstances. And also bots are a little bit latest and greatest, and a little bit shiny. So if you have a bot, they looks more appealing. And also if you have done implementation of bots, they will be more efficient as well. And if the deployment or development of bot is right, then it simplifies the UI. And if you stick with Microsoft ecosystem, or if you go with Microsoft bot framework, if you develop a bot, then you can deploy that bot to multiple channels without writing additional lines of code. Now, the channels here means devices, and don't get confused with the channels here, what we get the channels in Microsoft Teams. So the point here is, if I use Microsoft bot framework, and if I create a bot, I can deploy that to various devices like Teams, Facebook, Slack, or on a public facing website as well. And also bot may help you to connect with your young users as well. So we are already familiar with the bots. Like, if you are a customer of a major financial institution like HSBC Bank, or Citibank, or Wells Fargo, and if you dial their customer service number, chances are the first line of defense by this financial institution will always be by a voice-based bot, where the bot will ask you some questions, and depending on your questions and answer, the bot will redirect you to a human agent or will just provide you information there only. So we are already familiar with the bots in our personal lives, and those are working fine. And now slowly the bots are getting proliferated inside the enterprises as well. And let's say if you would like to create bots in your enterprise and you are interested exploring the options in Microsoft ecosystem, so these are the options we have right now. So under software as a service, we have Power Virtual Agent. Software as a service means Microsoft will take care of everything. They will take care of hosting the bot. They will take care of maintaining the bot's availability all the time. All you have to do is just configure your bot with the business logic that you would like to have. And one of the key things about Power Virtual Agent is it's a part of Power Platform a group, and it provides a no-code experience for bot development. And the ideal and the targeted users are the business users and the domain expert. And if you're interested in exploring Power Virtual Agents, this is the link you can follow, and you can sign up for the free trial to quickly find out how easy it is to create bots using Power Virtual Agents. Under platform as a service, we have Microsoft Bot Framework, which is an open source SDK and tools which are built for the purpose of bot development. And you can find more information about the bot framework here. So the target audience for Microsoft Bot Frameworks are developers, but you, if you have access to Azure, and if you have access to Microsoft Cognitive Services, especially Q&A Maker Service, you can create a working bot using Q&A Maker Service and Microsoft Bot Framework without writing a single line of code. Of course, the functionality of that bot will be limited, but there is a still possibility that if you don't have license to Power Virtual Agents, still you can create a no-code bot using Microsoft Bot Framework and Q&A Maker Service with limited functionality as long as you have access to Azure. However, for any advanced use case, you have developers who will work with you and build the bots for you. So when it comes to the relationship between the Power Virtual Agents and Microsoft Bot Framework, so Power Virtual Agents are actually built on the top of Microsoft Bot Framework, and there is a really good integration story available here where Power Virtual Agents are designed for the business users. Microsoft Bot Framework is designed for developers. But let's say, and Power Virtual Agents are new. Microsoft announced about those Power Virtual Agents during the Ignite last year, which is in November 2019. And Microsoft Bot Framework is there from last 3-4 years. So let's say you already have created bots using Microsoft Bot Framework. How you can integrate that with Power Virtual Agent. So there is a good integration story available where you can deploy the custom built bots as a skills, and then you can consume those bots inside the Power Virtual Agent. And there is a good documentation available from Microsoft. You can read and find out how to achieve that. But this will help you to bridge the gap where the power users or the business users will start creating bots using Power Virtual Agents. And if you need to include custom code, then the developers will use Microsoft Bot Framework, and then you will do integration between the Power Virtual Agents and Microsoft Bot Framework or custom built bots using Microsoft Bot Framework using Bot Framework skills. So let's talk about what is Microsoft Bot Framework. Before I go further, any questions so far? All right, I take that as a no. So Microsoft Bot Framework, as I mentioned, is an open source SDK and tools which gives you which helps you to create the bot. And one thing I would like to I prefer you guys take home from this talk is treat bot as a website. If you have developed a website in your career, and doesn't matter what kind of technological stack you have used, The same kind of principles also goes when it comes to the bots as well. So you'll need to have a server where you'll be hosting the bot. You will need to make sure that server is up and running all the time. And the bot will just basically offer you a different kind of user interface as compared to a traditional website. So here you will be using the bot builder SDK, and you'll build your bot, which is nothing but a web service. And then to add a human edge or to add intelligence to your bot, you will be using various cognitive services available in Microsoft Stack. Now, again, the cognitive AI as a services or cognitive services are optional here. You can also infuse, let's say if you're an IBM shop, you can also infuse the AI as a services from IBM or Google or AWS as well. And once you have your bot ready, then you can deploy that bot to various channels. By default, your bot is already deployed as a web chat, but you can also expand that to various channels. Some of the channels are free, some of the channels are premium. So these are the list of channels which are supported, and Microsoft is working hard to add the support for additional channels as well. So that brings us the key point. In the previous slide, I mentioned just treat your bot as a website with a different kind of user interface. If bot is nothing but a website, then where we can host them? So you have various options to host the bots. Recommended approach or recommended option is use Azure Bot Service, where you get maximum value, where you'll see a tighter integration of bots with other Microsoft services, and also you will find more support in terms of helps and guidance on Microsoft technologies, on Microsoft documentation. And also if you're stuck, you can open a support case with Microsoft and get it resolved. However, if you are not if you are using a public cloud but you're not using Azure, and if you have other public clouds like AWS or Google Cloud or public cloud from IBM, you can still use Microsoft Bot Framework and you can still host bots over there. So you can host bots on virtual machine. And those virtual machines can be in Azure or any other public cloud, or those virtual machines can be in your on-premise server as well. So the reason I mentioned I highlighted the on-premise server is if you are working for an agency or an enterprise which is not comfortable using public cloud as of yet, you can still use Microsoft Bot Framework and create the bots and host themselves in your own infrastructure. So this is the flow chart you should be following, whether you are creating a help desk bot or whether you are creating a bot like a generic bot, or whether you are creating a bot using, let's say, even Power Virtual Agent, where bots are very new. If you compare that with the website development and the mobile development, and there is not much expertise or not much experience available in the world. So one thing you need to do where you will be spending a lot of time is planning, where you'll be designing how the user experience will be, what kind of question the user will ask and what kind of answer the bot will provide and in what format. Then when it comes to building, you can use Bot Builder SDK to infuse the AI. You can use cognitive services. There are some templates available as well. And again, cognitive services are optional here. You can use AI as a services from other vendors as well. Then you can, the next thing you'll be doing is testing the bot. Here, Microsoft has built a tool called Emulator, which is a cross-platform open source. Using that tool, you can test the bots locally on your machine as well. Then the next thing is publish your bots. You can either publish in Azure or you can use your own web host as well. And then once it's published, then you can configure or connect to the various channels. And the last thing, which is most important, where you will be spending a lot of time, is evaluating. Launching a bot is not enough. You have to constantly evaluate how your bot is doing, what kind of questions your users are asking, and whether a bot is able to answer those questions or not. And if you need to tweak anything, so that will be here you will be doing that. So once you launch it, then you'll be evaluating that, and then depending on the feedback, you'll be making those additional changes, and the cycle will continue. So when it comes to Microsoft Stack and when it comes to the conversational AI, because going back to my earlier analogy, a bot is nothing but a website. And by default, a website will not have any kind of human intelligence in it. You had to add AI services to infuse human intelligence into your bot. So to do that, under Microsoft ecosystem, we have this many options or services available as of today. One of the service which is under commodity services is language understanding intelligence service, or the short form is LUIS. Then second is Azure Search, Q&A Maker, which is a really easy way to get started creating the bots. Then we have a Bing Speech API, Speaker Recognition API, Translator, and Custom Speech Service. So these are various conversational AI tools which we have available today, which we can use to create intelligent bots in Microsoft ecosystem. So let me quickly show you a demo. So from now onwards, we'll be spending most of the time is demo. So the first demo I have is a Power Virtual Agent, and this is using Power Virtual Agent, how quickly we can cover a scenario inside your enterprise help desk. And to create this demo, it took me like less than an hour to create this demo. So let me open up the Power Virtual Agent here, and let me know if you can see my screen. All right, looks like I need to sign in again. So let me quickly click on signing. And if this is the first time you're seeing about the Power Virtual Agent, just use your favorite browser and use your favorite search engine and just search for Microsoft Power Virtual Agent. And there you'll see the option of signing for the free trial as well. So here what I did is I created a simple help desk bot where right now I just covered one scenario. Looks like I need to do this again. Let me do the refresh. Hopefully this will fix all these annoying pop-ups. All right, while this is loading, let me put some information in the chat window. So if you are on LinkedIn, feel free to connect with me on the LinkedIn. I'm just posting the link for my profile here. And if you are interested in attending the free AI ML virtual conference, I am posting the link for that as well. And I'm also posting the link for the user group we have, where we will be keeping or updating or posting the latest and greatest information about all the upcoming events and the conferences. All right, so here what I've done is I just created a simple enterprise help desk bot. And the way the Power Virtual Agents work is you need to have different topics, and those topics, and under those topics, you can design the various user experience. And every topic we need to have some trigger phrases. And Microsoft recommends you can start with 5 to 10 phrases, but you can also add some more. So this particular topic, which is called IT issues, will get triggered whenever a user will ask questions to a bot which contains any of these particular phrases, like slow machine, I need a new machine, laptop is very slow, laptop or computer is not working. And then there is a button here called Go to Authoring Canvas. So if I click on here, I will be getting a web-based canvas where I can design or configure my bot in terms of what kind of questions the bot will be answering, depending on the user's input, what kind of next steps the bot will be taking. And Power Virtual Agents will give you the designer comes with a drag and drop functionality, but what if you have to infuse or integrate the custom code with your Power Virtual Agents? So for that, you have two options. From a Power Virtual Agent, you can call already built bot as long as that bot is deployed as a skill, or you can call a Power Automate or Microsoft Flow from a bot, which will act as a gateway to the external system. For example, from this Power Virtual Agent, if I had to call a web service, so that I can get query some information and then provide that to the user. The way I can do that is from this Power Virtual Agent, I will call a flow. And inside the flow, that flow will then call that web service, and whatever the value that will get returned from that web service, the flow will return back to the Power Virtual Agent, and then Power Virtual Agent will then display that to the user. So here the implementation is very, very simple. And the idea behind this is, or the goal behind this particular demo is to give you some kind of small demo where, okay, it is possible to use something like a Power Virtual Agent and create a help desk bot to free up the valuable time from your human IT agent. So here, if the user asks any of these questions, then the bot will give the message, I'm sorry, you have some problems, and then it will ask the first question, whether are you stuck right now? That means can you still do your work or you cannot do your work? Depending on the answer, there are two choices, yes or no. If the answer is yes, that means a work emergency, then I will transfer the control to a human agent. If it's not a work emergency, then I will ask additional questions. Did you reboot your machine? Because a lot of times, especially in the Windows ecosystem, if you reboot your machine, that fixes a lot of issues. Then depending on the answer, then we will be asked additional question. How old is your machine? If the machine's age is more than 3 years, then we are asking the user to fill a form to request a new computer. If the machine is new enough, then we're passing the control to the human agent. So now let's go back here and test this bot. So I have built this bot and I have already published this bot onto two channels. One is the web, custom website, and another is Microsoft Teams. So every Power Virtual Agents come with a demo website that you can use to quickly test your bot. So let's see, let's copy this URL and paste it here. All right, while it's loading, any questions so far? Okay, let me ask hello. And if the bot is working fine, it will come back with the answer. Okay, so this is the predefined the greetings, and you can customize those as well. So the last question from the bot is, so what can I help you with today? And I'm just typing my machine is slow. And if you remember, this is one of the trigger phrase I have for the topic called IT support. And then the Power Virtual Agent recognized that, and now it's asking me the follow-up questions, which I have designed in the canvas here. So if I go back here to the topic, and if I go to the IT issues, and if I go to the authoring canvas, so the user experience that you see here will be the exactly same that that we are showing here. Maybe not this one. Okay, this one, no. All right. So the first question is asking, are you stuck right now? Depending on the answer, no, I'm not stuck. I'm just going to click no, I'm not stuck. I can still use the machine. Did you reboot your machine? Answer yes. How old is your machine? 3. Sorry, I'll say 4. I will say 4 years old. And again, here I type response just like a human will do. So I type 4 years old. But and if you go back to the authoring canvas here, I ask the question, and the answer I'm expecting is in the number. But when I answer this question, along with number, I also type the text as well. But the Power Virtual Agent was smart enough to detect the key information, which was the number from this one, and use that for the further execution of this. So depending on the number, so we have a condition here. If the number is more than 3, then give additional additional message to it. So here, it gives me the information, okay, you are eligible for a new computer, please submit a request. And if I click on this, it's opening up a new page in the SharePoint. You can use the Microsoft form as well to submit the request for a new computer. And it comes back with some predefined information. And if I say, yes, that answered my question. And the next, it's asking for the feedback. And let's say, like, imagine if this is, just consider this situation in your work. Let's say if someone is having an issue with your laptop, and instead of calling a help desk person, let's say your first line of defense is a chatbot, and if the chatbot is able to take care of this, then that means you are saving the valuable 5 or 10 minutes from which your human help desk person can then spend on solving the critical issues or more critical issues that the bot cannot solve. So I see a question there in the chat window. Can we use .NET Core to build custom bot skills? And if we do, assume Web API is the only choice to talk to CDS, as the CDS.NET Core is the case in. Okay, so the question first, so there are two parts here. The first question is, can we use .NET Core to build custom bot skills? Yes, .NET Microsoft Bot Framework is supported into multiple languages. Like C#, Node.js, there is support for Python, and there is support for Java as well. One thing to note, however, is if you develop the bot using Microsoft Bot Framework, and if you would like to host that bot using Azure Web like in Azure using Azure Bot Service, then the only choice of language you can use right now is .NET, C# or Node.js. So the support for Java and support for Python is still not available in Azure Bot Service. Then the next question is, part 2 of this is, if we do, I assume Web API is the only choice to talk to CDS, as CDS.NET Core still in alpha. I'm not familiar with that particular piece, but if you are using .NET Core, then yes, if the support for let's say CDS is not available in .NET Core, then yes, that's the only option you have. Or what you can do is you can add additional wrapper in between, where you have your custom bot skills between build using .NET Core. Then you have a wrapper web service which you call from your skills, and then that can be built again using .NET Core or any other language of your choice. And then that wrapper then in turn talk to your CDS, and then there you can use any language of your choice, because as long as it's built using the REST principles, you should be able to call that from any any language or any platform of your choice. I hope that answered your question. So here we just saw a quick demo of using Power Virtual Agents to build enterprise grade help desk bot. And this was a very, very simple solution. Like it didn't include a lot of complex scenarios because I wanted to give you some ideas in terms of like, okay, this is possible. So you can take this idea and then, add some additional features for it. Then the next demo I have is using the Q&A Maker service. Q&A Maker service is part of Microsoft Cognitive Services, and for this you need the subscription to the Azure. So let's jump on to the Q&A Maker demo. So for that, use your favorite browser and just search for Microsoft Q&A Maker. And the link you're looking for is qnamaker.ai. So once you go there, you can sign up for Q&A Maker for free. And if you are using a device where you can use a browser as well, I'll highly recommend that you follow these steps along with me as well. So you can have a working bot or a chat bot in next 10 to 15 minutes. All right. So the first thing we need to do is in the Q&A Maker is you need to create a knowledge base. And first thing first, you need to create a Q&A Maker service in Microsoft Azure to host that knowledge base. And to do that, just click on create a Q&A service. And then this will take you to to the Azure portal. And here what we're doing is we're creating a new Q&A maker service. And then here it will ask you for a bunch of information like the name, the subscription, the pricing tier. Q&A maker service also comes with the free tier as well, but you are allowed to use only one free tier per subscription. So I already created another service with free tier, so this particular option is grayed out, but I can always use the standard one. Then the resource group, and then the Azure search pricing. Again, same thing. You can use the free one, or you can go with the paid one. And the first one with that is basic B. Then the Azure search location. One thing that you should keep in mind when you're using public cloud is whatever the resources you are creating, make sure you create it in the same geographical location. So that means all the things I'll be creating today, I'll make sure I'll be using East to West, and depending on your location, if you're from the West Coast and your users will be from the West Coast, then make sure you use the West Coast data centers here. Then the name of the app, the website location, I'll be using East to West, and the app inside location will be using East to West, and then click create. So once you click create, this will take 1 or 2 minutes to create this service. To save the time, I have already created the service. So I will not be doing that operation, but you can do that. And once you do that, the next thing you have to do is just click on the refresh button here. And once you click on the refresh button, as long as the Q&A maker service is created, we can see that into the drop down here, which is this one. So first thing first, you have to select the Microsoft Azure directory ID. And if you're not sure your directory ID, just go to portal.azure.com and then go to Active Directory, and there you will see the default name for your. So just click on the Azure directory here, and in the left-hand navigation, there will be option where if you see the properties, you will get the default name. So under the overview, I should be saying the default name. So this is this one. And then the subscription name under this account, I have multiple subscriptions, so I'll be using the one where I have created the service. Then inside that, this is the service I created, and then the language. So this is important because this is the only time when you can specify the language when you are creating the Q&A maker service. So I have provided for this service the language as English, so I cannot change that. But if you try to expand that, you will get the support for additional popular languages there as well. So if you are working for a multinational company and some of your users are in other countries where English is not commonly used, then you can just find out whether that language is supported or not, and you can have a knowledge base in that language as well. Then you have to provide the name of your knowledge base. Then you have to provide the location from your you will be populating the knowledge base. So the example that I will be giving here is we'll be creating a knowledge base or FAQs regarding the COVID-19, and I am getting that information from the US government's public facing website or a Center for Disease Control and Prevention, where they have listed the frequently asked question about COVID-19. So we'll be using that. And let's say your information is not available on a publicly facing website. It's you can also upload the information in the form of PDFs or docx files as well. That means, let's say you have information in your corporate intranet, but that intranet is behind a firewall. You can download that information in the form of PDF or document format, and then upload those documents here. And the next thing is you select the persona. What kind of persona you would like to have here. Depending on your target audience, you can go with professional, friendly, witty, or caring. If you would like to have some funny experience, just go with the witty. And then finally, you will be click on create your knowledge base. Depending on your internet speed and depending on how many questions that this particular URL will have or the file that you will be using, this operation will take 2 to 3 minutes. Again, I have this entire demo of this. I've done 2 weeks before on another conference under Dynamics 365. So you will be finding that video with a step-by-step instruction on the same YouTube channel where this talk will also get uploaded. So just go to that channel and you will find I did a talk on bots 3 or 4 weeks before, and there I have followed the step-by-step instruction to create this. Since I want to cover a lot, I'm not going to go through that. So the next thing I'll be showing you is the knowledge base, which I have already created using this particular public-facing website, which is COVID-19 FAQs. So once we scan the content of that particular site, the information will be displayed in the form of question and answers. And you can test that out here itself in the Q&A maker page where what are the risks? So if I ask this question, and if there are any information, if the information is already there in this knowledge base, that information will get surfaced to me here. All right. So the next thing I'll be doing is I'll be publishing this. And once I publish this, then the next thing I can do is using this knowledge base. Once this knowledge base is published, I have 3 options to consume this knowledge base. So if you see here, Microsoft has given you here the instruction to how to consume this knowledge base using Postman and using curl. But you can also create a bot which will basically use this service, and your bot will basically using that service, this Q&A maker service, to answer the questions. So you can click here, create a bot, and this part, and then again it will launch the Azure portal where it will ask you where it will be opening in the page where you will be creating a new bot using Azure bot service. And one thing that is there which is pre-populated for you is the subscription key for your Q&A maker service here. So you will see here the Q&A maker auth key is already pre-populated, and Kokulan asked the question about the language job support. So if you go with Azure, if you would like to deploy your bot to Azure, then right now the only 2 languages that are supported is C# and Node.js. But if you're not deploying in the Azure, and if you're deploying into your own infrastructure, then you can use Python and Java as well. Again, if you go with the same kind of drill here where you provide the bot name, subscription, resource, the location, the pricing tier. You can also start with the free tier as well, or you can start with the premium one. Then the choice of your language. This is important while you're deploying the bot. This is the only time you can decide what kind of language you can use. After that, if you would like to decide to go to Node.js, you have to basically create a new bot. Then the app service plan, the application insights, and then once you click create, the bot will get created. And again, this deployment will take 2 to 3 minutes. I don't want to do that right now because it will consume 2 to 3 minutes and we are running towards the end. So what I will show you is already created bot from this particular knowledge base. And it is this one. So once your bot is deployed, you can test that bot right here into the Azure portal itself. Hello, and let me ask the same question. What are the risks? Okay, so looks like the bot is working fine. From this bot, if I ask the question, it will basically it is basically connecting to the Q&A maker service, and if the answer is there, it is showing us the answer. Then in the channel section, I have deployed this bot to the 2 channels. So by default, when you deploy a bot, it's already available as a web chat, but you can also deploy that bot to Microsoft Teams. You can also add support to the additional channels as well. Then next thing is, if I had to use this bot as a web chat, then how I can do that? So if I had to consume this bot sort of outside of Azure portal, then I can just copy this URL here. And the next thing I need is this key. Again, you make sure you are not sharing this key with anyone else. I know this demo is getting recorded, so I'll make sure I will reset this key. So it will not be applicable to the public or available for the public here. So in this URL, all I need to do is change this key here. And then using this link, I should be able to access this bot outside of the Azure portal. So that means if you have a public facing website or if you have an intranet portal, then you can quickly add this bot just like I did here, where I have a page here, a COVID-19 FAQs. And on this page, I have added that page URL. And here, the employees of my organization then can ask questions regarding the COVID-19. And the bot will basically able to answer the generic questions here. So if I type hello, and if everything is work fine, then what are the risks? So imagine like if your employees need information about COVID-19, you can have something like this up and running really quick, where you have a bot which will be providing answers to the basic questions. And if they need additional information, which is not possible to surface via bot because it's very complicated, then you transfer the control to the human agent, or you can provide the additional information here. So this was a quick and easy demo of having a help desk bot using the Q&A Maker service. The next one is there is also a template available using the Microsoft Bot Framework. The name of the template is Virtual Assistants using Visual Studio. We are not going to go through the detailed steps here because it's going to be time consuming. But what I have here is the link. You can go here. Here you will find a step-by-step instruction where you will be which you can follow to use this template and create a help desk bot which you can deploy in your organization. Another thing I want to highlight real quick is which is related to the Azure. If you have access to Azure, and if you are interested in just creating a bot which is where you don't want to go through the bot, but you want to take advantage of marketplace. So if you search for virtual assist, there are some templates already available for you from third-party vendors that you can do. Like there's already a template available for COVID-19 virtual assist that you can use. Only thing you have to find out is what's the pricing for it. So right now it looks like this is free, and this is from this particular organization. And you can also build your own template and you can deploy that to the Azure Marketplace as well. Here, let's go. One thing I want to show is a web app bot. So if I click on create here, this will make a lot of confusion clear to you. Is not this particular page because it's showing me the same one. The page I was looking for is, let's say, a bot. Okay. The overview. Maybe not. Sorry, if I find that, I will paste that link later on, where that link will give you multiple options or additional information in terms of the templates and other thing. So if you are interested in creating a real virtual assistant bot using Microsoft Bot Framework, I'll highly recommend you go through this link and then follow the instructions and have your bot ready. And then again, it will be built on a template using Visual Studio. Or you can also use Node.js, and then you can add some additional business logic to it. Since we have 5 more minutes, let me quickly cover the last part, last section, which is, so in the demo I showed you there are 2 options while creating the bots in Microsoft ecosystem. One is the Power Virtual Agents, and second is the Bot Framework. So these are my thoughts, and again, these are my personal thoughts. You may have a different opinion on that. So as of today, these are the things you get if you compare these two, the Power Virtual Agents versus Microsoft Bot Framework. Power Virtual Agents are easy to create and test the bots, whereas Microsoft Bot Framework, it's a little bit steep learning curve. Like you had to learn or understand a lot of different concepts and different tools. So using Power Virtual Agents, power users and IT pros can create the bots, whereas to use Microsoft Bot Framework, you need developers. The maintenance and enhancements are really easy. The maintenance and enhancement are a little bit cumbersome because depending on where you are hosting, you have to go through the deployment cycle. Power Virtual Agents uses a lot of AI services under the hood, but you as a power user or the one who's developing the bot, he or she does not need to understand or need to know what kind of AI services Microsoft is using under the hood. Whereas here, if you go with Microsoft Bot Framework, you need to do additional work to integrate AI services like Lovis, Q&A Maker service, or other cognitive services within your bot. There is an inbuilt support for analytics here with Power Virtual Agents. There is no inbuilt support for analytics. You have to use your own third-party app, or if you are in, or you can also use App Insight from in Azure. However, Power Virtual Agents are expensive to begin with. If you go to the product pricing page right now, as of today, I think the basic starting point is $1,000 per month per bot. And there is no easy way to manage cost across the departments. Whereas Microsoft Bot Framework is very inexpensive to begin with. However, you as a developer need to take into account a lot of different services, like where you will be hosting the bot. If you go with Azure Bot Service, then you have to take into account the cost for Azure Bot Service. If you are using App Insights, then you have to take into account the cost for App Insights, the search, the cognitive services. So the work is here more, but the starting price point is lower here. So if you have developers and if you have any business case where you cannot use Power Virtual Agents, then yeah, you can go with Microsoft Bot Framework. But if you just want to offload creating of the bots to the power users or the business users, you can start with Power Virtual Agents, and later on you can integrate Power Virtual Agents with Microsoft Bot Framework to add additional customizations. The last section is in case you don't have access to the Office 365 and you are interested in learning the latest and greatest in Power Platform like Power Apps, Power Automate, SharePoint, or Teams, there is a way where you can get your personal tenant for free. Just go to this link and sign up for the developer program, where once you join the program, you can get your own tenant with E5 subscription, which is good for 3 months, and it comes with 25 users. And also you can sign up for the free trial. Since to deploy bots or to infuse AI from Microsoft ecosystem into your bots, you need to have Azure subscription. These are various ways where you can get Azure subscription. MSDN is the recommended one if you have access to it. You can also sign up for the free trial, where right now in US, Microsoft is giving $200 of credit, which is good for 12 months. Or you can also sign up for Microsoft Imagine program, where you need a valid account from a .edu. You need a valid .edu account from a participating school, and you can get Azure subscription for that from that. So hopefully the contents we covered today made you excited about the bots, and you will think about using chatbots in your help desk as well. So these are my contact details. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me from last 1 hour. Feel free to connect me on LinkedIn. I'm also on Twitter, and if you have any follow-up questions, do not hesitate to contact me on my email address as well. So with that, thank you very much, and I will be addressing the 2 questions that I see into the chat window. Is there a multilingual support while creating a bot? So you had to add that support inside the bot. When it's come to the Power Virtual Agent, I don't think the multilingual support is there right away. But when it comes to the custom bot, you can have that support inside the bot, where the first question you ask to the bot is what kind of language you prefer, and depending the language, then you show the surface the information from different Q&A Maker service or different Lovis service or something like that. Then the next question is, the AI builder is getting more and more feature added. Do you think this will reduce the need for building custom build? Okay. So my thoughts is, yes, AI builder is a great way to start using models where you don't need to understand how the machine learning part of it. But again, AI builder is a little bit expensive to start with, and it is a part of Power Platform, and you will see more and more integration between AI Builder and Power Platform products like Power Virtual Agents, Power Apps, and Power Automate and Power BI. So with that, let me know if you have any other questions. Otherwise, thank you very much. And I'm sorry I went 1 minute over. So if there are no further questions, then Hemendra, please go ahead and I will stop sharing my screen. Okay, I am stopping now. So Hemendra is all yours.
Thanks, Prashant. Thanks again. Thanks for fitting in so much. Yes, there were lots of questions and you've managed to answer everything in time. So once again, thanks again, Prashant. Please feel free to share your connection details in the chat window for those people who want to connect with you and keep up to date with all the things that you're doing. Yes, so Hemendra, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. How are you doing?
Hemendra is a late addition to the event. Literally last night, wasn't it? Last night you reached out to Hemendra.
That is correct.
So fantastic for you to join us today. So thanks again. Hemendra, where are you joining us from?
I'm joining from Washington, D.C., little northern part of the Virginia.
Okay. So both from Washington. That's fantastic. Yep. So are you able to share your screen, Hemendra?
Sure. Go ahead.
So from all the speakers in this event, the only person I met in person is Hemendra.
Excellent.
So we had 2 speakers from Vancouver, 2 speakers from Washington. Nice. Yes, we can see your screen now, Hemendra.
Excellent. Thank you. Let me know when we can get started.
Yes, please, Hemendra. Yes.
Excellent. So I know this is the last session of the day, and like I said, I was kind of late in the party, so joined party a little later. So sorry if I have to bore you again for 1 more hour, but I promise it will be more interesting, and it will be well worth your time to service your customer better when you walk out after that 1 hour. So I promise you not to bore you with a lot of slide decks or anything. All we're gonna talk about is real experience and how I see customers gonna be more excited about the new technologies, the way you deliver the solutions, and how they appreciate the work you and your team doing together to make them successful. So the only way you can do that is you listen, and you listen a lot, and that's how the Microsoft is shaping their Power Platform, and that is a great success story there. So if we continue doing that with our customers and deliver, and at the same time measure how our customers are gaining control over their problems and solutions and how they are utilizing it, where are the gaps, and constantly using that as a feedback, the whole ecosystem becomes very powerful. And we'll today talk primarily using this functionality using Power Platform. So it's a little bit about that. A little bit about me. I'm from Northern Virginia. I'm delivering solutions using Microsoft technologies, and that includes anything that Microsoft has released so far. And pretty much came from .NET background, late 1990s, and from then on, I kind of started with a content management server, which is MCMS 2002, which was kind of root to the SharePoint system, an entire ecosystem. And then on, it's Power Platform, Power Virtual Agent, bots, AI-based solutions. And recently, it's Azure, Dynamics, and combination of these technologies on-prem and online. So very versed in terms of delivering the solution and making it more flexible for the organizations and enterprise to make their lift and shift strategies. Also, I have been very active on establishing mobile strategy, IoTs, and business intelligence and machine learning using some of those tools that Prashant had mentioned early on. Very close to the AI, as I always think if machine can do our job, we can spend that time somewhere else much more valuable and take machine that kind of interaction, which we don't have to interact with the users. I love users, but at the same time, if machine can do it, I think you can be better valued somewhere else. I have very deep knowledge about multiple programming language. I'm not afraid to say I started with assembly language in which I started writing the signature recognition programs, which is thousands of the lines of the code to do the mouse manipulations and all. So that is my roots, and well versed with all the delivery methodologies, including legacies and latest and greatest. I have left my Twitter handle and LinkedIn. LinkedIn is where I'm more active, so I put in the code there for you to kind of follow me if you want to follow me. A little bit about Procentrix. I work for the Procentrix, and we are a premier solution delivery company, and we deliver almost an multifaceted solution delivery segments. And this is kind of a glimpse of what we do here at Procentrix. Most of our customers are government and federal government, local government, and we are in a commercial solution delivery as well. Our technology expertise are mostly Microsoft, so that's why you see all the stacks that we are delivering the solutions with Microsoft. But we do have our own solutions, kind of a toolkits that we use and kind of going in with not the ground zero, but we have already the tools that we propose the customers to kind of hit the ground running. This allows us to integrate systems better. So these are some of our key marquee products that we use to exchange the data from CRM into the SharePoint, because each platform has its own kind of bottlenecks when it comes to the integrating them together. So this toolkit allows us to kind of bring the solutions very quickly for our customer. So what we're going to talk about today. So I kind of saw that really late yesterday when I was looking at all the buzz on the LinkedIn, and I saw like I got to present this particular topic. And the topic that came to my mind is, how do we improve and measure and deliver customer service to the users? And what are the challenges? And let's share some of those ideas with the rest of the group, see how Power Platform come to the rescue. And I think among all the technologies and things that I have worked in the past, Power Platform is the platform or the de facto platform that I can see that allows things to put together. Like if you wanted to gather some input from the customer or user or from the field service or wherever, you can literally gather the input, you can process the input, you can analyze it, measure it, you can predict it, you can also engage them back again. So it's like kind of whole platform that comes together when you have to write no code and you have to go really very agile or extreme programming. That's the term I would use, where user just tells you one liner and you build a system that kind of recognize what they're trying to do and how you can help them to kind of get to their idea into concept, into the solution, and to the experience the users as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about how Power Platform will be coming to the rescue in terms of what that can do and how to measure what we have done already and take sense out of it. And then we will review some of the solutions that I have kind of put together very quickly, like yesterday night, literally. And we'll do some Q&A. So these are like a couple of high point of customer service challenges. And reason why I say challenges is these are the opportunities, right? So if we are failing to understand what customer wants, we never understood day one what we are doing and how customer will understand us. So most of the challenges will appear if you don't listen to the customer, and then it becomes like a problematic, and then your delivery never happens. Your feedback loop never closes down. So I feel like, whenever you are interacting with the user, whether it's a persona that you're creating, like earlier session I was listening into, it requires really heavy lifting in terms of understanding what your customer or what your user wants, and make sure you kind of jot it down in terms of the few bullets, what we are trying to solve and how that solution can help you to get there. The second thing I see most of the time is serving multiple customers or users. And I use word customer because we are in a service industry where we are always looking, whether it's a user or customer or a stakeholder, they all are customer to us. So when you are working with us, like a VIP or CIO staff or your manager or your manager's manager, I think they all are customer to us, but how do we basically take care of the highest priority request the fastest? So you really are not kind of asking everybody FIFO manner. So there has to be some kind of expedited delivery for expedited request, or a C-class request should not be waiting in a queue bottom, and it become really an issue, and you have to really drop everything and do that one. So I think it allows you to kind of move into the kind of mode when you're dealing with a multiple customer. The other thing I experienced as a challenge is the underdeveloped self-service bot. That Prashant had a really very good idea about, how do we use AI and self-service capability for most common needs. Means if I'm trying to gather some of the basic data about age and what my benefit plans options are, and I'm allowing them to bind those two together and offer to the right benefit plan, you really don't need help desk people to do that kind of job. So most of the time you have to identify those underdeveloped self-service kind of opportunities and start automating them, whether it's bots or kind of common form that you want to use as an intake, which you can implement using Power Apps and other technologies. But those are the kind of things you can really offload some of those activity and make sure you gather all the key indicators that you wanted to gather from the user and make it more efficient. You can always shoot off an email after all this gathering has been done, and you can process them more methodologically instead of dealing with all unstructured data. And sometimes your help desk people missed asking some of those questions which are really essential to make the decision. So it's kind of allows you to kind of win-win if you develop some of those underdeveloped self-service aspect of it. The other thing I've seen is like approach for outages. Like if something is down, like let's say a data center is down, or entire zone in which your cloud services are, it's having some power outages. How do you basically manage all those crises when they occur? Do you really have some kind of approach or plan in a place whereby your users know this is happening and you have to basically not worry about this for another half an hour, so your ticket system is not flooded, and you have to take them every single bit of them and kind of update with some of those kind of thing with the resolution, the root cause analysis and all. So this is the kind of things needs a little bit more approach ahead of the time, so you don't have to deal with when really outage occurs, and you have to address your customer and users in a massive manner where they opened all the tickets, your phone ringing all the time, so you get it. So I think this is the kind of area where customer service really stinks, and you don't want to be part of that team when everybody's looking at you as you have no idea what's going on. Versus reality is entire team knows exactly what's going on. Other thing is replying the solutions. It's sometimes always there is a perception from the user's perspective is, oh, this solution takes forever, or I'm trying to implement some small stuff and it takes forever. But they really don't understand there are 7 more requests ahead of them. Even that particular request would require like half an hour worth of work. It really cannot jump the queue unless they really have some kind of priorities assigned to it. So whenever you're trying to gather all this information about the request or items that you're gathering from the users, always establish some kind of a matrices that they know if you do this, this is what your waiting time is. So there is no conflict of understanding when it comes to how my request is going to be handled, and is it going to be slow or fast, or I'm not happy. I think those are the kind of expressions that you don't want to deal with if you make it a little bit more methodological upfront. The other thing is exceeding customer expectations. I think every single consulting people who has at least 10 years of experience, they always want to exceed customer expectations. That's their goal. But the reality is customer is always kind of, they have to give, right? So they will always not give 5 out of 5. So when there is a feedback time, there's always one less, or some people are conservative, put 4.5 instead of 5. So whenever there is some unusual activities happening from customer ranking behavior or feedback behavior, you should have some kind of a logic or algorithms or business logic that kind of asks exactly why there is an issue on particular aspect if your matrices is indicating otherwise. So it allows you to basically machine or computers to take over some of those interactions and making sure that that's not really bad kind of feedback, skewing entire overall performance of the service center. And some of the other two that I have in the bottom is more around failure to kind of study the seasonal behavior. Some of the things that I said, let's say if there is a fiscal year changing and there are a lot of contracts that need to be rewritten, you will see a lot of huge spike in terms of the contracting, having more work over there. So a lot of processes need to align itself. If you know this particular event is going to happen always in September, October timeframe, you can plan your workload accordingly. You can always stagger your planned activities, that you can always shift it, you can always adjust it and set the timing right for the resolution part of it ahead of the time. And the last one is more like a failure to schedule. I think that the last two things are like purely a scheduler related activities, which is if you fail to schedule, then you will never know when to scale up or when to scale down in terms of the services. So when you know from 5 customer service rep to we need to go to 10, how do you know that? And you need to know that ahead of the time, because there is a lead time in terms of making sure everything works like a well-oiled machine. So these are the kind of things I've seen in the past. I'm sure there are many more. There are bad systems or things that you want to bring it in. But I think if we address this, one of these key bullet points, then I think we can really improve customer service in a right direction. So how Power Platform comes into the rescue? You know, what Power Platform has to do with all this? So it's very fundamental. So I always like this chart, and I think every single Power Platform conferences that I go to, this is kind of chart that if you don't see in a slide deck, I think it is injustice to the Power Platform altogether. So what it does is basically there are 3 major aspects of it: measure, act, and automate. And I think those are the 3 pillars. Now, if you measure something, then you always can act on it. And acting meaning you can always gather some information from it, or you can write an automated emails, or you can trigger some of the actions in the other systems that you don't know, and you can reduce a lot of data entries and redundancies, and you can take out a lot of activities that you really have all these 3 pieces figured out. And for each of this area, the Power Platform team has really done a good job of identifying. If you want to measure something, use Power BI. It's really means it cannot be simple than that. If you want to act on something, make sure you have interface which can gather the information using Power Apps. Now, there are varieties of the Power Apps that you can do, whether you want to do the Canvas app route, or you can do the model-driven app, or you can do like some of the other avenues of gathering the information, like a Microsoft Form is also there. But I think idea is to gather the information, and then if you want to trigger something based on one thing to other, if you want to use the glue to glue the 2 systems together or 2 blocks together, Power Automate. And it used to be called Flow, but I think now it makes perfect sense that Power Automate, it is the thing that automates a lot of actions and systems that gets together without much coding. So I think these are no code, low code situations where user can take advantage of integrating everything together. The other things, if you look at the top stack, it is more for the power user. So they don't need to really know the programming concept like a while loop or for loop, or much more complex pointers and functions and a lot of other integrity that are attached with it. These are more actual like function and formulas and click and drag and drop kind of actions. Versus what Microsoft has done is there is a developer community, and they have really brought them together by adding the Azure stack of functionality, which is niche in itself. Like you wanted to write some small computing power to your application, which only transfers some of the data, and you wanted to do that using Azure functions, you can do that with serverless computing. Means that's pay only for your computing, and all of those functions can be just really quick turnaround functions, which allows you to do complex computations. You can integrate them into the flow or automate. It's Azure Logic apps that Prashant mentioned earlier. Those are the kind of plumbing tools that you want to put it into the solution, more for the developer kind of community. And I think Microsoft Bot framework is also filling into this particular framework, this box right there. And some of the data that you see happening at the very bottom layer, which is more, I treat them as a data layer. And that's where the common data services or AI builder, some of the AI capabilities, if you want to just scan the form and make that form data entry happening directly into the system using Power App, it's kind of breeze. You can just scan your pre-structured form or, for example, license that you want to scan. You really don't need to key in the entire name, first name, last name, date of birth from the license or state ID. You can just scan that and automatically it puts into the system. So there is no typographical errors in terms of creating the case in a case management system. It can take the picture extracted from the ID. So there are a lot more capabilities that you can use using the AI builder. And of course, if common data service and AI builder is not filling the tall order, then there is a custom data connectors that you can always use. Like, how do you consume your proprietary web services REST endpoints to kind of get the data into this entire Power Platform picture? You can write your own data connectors and integrate it seamlessly in all this entire ecosystem to kind of bring that everything together and make it more like in a one single integrated solution that you are always kind of, and hide the complexity of the solution itself. So I think this slide has a lot to say. You might have heard it many times, but this is the slide that I always carry around, and in terms of like, whenever they say, what is Power Platform? I think this slide does the best job of all to kind of highlight what Power Platform can do, and to the customer and to the developer or to the architecture and to the analysis kind of team. So what I have done is really quickly, like I said, yesterday evening, I thought like, how do I basically put things together for in terms of how do I deliver customer service and how do I measure that's working fine. So Microsoft has one app that I see that is, you can use it as a really good starting point, and you can have BI with the Power BI. You can start capturing and gathering some of the information from it and measure the performances that way. So let me share some of that solution itself and get out of this PowerPoint. So this is, let me know if this is also shared. I think this is different windows, so I just want to make sure you all see this. So this is a service desk application. This is kind of template that is available that you can download and put it into your system. There is a little bit of formulas that you may need to correct it after you kind of configure it into your environment. But what it does is it allows you to basically gather all this tickets data into your Excel spreadsheet, and then you can go through the workflow in terms of like, if there is a new ticket and I wanted to make sure that it kind of delivers, it has its really nice interface by itself where you can put in the comment that you wanted. And then take action, whether it's a ticket is the new status, or let's say it's in progress, and then hit the save. So you can take actions on the tickets with it. And this, the beauty of this is these we are seeing in a, we can carry it around on a tablet as we are moving, whether it's a field services that you are on or moving around different floors, different divisions. You really don't need to be near a computer. You can use this on your mobile devices to kind of update the tickets, take actions, or take the notes right there. So you don't have to go back as a service personnel, or if your help desk function, don't have to go back and take the notes and translate it again. So it cuts the clutter and allows you to kind of manage your service desk tickets in a really neat fashions. It has the function of adding new tickets, just like how you would add. And this is not limited, but idea is this is a framework that is available, and this takes literally 5 minutes to kind of get it into your system in your subscription deployed. And all it does is it basically creates another Excel file into your environment, which I'm sharing here. It's very nicely formatted. All these tables that you can see, like this is, I just deployed it yesterday, less than 5 minutes, and you can see like I added like 3 tickets on top of it. But this is the best way to kind of identify if you wanted to manage the workload in a smaller function or anything that you wanted to capture, and it goes through its own workflow. This kind of solution allows you to kind of gather that data and key data to make sure that they are not falling away from your focus, or not falling off of your track. Some of the other functions they have is basically the ticket type. So nothing is basically, everything that you see is really flexible in terms of if you wanted to create another status for the request or ticket, you can create that separately here. You can always add more status cases. You can add more priority types if there is any C-level or VIPs or anything like that you wanted to identify. There are service personnel. So now imagine from 5 people to 10 people team doing delivery for this service request. It can easily scale up depending on how you put these values into the attendance here. And then obviously for each of this account names, you can define the types, and this is out of the box. It takes literally 5 minutes to get it configured. And once you configured it, it basically allows you to run it exactly how it appears, and it keeps track of all the tickets that you have in a system. You can have a tracking of the new tickets in a system, how many in progress, how many closed, and it has its own matrices here, which allows you to keep tab of how many were older than 3 days, just open today, closed, and you can add more if you want. And we will get into the minute how exactly these functions are functioning and how Power App is making things like a breeze. So this is the app that I opened in a same app in my environment. So if you notice what they have at a very high level, they have a concept of the trackers, the numbers. You can always create as many numbers that you want. The only thing here is it counts number of rows in a gallery, and gallery is nothing but this particular area that you see on the right side. You can always get count of that, and it kind of tracks number of requests you have. Now, in terms of the number of open requests that you want to track, then you can always use the filter function to find. So show me all the tickets where status equal to new and count that. So it's very simple Excel-like functions that kind of allows you to do whatever tracking you wanted to do in a same surface computing, whether it's a mobile or tablet, right in that surface in your hand, and make sure that function happens. Other thing that this particular app has, which I highly encourage everyone to look at, is a timer, which is whenever you have refreshes happening. Imagine there are 10 different people servicing and taking service loads in terms of tickets being entered from multiple locations. You may have like multiple people doing entries, and your surface may be showing these numbers, but as soon as the new request is being added, these numbers are absolute. So what this timer does, it is basically it refreshes all the tickets, so everybody gets the latest and greatest. And you can control that by some of the other functions that the timer has, which is he can look at the timer property, and it has 100 here, so 100 milliseconds. It goes back in the back end and try to grab all the tickets. So this is kind of things where, if you wanted to automate the function where you really don't want to have, if Surface computer is just kind of a surface and it does not hold any data. Data is always stays back into the backend system. And you can always distribute data, refresh the data at your configuration that you want. So this is a neat little way of, you wanted to have, if particular Surface device is compromised, for example, like it's lost or whatever, you could literally have a parameter settings that you can pass on to the backend system and lock down that particular device so it does not have access to the backend system. So this is the kind of things that allows you to do with a timer. It's a very basic function, but if you look at the power behind it, the solution itself becomes really powerful when you utilize these components together. And all we are doing here in terms of the writing the code is, what do we have to do when timer start? Where do we have to do when the timer ends? So, you may want to kick off some of the procedure when timer starts, and you may want to do something when timer is ending. And you can use any function here. You can call even power automate flows here as well. So it's not limited to just formulas that Power Apps has. Some of these buttons that they have it on the left side, if you notice, this is basically, it's a static collection type, and it has a ticket type. So, different ticket types, they have organized this onto this particular tab. If you notice, there is a ticket types. So all of those options comes from here. And then on load of this particular page, they are showing what exactly need to be done in terms of the action. And these actions are defined at a very page load event of it. So this, if you look at, again, this is Excel-like formula where if someone presses the all tickets as a button press, then contacts will be updated to all. So it will bring all the tickets. And then if someone clicks on a new tickets, the contacts will be updated to the new, and it will take actions for the new. So it's extremely flexible. I don't know if you have downloaded the COVID-19 app that we use it at our corporation at Procentrix. It's exactly similar framework where nothing is hard coded. It's just extremely flexible. It allows you to control the app from the data perspective. So this is very powerful in terms of writing formulas and making it more breeze. Some of the other things that I've seen here is very basic in terms of other user interfaces where, if you wanted to see on the details, ticket details, this particular function has all this input fields that you wanted to show, and then there is a save button. Now, save is the action where you would just go and click on a submit form, and then whatever the form name is, what it does is it takes you the burden of you taking the data and submitting to the backend system. Now, in this case, it's Excel, but it could literally go to the SharePoint, or it could go to the custom SQL database in Azure. Means it literally possibilities are endless. Or you can sync on two different systems at the same time. So if you had a service now and you want to sync that data over there, you could write a custom web service which kind of takes the data and replicates the data in both the system if there is a ticket which is needing that kind of synchronization. So this is very powerful in terms of what you get in like 10 minutes, the templates to start with, and then you can customize it to your need. And obviously this data points that they are capturing is just for the sample purposes, but you could add a lot more data points that you wanted to add and make it to fit your need. So this is a very simple UI. I would highly encourage people to kind of download this help desk app and kind of see how they have done it. I think that gives a lot of good coding best practices if we are dealing with the Power Apps development and really get the ground running with the best practices, when to use collections and how do we make sure your app is really not slowing down on you, and how do I handle my data without making multiple calls back into the back end, and make sure that I can only bring the data that I need in a surface. So having said that, that's kind of a I wanted to show more like from a app perspective. I have done really very quick drag and drop of in a Power BI out of that same data. So what this does, basically, there is a one piece where I'm trying to capture some of the user input from the user, and there's another piece where how do I know what I'm dealing with? So this is that piece, which is Power BI allows you to see your data in a very different aspect. It's basically, it kind of brings all the data that you have and in a manner that you never would have thought. So you can see multi-year picture and say, oh, by the way, my peak was in 2008 and we were getting a lot more complex requirement then compared to 2019. In 2020, we are settling down. So we are more optimal. That doesn't mean we are not getting more complex requirement, but we know how to deal with them now, right? It's stabilizing. So there is a period of the peak and there is a period of stabilizing. So that's where the value is for the customer. So they are not giving less complex requirement, but we know we are more normal to those complex requirement. I think that's what our BI is telling by looking at this chart. So and this is nothing but all we have done is we have taken the delivery dates and plotted against the complexity and see how exactly those dots are telling us on a multi-year basis. Similarly, we have done the request by priority, which allows us to see how many priority high kind of requests we are getting. And you can see by looking at those ribbon charts, we are now becoming more methodological. In a previous place, everything was kind of medium to medium high, which is kind of this, what you have here. So it tells us now we are able to control that, bring it down, and now really high is the high. So sometimes it's very difficult for a developer or customer to understand what is medium, high, and high. So when this customer service becomes more automatic, more mature, these are the kind of results you get. You would stay away from the spike and spikes that you see or abnormal spikes that you see, and it becomes more natural, and it kind of allows you to kind of plateau your curve a little down and more manageable. And you can always kind of reassign the resources that you would have used into this particular help desk into some more new developments and new activities that can help customer much better. And all of this, the charts and things that I've used, nothing is complex or complicated at all. These are all out of the box visuals that I've used. So, if at the later, I will go back to the chart window. If you have any questions, I can really address them. But idea is we are using our own data that we are collecting and solving and servicing the customer, and using the same data, we are making our decisions in terms of how do we improve that and where we are doing wrong or where we are doing right. And if we are doing something right in some place, can we repeat that and make sure the other places we are not seeing those spikes. So this is kind of delivery that we are seeing, and delivery is kind of consistent load, but at the same time, as you can see, we are able to manage much better. We are managed to act more swiftly compared to when we started off. And this is the program start, and then how it kind of gone up, and now we are kind of managing our expertise. Similarly here, I have ranked them by the hours, so different services that I have. Now Power BI has its own way to kind of see how exactly you can see a particular solution category, whether it's a high, low, or medium. You can see the workload that you can track, or you can see what are the heavy hitters, where we get more requests. And it kind of allows us to identify a niche application development to address some of those things. So this is really thing that you can use to identify without opening many tickets. Means what we are seeing here is thousands of the tickets, but in a much more we can analyze them much better compared to looking at all those 1,000 tickets and getting lost into what exactly customer is trying to do, or behavior is missing, or did we quick enough for solution. This is yet another visualization of solution category and resource utilization in terms of the complexity versus the normal. And as you can see, we're able to plateau the curve really very well. And in terms of the scheduling them, in terms of the delivering in time, and whether it's complexity high or low, you can see it kind of helps you manage your load. And your meaning, and if we are servicing the customer, we are managing their load, and they don't have to be feeling like my request is always at the end, or it's taking forever to get to service. This is another facet of the same data, but this is more like an year-to-date kind of picture. So it kind of allows us to kind of see what are the activities this year we are spending more time on. So it may happen like, as systems are developing, they may get stabilized at some point in time, and it becomes like a little lower category in terms of the distributions, number of requests you can get. So this is really good way of keeping tab of what is hot and heavy, and how do we take care of them. So this is year to date. Again, within year to date, as you can see, like I was mentioning earlier, like some of the seasonal behaviors. As you can see, like May and June are a little higher compared to the all other months, and that this is the kind of things you want to learn. You don't want to wait for another year. If you are there for customers, whether it's a customer engagement, or you are doing some product servicing or customer service function for an entire universe, where your customers are really bigger universe than anything else. This kind of analytics allows you to kind of measure and see how exactly you need to implement some of the solutions around, whether you want a chatbot in there to kind of what only comes to measuring the performance and acting on it. So, and Power Platform has all those flavors where you can provide multiple channel support, but make sure you choose the right channel for right purpose. So, it kind of makes it more easier in terms of the maintenance, and you're not overwhelmed by what channel is providing what data. And this is more like detailed view for last rolling 2 months. So you kind of know if this is more overwhelming, then you can always, looking at the bar Gantt chart, you can see we would probably need more time down the line. If something is plateauing down, this allows you to plan something more in the future. So as you can see, these are the kind of measures that allow you to kind of move forward without really scaling. So I think my earlier argument was, how do we know we need more versus less, or we can stream down, or we need to schedule? So in a way that you can flatten this number of requests into more vertical, so that way it allows you to stay at the same team size, but you can always stagger the control. But you want to explain this better with your customers so they are aware of it. If customer is not with you, I think you never understood them, and then what happens is it would be a kind of burning bridges when it comes to the communication. So I think fair communication and open and factual in communication allows us all to succeed in the right direction. So this is the kind of same data set that we saw in a out-of-the-box app, but this is more like getting them onto the Power BI to see how we can take the advantage of the Power Platform to kind of see in there. I have one other app that I'm using that I did it with the Power Apps, and I have built my small LLC business where we use the property management, and I use Power Apps to do everything, and Power Apps Flow and Power BI. That allows me to kind of do all the property management that includes everything to do with the property management. So what I'm going to show you is like I have a little demo environment that I created within Power Apps. So I can do multiple customers at the same time. So depending on the drop down, it basically picks the data and kind of allows me to see only that particular service segment. I think it was idle for a long time too. So let me see if I can. Perfect. So this is like an extremely flexible app, which I can configure for that particular customer, that demo environment I have, how many property I want to configure, and each property, how many tenant can stay. So, this is extremely flexible property management application. And it allows me to go into the customer service function right there. And it has all budgetings and all the other functions. But what I wanted to highlight today here is the customer service. So if I have some to-do task, I might treat it more like a service call, whether it's a preventive or it's a complaint or it's a thing that you wanted to schedule. All of that, you can track them, and once it is whether available or you can add more notes. And hit the save, or you can resolve the ticket to whatever that status is. You can see for that particular tenant how many requests are open or closed. You can always reopen something that was closed before. So if something was closed accidentally, you can always toss it back into the open. So this is a very basic function, but every time I do this action on a back end, it generates a lot of data. So what I do with the data, I use that to kind of do the same thing that we did earlier with the Power BI, which is bring that data back into this Power BI platform and see how exactly you can make sense out of it. Which months are more busier in terms of the schedule maintenance versus preventive maintenance. So you can stagger some of those behavior and make your, instead asking customer to come in the different timings, you basically schedule some of those preventive activities in a month where you are expecting less number of tickets, right? So this is basically allows me to evaluate, and this is test data, so it does not have much. Like I literally created this property profile yesterday, but you can see it really does very good job of gathering the data and see where my peaks are and where my downs are and how do I act, and it keeps track of what are the things which are open, how am I doing on those, and what are the things which are closed recently and how did I do. So this is another example where technology allows you to do a lot more things on the go, where I don't have to need to have a system in place to work on and still provide best customer service to my users. In this case, it's more my tenants. So this is example of that. And then I wanted to show, I think, a couple of other things where we did a lot more AI related activities, where we used to take the voice prompt, voice notes, and transfer the notes into the CRM and act more precisely on those notes. So for the enforcement kind of people or users, what happens is they cannot take notes. They have to say everything in the microphone. So we wrote our own custom data connector, which converts speech into text and speech to text using Bing API. And using that text, we update our case profile on a case management system in CRM. So a lot more we have done in this area where we use AI with the Power BI, Power Apps, and Power Automate. Those are the kind of tools. They're maturing much more faster, and you can make really very easy on your users, your customer, or your peers, or within the office, you wanted to automate something. I think this is definitely a much promising technology that will get you from legacy mindset to mobile, hands-free, on-the-go kind of environment. So let me go back and see how. What do I have next? Yeah. So that's all I have. I wanted to make sure that I leave some time for the questions and anything that you may have in terms of follow-ups. Any reaction, any questions you may have?
Thank you, Hemendra. So that was a really good way of showcasing how to build your own case management using Power Platform, which was a bit of a fear for many of the previous Dynamics customer service consultants until it's all come under together. So that's how you do it, folks. That's how you build it. But out of curiosity, Hemendra, which data source were you using?
So we used almost every data source. We have used SQL Server on Azure. We have used SharePoint as a data source. We have used Dynamics CRM as a data source. Our case management system is fully done in SharePoint and Dynamics CRM, because all the documentation which goes into the SharePoint for better search and query capabilities. But we do have our custom framework, a solution that I was mentioning earlier, ProLink, which allows you to seamlessly exchange data between CRM and SharePoint. And that's our proprietary source for our secret sauce for entire solution. But we pretty much work seamlessly between all these platforms using these services.
Nice work, definitely. So does anybody else have any questions? This is the last session and there's only 8 minutes left. Abhijit is saying, thanks a bunch, Hemendra, for an excellent presentation.
Thank you, appreciate it. I cannot see the chat window just because I'm sharing my entire screen. But if you have any questions, if you could echo it to me, I can address them.
Definitely. So yes, so we have about 5 minutes left for questions. So please feel free to ask any questions. I'm sure you have many, as basically Hemendra has shared obviously his Power Apps, his Power BI dashboards. So David Ole is saying, cheers, Hemendra. And let's share Hemendra's contact details, his LinkedIn. You can connect with him on LinkedIn. Do you have a website or a blog as well?
So I'm very good contributor on Enterprise Solutions Group, which is on the SharePoint, which is on a LinkedIn. Once you connect to me, you will see it's one of the largest group for Power Platform and entire family of the product in terms of the SharePoint or Power Platform altogether. So one of the largest group in LinkedIn.
Okay. So okay, I am just going to share your contact details in there. There you go.
And I'm here like a Washington DC base. So if something you really have a complex business needs or something, do reach out to me. I can do my best, do some kind of community services and see how your solution can shine without breaking the bank.
That's great. Thanks for that. Yep. So I think that's it from everyone. There's one more question from Abhijit, which is user impersonation allowed in Power Apps somehow?
So user impersonation is something not allowed automatically. But what I have done is I have created my own user schema where I could be logged in as a reader, and at the same time, I can logged in as an admin. So it is pure solution framework that you want to use. So you can configure one user as a reader to the app, and other user more like an administrator to the app, and third user could be just everything. So it allows you to limit the roles based on the functionality. But if you wanted to do this with impersonation, it would never work.
Okay, great stuff. And then Abhijit is asking, how can we achieve that in the real world?
So, like I said, if, for example, if my recruiters only needs access to creating positions, but they really don't need to see the technical evaluation piece of the app, what I would do in this case is I would create roles for my apps in a data store itself. So based on the user that logged in an app, you can get the user handle by using user function and check that against your security model. And then you can present the UI based on that. You can disable some of the buttons because you can very easily disable buttons based on the role. There is a Azure groups that you can utilize if you are really smart about it. If you want to have extremely flexible app, which you want to control totally rule-based, you could use that. But it's totally up to solution architect how they want to see and achieve kind of flexibility in this app. I would highly recommend implementing the data structure to allow you to implement the flexibility. So you don't have to really rely on mercy of Power Apps coming up with those functions or not. You are extremely flexibility regardless.
Great stuff. So again, thanks for that. I think a lot of people were interested, and it's a really good use case. It really is. It really changes the way we would deliver an application that was traditionally a legacy type of customer service solution, and it feels as though Power Platform is definitely our version of microservices to be able to deliver a similar experience or a more flexible experience. So again, and Abhijit saying, excellent, that was helpful. Thanks, Amendra.
Excellent, thank you. And I'm really glad people are still, I was hoping that we will have probably 5-6 people participating in this. The crowd is really engaged into this whole thing. I know how difficult it is without having any breaks in between and going end to end. It's such a marathon, very good lineup. Really kudos to the organizers and those who really worked hard on putting this together. I know you have worked really hard till yesterday evening, and even going nonstop from morning to different time zones and all. So really appreciate speakers and everybody. So good work, guys.
Yeah, thanks again, Hemendra, and it was a pleasure hosting you. And just for everyone, we've got 3 minutes left. So just to remind everyone that next week it's Sales and Marketing Saturday. On that note, so Sales and Marketing Saturday. We've also got Field Service Saturday as well. The week after we've got Field Service. So next week is Sales and Marketing Saturday. The week after that is Retail and Commerce Saturday, and then the week after that it is Field Service Saturday. And the week after that is Power Portals Saturday. Yes, so we've got a lot covering, and then we have CDS Saturday. Later on in October, we've got CDS Saturday. So it's everything on the Common Data Service deep dives. A lot of people who are new to CDS, it'll be a really good opportunity to cover that. We also have a Governance Saturday as well. So we've got Manuela and everyone who's in the product group are involved in that event. So we've got a lot for you. We've got a lot of events coming up for you. So it feels as though it's been long, but we've still got lots more to cover. So again, I want to thank everyone, all the speakers. So thank you again, Hemendra. Thank you, Prashant.
Welcome.
Thank you, Vicky. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Arpit, and all the speakers that were here today, who gave really, really fantastic sessions. There were so many speakers. Thanks you all. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to Narayan for helping with the session recordings and with streaming it to YouTube and supporting you all. So thanks everyone. I hope you all have a fantastic weekend. And we will be sharing the videos shortly. This month we're actually also awarding prizes, believe it or not. So based on the sentiments of sessions, we're awarding prizes to the speakers and attendees. So that's also going to be happening this month. So a lot to look forward to. But once again, we couldn't do this, guys, without the speakers. So once again, a big round of applause to all the speakers, to the attendees for asking your questions. Your questions mean a lot to us because it helps us to understand what you're trying to achieve, and so that we can understand your problems better. So I want to thank everyone all around the world, all the speakers from all around the world, all the way from India to Europe to Canada to North America. We've had so many people from all around the world to deliver sessions today. So thanks again. We will be carrying on next week and the week after that. So I want to thank everyone. Have a great weekend.
Thanks to you guys as well.
Oh, Narayan's back. Hi, Narayan.
I have been back, yeah. I was monitoring.
Hi, Narayan. Have you got any words for everyone?
No, it's a fantastic event. Like, I was really glued to it until I was literally in front of the screen. Apology, I had to pop out for some urgent work. But yeah, it's been very informative, really good sessions. And I think I saw some question popped up about, like, some people are interested in MB200, MB230, MB600, all these exams. So please do let us know. We might be able to even organize a Saturday with just exams in mind. What do you think,
Yes,
Raz?
good point. Good point, because I know that you organised something, haven't you, Narayan, for the Azure fundamentals, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah. So there is a AZ900 Azure Fundamentals certification bootcamp that's I'm conducting for, like, for community as well. Also, I have passed myself, like, MB600, and I have prepared extensive slide deck and the presentation study material for MB600. Also, being an MCT, I'm authorized to, like, conduct those official courses as well. So please do let us know and keep Raz and myself informed. So whenever we find any time, any gaps in between, we will put some boot camps, like certification boot camps.
Yes, I think that is a good idea, Narayan. I think there's a lot of interest in the certification stuff, so it'll be nice to do something. So yeah, we'll definitely do that. But yeah, look, the event, today's event was a lot better than I actually thought it was going to be. I was really impressed by everyone's sessions. There was lots of little nuggets that people included that I never expected. So fantastic. Thanks again to everyone. And yeah, we look forward to seeing you all next week or the week after that.
Great.
Thanks again.